Good morning. How's everybody doing this morning? Welcome to day 3 of the Cocodona 250, brought to you by Mountain Outpost. My name is Andy Jones-Wilkins, along with
Matt Feldick.
Matt, how are you this morning?
Just stoked to be here, Andy. Was out in the field a little bit yesterday. I know that the people have missed me, so I'm back.
Oh, yeah, but the glimpse we got of you yesterday going into Clarkdale with your runner cam and your son chasing down Arlen Glick was just epic television. How'd that go?
You know, it was great, trying to keep up with Arlen while carrying a 3-year-old. Son wanted to follow the runners, and it turns out they're moving just a little too quick for him, so we improvised. I dropped him off at his nice little setup that we had for him under the shade tree, and kept it going.
Did you have enough Floda and squirrel's nut butter to make it through that stretch of highway?
Oh, I had plenty. I limited my son to 1 Floda.
And that's probably one too many. Well, we are here. We are awake on day 3. We are 48 hours into the race clock. I know we started a bit late this morning. Thank you, everybody, for being so patient.
Andy was spending the morning trying to find the coffee mugs. That's why we're so delayed here.
It was tricky to find the coffee mugs, but I found them, and we're here. This is the third day of the race, and I just want to give everybody a quick update that Jeff Browning is still in the lead. Flagstaff's Jeff Browning. He went through Kelly Canyon with, what would that be, 47 hours and 52 minutes on the clock. Kelly Canyon aid station is at mile 202.3. So Jeff has less than 50 miles to go. Geraldus Sabertas is in second place, as he was when we went to bed last night. Joe McConaughey in third, Arlen Glick in fourth, and Michael Versteeg in fifth. A little bit more further behind him remains Jeff Garmeyer. On the women's race, Mika Thews remains in the lead, followed by Rachel Entriken and Manu Vilaseca. It's almost sunrise, but at this point we do not have that much out in the field. What can we expect from today's broadcast, Matt, as we are opening our wall-to-wall 24/7 coverage starting right now?
Yep, so on the men's side, our top 5, top 6 that you noted there have all hit the Schnebly Hill aid station, so they have all made their way up from Sedona, up the Kasner climb onto the Coconino Plateau, so they're going to be enjoying some nicer temps, maybe a little cold for them out there currently compared to what they had in the heat of the day yesterday. They've all made it up onto the Coconino Plateau and are going to kind of wind their way towards Flagstaff. The women are likely right now kind of starting to make their way up that Kasner climb. They have not hit the Schnebly aid station quite yet. So it looks like Mika Thews has pretty much topped out on that climb and is nearing the aid station. Our second and third place females, Rachel and Manu, are both they've kind of crossed the Oak Creek crossing there and are beginning their climb up Kasner there. There was a Kasner climb the first year of Cocodona as well, but that was, I believe, the official Kasner climb, and this is the Kasner grade climb or something like that. They're both Kasner climbs, but exit Sedona different ways compared to year one. This is the kind of the second to last big climb. Mm-hmm. And again, once you get up onto the Coconino Plateau, that's when I think you start to feel a lot better as the sun's coming up, knowing that you don't have to go through another like super spicy day out there, right? Versus, runners who are maybe waking up at dead horse knowing that they've got to go through the Sedona area in the heat of the day still, after having just gone through probably the Fain Ranch to Jerome section in the heat of the day, it's one of the things that makes this race so interesting, right? Is depending on where you're at in the pack, your experience can be quite a bit different, because you may hit certain sections on entirely different days at entirely different times of days, to where your experience is just a little bit different. But yeah, everyone making their way up here to see us, AJW.
Exactly. So from Sedona to the Schnebly Hill aid station, it's a 17-mile stretch. There is a water stop or a water station, not a full aid station, but a water station about 10 miles from Sedona. And we're thinking that Mika, lead woman, is on that climb. Maybe past the water station or almost to Schnebly Hill.
She's almost to Schnebly
She's
Hill.
almost, so she's well on her way, and the rest of the women's field, the remaining top 2 or 3 are coming up from there. And with Jeff through Kelly Canyon and the chasers, they're probably in between the Munns Park and Kelly Canyon.
Yep.
And it's runnable up there.
Yeah, it's very runnable. You're going to get a lot of, in this section in particular, you're going to get a lot of double track or Old Forest Road. It may be not technical, but a little gravelly in spots. But definitely just kind of flat, maybe a little bit rolling and windy through the pines. And it looks like we've got Troy Wicks here on the drone down in Sedona, I believe, flying from the Midgley Bridge area. So I think that this shot right here is one of the things that makes, one of the many things that makes Cocodona so magical, and this section so memorable for a lot of runners, is even though it, like, depending on when you hit it, it may be hot, these red rock vortices are just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, look at that. So this is some early morning sunrise drone footage. The Sedona Rocks. Again, this is the area around mile, let's just call it 160, between 161 is where the Sedona Posse aid station is.
Yeah, so this might be closer to 165 or so. Again, this is basically right before runners begin to cross the creek and then make their way up that Kasner climb. The beauty is 125 runners also get to enjoy these views. So
yeah,
if you're out there, you don't just have to sign up for the 250 to soak in this beauty. You can hit up the 125 and also get treated to some of the, I believe the way race director Steve puts it is, you get to enjoy some of the best sections of the course without having to run 250 miles.
Yeah. And let's remind everybody, while our focus is and will remain on the 250-mile race, the Sedona Canyons 125, which is one of the other 2 companion distances to the Cocodona 250, goes off at 7 o'clock, so in a little bit less than 2 hours. A couple hundred runners will be starting their journey from Jerome up here to Flagstaff, and then again on Friday morning, the Eldon Crest 38 will start. So quite a few runners just kind of getting their day started and getting ready to get out there. And they'll be able to find, at least the 250 runners will find themselves traversing this beautiful scenery. As you see our drone pilot zooming down in onto, look at a beautiful section, a single track right there.
Yeah, and I think one of the things, like the Red Rocks of Sedona, obviously the most notable scenery, but I think one of the things that makes Sedona so unique from a trail running perspective is like the vegetation and the trails themselves, right? So you're on this more like red clay dirt type of trail versus, what you've experienced in the lower desert. And then the vegetation itself, I feel like, is just very unique. You're, still close to 5,000 feet of elevation. You haven't quite hit the pines yet, but you're definitely getting outside of the desert, the desert kind of vibe from a vegetation standpoint, which is really rad. Shout out to Troy for giving us a little tour of the trail that runners will be traversing here.
Yeah, look at that. That is just something else. Again, Sedona and this area is relatively low as compared to, for example, where we are. It's at Dead Horse Ranch. They're about 3,600 feet, and they traverse up. The Sedona aid station itself sits at about 4,200 feet, and then a pretty significant climb. The climb that you've just been referring to brings them back up here to the Cocodona Plateau, and that's a beast of a climb. It's one that kicks you in the teeth in the second half of the race.
Yeah, I mean the hardest to. Well, I shouldn't say that. The first section up to Crown King is easily the hardest for a number of reasons. I think if you were looking at just two individual climbs, I think that Kasner and Eldon are the two hardest climbs.
Yeah.
Compared to Mingus, which is also a tough climb, or compared to the climbs up to Lane Mountain or Camp Kippa. So having those two beefy, steep, rugged climbs in the back half of the race is definitely a challenge.
But if you do go back to day one, while it's not one big sustained climb, that 10,000 feet that you gain within 32, 33 miles is just incredibly stout. Looks like we've got a runner in range here, and looks like a pacer or a companion. Again, coming out of Sedona. And good morning, everybody in the chat. Thank you for your patience as we had to crank up the computers this morning. We took a little while to close up shop last night, but we successfully did. And, of course, now we are open for business all the way through Saturday morning as we greet the final finishers in Heritage Square in Flagstaff. We are set up in our studio in Flagstaff. This is great. Can't ID that runner just now. Perhaps someone in the chat might be able to.
We do have, people starting to flow into the chat. If you're tuning in, let us know where you're tuning in from. I feel like that's a good way to kick off the morning. Want to give shout-outs to everyone. Got some classic Goldberg fans in the chat, so stoked to have you all here with us. Question: is Browning on record pace? I would say
very
he
good
is.
question.
He is significantly under the official record pace, which was set by Mike McKnight last year. I think he's significantly ahead of that. So yeah, he's already passed Kelly Canyon, which is just wild. What was the projected time into Kelly Canyon? Was 8:28 on what race director Steve had projected for our aid station information. And he came through, 3 hours ahead of that.
Exactly.
A little over 3 hours ahead of that, which is just wild. And this had a finish time of 60 hours, it looks like, right? Just over 60 hours is what Steve was projecting. Just under 61 hours, I guess.
Right, and 60 hours would bring us in would bring Jeff in at about 5 p.m. Arizona time, but I'm thinking we're going to be closer to perhaps 1 or 2 p.m.
Yeah, I was gonna say 2-ish is what it seems
Going to
like.
be a early mid afternoon finish time, depending on how that climb up and over Eldon goes. A couple of eyeballs on the chat thinking this might be Mika. We've got folks coming in from all over the place: Philadelphia, Romania, Wales, Georgia, Scotland, Sweden, the Lake District, Winona, Minnesota, Northern Virginia near D.C., Pennsylvania, New Mexico, Colorado Springs, Ventura, California, Richmond, Virginia, Mesa, Arizona, the United Kingdom, Sugar Land, Texas, Ohio, Iowa, Colorado, Louisiana, Illinois, Huntington, West Virginia, McKinney, Texas. Thank you all for joining us. Quebec, a couple folks from the North Country. Good to have you here. Karen's asking about Browning and did he sleep last night? We will try to gather some information from the field. Don't know that as of yet. But judging by his place on the course, if he did sleep, he didn't sleep very much. Next aid station for Jeff will be Fort Tuthill. Those of you who tuned in last night for Cocodona After Hours, you heard our conversation with Chris Thornley. It was so great to have Chris on, the owner and president of Squirrel's Nut Butter, and one of the main people up there at the Fort Tuthill aid station. He's hunkering in there for about 2.5 days. That aid station at mile 210.6 is on for a long time. Here we are at
This is the Sedona.
The Sedona aid station. Karen, this is Matt Feldick, who's joined me on the commentary this morning.
Man, I've been away so long that people just can't recognize the voice anymore.
It was a call to the bullpen, and
Mariano Rivera's coming out. You know?
Enter Sandman is playing through the Airbnb as we speak.
And I do want to note, because I don't believe you noted this, handful of Australians tuning in the chat.
I'm sorry I missed the
Australians.
Australians.
Shout out to the Australians. One gentleman from Brisbane, where my wife is from. So always gotta shout out the Aussies. Massively underrated trail running community there.
Absolutely. Here we have a runner and a pacer.
Orange shorts guy.
Orange shorts guy. This is the Sedona aid station. Again, this is for those of you keeping track at home. This is mile 162.3. And it's a good grind up the climb with just a water station about 10 miles from here, and then another 7 miles to the Schnebley Hill aid station. Again, we will mention that our back of the envelope estimate for Jeff Browning's finish is 1-2 p.m. this afternoon, significantly ahead of the 2023 time. A couple folks in the chat weighing in that orange shorts guy is actually New Hampshire's Brody Chisholm, 17-year-old Brody Chisholm. If you tuned in to Chris and my previous show, the Chisholm family, Brody, his older brother Ben, and mom Jenny are all running the race. They ran the Eldon Crest 38 last year. A family of thru hikers, apparently, from the rugged trails of the northeast part of the United States.
The White Mountains.
The White Mountains.
You know? This is such a fascinating like 2-event story now, right? Like they were on or had just finished up their AZT thru hike last year.
Oh yeah.
And saw that Perry, who ran last year, who's an avid thru hiker, was running, so came to Flagstaff to check it out, signed up for Eldon Crest, and now they're hooked.
Thank you for the correction in the chat. Orange shorts is Michael McKnight. Brody Chisholm was the fellow in the tent that we saw rifling through some gear. And here is the unmistakable crew of Arlen Glick.
And so this must be out at Munns Park.
Yeah, we have camera on the ground at Munns Park. Day 3 is breaking here. The sun is rising or has risen on
Did
day
Arlen
3.
get, sorry to cut you off.
No,
there,
go right
AJ,
ahead.
Did Arlen get his sister's Kraft puffies? Is that the Kraft? That looks like the Kraft logo on the bottom back of those puffies. So shout out to Arlen for
Scoring.
getting his family set. I assume that the hoodies his parents are wearing are also Kraft hoodies or zip ups. So
Well, how about
true Midwestern gentleman.
How about the shoes on the shoes on the sister to the right? At least seem to match
Oh yeah,
match Arlen's shoes.
gosh. And then we're back out at this is the Midgley Bridge area. Shout out to Troy for panning away from the restroom break there. A true professional, this Troy.
Exactly.
Looks guy.
Wants to keep the broadcast on the air. We were at risk of we were a little bit at risk of losing it last night, but fortunately, we prevailed. This is now where we can get this corrected. This is Michael McKnight leaving the Sedona aid station. We understand from the chat with Pacer Maya. Nice section of trail right here. Again, a pretty long stretch. It's a good 17 miles to the next aid station proper at Schnebly Hill, and just a water station about 10 miles from here where they can reload on water. Does look chilly. Hoods on, gloves on.
Mike has historically had he has dealt with the heat. The heat has been a lot more challenging for him than the cold temperature. So I imagine that he is just looking forward to getting out of Sedona at this point. He's looking forward to getting up on the Coconino Plateau. Obviously, because that means you're closer to Flagstaff, you're closer to the finish. But even when it's hot, not dealing with the same kind of elements. Yep, and we've got Rachel Entrican here on the drone. This is a new shot for Troy, getting us a feed down, looking up at the runners. But as we all know, if you've tuned into the live stream before, the iconic bridge passing. One year he flew under the bridge, going
He's flying under it
30
right now.
miles
Yeah.
an hour. But you can see runners kind of run alongside or under the bridge and kind of traverse down into this little canyon where they'll cross the Oak Creek.
Fantastic. Rachel pausing to take in the view, perhaps, or just pausing to figure out where she should go.
Well, I think there's only one way to go.
Yeah.
So she must have just been soaking that in.
Yeah, because there she is coming back up there. But
Because
Rachel,
you can see the yellow course marker there. That section is fenced off. There's nowhere to go.
yeah, there's nowhere to go.
But it must be just a absolutely stunning overlook this time of day, right as the sun is continuing to creep up over some of those red rocks.
Again, Rachel Entrican, second place female at this point.
Yeah, and it was interesting. So I was, as most people maybe know, I was out on course yesterday, and I got to see Rachel come into Jerome. She was the women's leader coming into Jerome, and we're back on Michael McKnight. But I'll finish my thought quickly on Rachel. and decided to take a nap. I thought that, short nap, get back out. She had to have been in her crew vehicle for like multiple hours. So got well rested. I'm assuming that she thinks that is more than enough to get her pushed to the finish.
Yeah.
Without any more significant sleep. Maybe a dirt nap here or there if you're feeling like you need it. But she looked so strong coming in. And then Mika and Eliza both came in and exited prior to her. So when she left, she was officially F3, as we're looking at Mike McKnight here, the man who rose from the ashes last year to secure his first victory at the Cocodona 250. Still pushing strong. Like, I think that because Mike is a little bit further back in the overall pack, people may look at this performance and think that it's poor. And I'm sure it's not the performance that he wanted, but they're running so fast.
Oh, yeah.
And then it looks like we've got, this is definitely in between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill. So this is either Harold S. or Jeff Browning.
This is great. All of our team has woken up and drones in the air in several locations. So again, this one is toward the front of the pack. Taking a guess that this is race leader Jeff Browning.
That would make sense just based on where this drone pilot's flying from. And this is the type of terrain that they're going to be, like this section basically from Munns Park out to Fort Tuthill. This is kind of what it's like. Old logging roads, maybe a little double track mixed in, but primarily going to have plenty of room, non-technical trail as you just kind of wind your way through these beautiful pines.
Yeah, this is that Coconino Plateau look. A lot of the trails and roads right around here up at Flagstaff look a lot like this. This, as I think most folks know, this ponderosa pine forest that's up here is the largest ponderosa pine forest in the world, or at least in the country. Maybe the world is too strong, but this is great stuff. Nice wide smooth road. Jeff can just kind of focus on moving forward again. He's in excess of 200 miles at this point. The the Kelly Canyon aid station is 202.3, and the Fort Tuthill aid station is 210.6. And as Matt just mentioned, a lot of the section of the course looks a lot like this.
And then just forecasting a little bit further down course, once runners hit Fort Tuthill, they'll get on a little bit more double track-ish before they start to hit this, our version in Flagstaff of the canyon section.
Mm-hmm.
Where they kind of wind their way down into Skunk Canyon, which is this absolutely beautiful, winding single track that ends up running alongside kind of a canyon base, very vegetated, very forested, before they climb up onto I believe it's that they're on the Arizona Trail at that point. They wind their way over over and around towards Walnut Canyon, so then they're up near the edge of the canyon, up on kind of this plateau, and there are a few vistas where you can kind of look out over it, and it's absolutely beautiful. Fisher Point is one of the I guess if you're local or have been around Flagstaff a little bit, Fisher Point is kind of one of the more iconic kind of viewing spots that they run right past that kind of overlooks into these forested canyons. And
that Matt, it comes between Fort Tuthill and Walnut Canyon aid station. Okay,
yeah, it's that 12 to 13 mile section. runners will leave Fort Tuthill, wind their way over. Eventually, they go under Lake Mary Road.
Oh, okay.
Or
Right.
they cross Lake Mary Road, and then they start to hit these the Flagstaff Urban Trail and kind of wind into these canyon sections.
Nice drone shot there, zooming back out.
This looks like it might be the start of the 125 out at the old mine just north of Jerome. Or not north, just west of Jerome.
Yeah, reminder to everybody, while our focus is on the 250-mile race that we're just about 49 hours into, there is also another event kicking off today, the Sedona Canyons 125, which runs on the identical course of the 250 from the historic mining town of Jerome, Arizona, up here to Flagstaff. A good time to note, I know it's always unfortunate in races like this that there are some folks who don't make it to the finish line. Some of the DNFs that have taken place overnight or previously, Ryan Shepard called it a day after Fane Ranch. Brianna Cornell, Brandon Dutra. By the way, this is a small list of DNFs so far. John Grant, Shanna Bordnor, Bob Brashear, Neil Sachs, Dustin Hoffman. Who knew? Who knew that Dustin Hoffman was still running ultras? Kyung Lee, Carol Northrup, Michu Moria, Artemio Mendoza, Gregory Lowe, Cole Crosby. We did get my colleague Corinne Chalvoy had some communication with Cole Crosby's wife, apparently a little bit of an injury. Charity Larson, Brett Barker, Beth Freimiller, Taylor Scornavaco, Chad Trumbo, Megan McCarty, one of the early women's leaders, Jonathan Wilkes, Keith Eckert, Sean Gibson, Troy Croxdale, and Leanna Hood. We'll all live to fight another day, I'm sure.
And we're back out in Coconino County here. So we've got race leader Jeff Bronco Billy Browning running in between. Again, he is currently in between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill.
So again, 200 and mile 202 to mile 210. Another visitor from Australia, Matt. You've got
Love
them
it.
all.
Well, it's depending where you're at, it's starting to get kids are asleep over in
Right,
Australia.
it's the evening.
The adults can start tuning in undisturbed.
Yes, Benjamin. Thank you. Killian Korth was a DNF as well. 17-year-old runner John is still out there. That's Brody Chisholm. We had eyes on him thanks to the keen eagle-eyed folks in the chat that had eyes on Brody at the Sedona aid station. Brett is telling us that there's another 200 happening in Australia right now. Yeah, but does it have views like this? Well, perhaps it does.
Yeah, it was
Yeah, there's
glad you walked that back.
There's some stunning views in Australia. Don't get me wrong. Jeff Browning moving well, hitting this intersection here.
Because Jeff lives in Flag, I feel like the closer he gets to, once he gets to Fort Tuthill, he's gonna know those trails in this route. Obviously, he's done this route before, having done Sedona Canyons last year, but he's gonna feel right at home.
Yeah.
He's going to feel – I feel like that the weight is already probably lifted now that he's this close. But, Fort Tuthill is kind of that that gateway point into Flag proper. And once he gets there, he's probably just he's got to just feel so great from that point. And it looks like this is down at the Sedona Canyon's 125 start line.
There it is. Runners beginning to gather. We're about an hour and 20 minutes from the start of the Sedona Canyon's 125, which is the 125-mile race from Jerome, Arizona, or just outside Jerome, Arizona, to up here to Flagstaff. Must also be fun for Jeff to sort of mentally to think about, running home, right? Flagstaff is his home, has been now for several years, and now the day has dawned. Day 3 has dawned. He knows, barring a catastrophe, that he'll be finishing on this day. He will not face another night. It's got to be a good feeling. Family and friends will be here, as well as, Flagstaff folks who just turn out, usually along the streets as the finishers make their way through. Granted, we're several hours away from that, but with less than 50 miles to go, it might sound somewhat bizarre, but with less than 50 miles to go, you're starting to get just a hint of the smell of the barn.
And I will say, Harold S., not that far back. Like, this is not a done deal.
Yeah.
He's only a few miles back, so I would say that it's still within the realm of possibility. And he's moving seemingly maybe a little bit quicker than Jeff. I think we'll have a better idea once runners get to Fort Tuthill. I think that's kind of when we have an idea of, is this race out of reach or is it not?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he's having an incredible race. Was out front super early on, fell back. He was running with Mike Versteeg for the longest time. So in kind of third, fourth, has since, overtaken Joe McConaughey, the Bean Man himself, and he's just moving, you know?
So, Matt, a friend in the chat pointed out, Skunk Ape Events has pointed out a fun fact that Matt Feldick in 2010 placed 118th in the NCAA Midwest Regional with a 10K time of 34:29.
Yeah, he's pulling the...
Fantastic. That's flying.
Can't he dig a little bit more and pull out some of the good results?
Tanya Olson checking in. Good to see you this morning, Tanya. Yes, I did mention some of the details you shared with me via text about feet. If anybody does not know Tanya, Tampa St. Pete's finest and perhaps one of the greatest foot doctors around, pointed out that she was getting reports, kind of offline reports, that folks were just putting blister pads on blisters, and gave me some suggestions that I passed on last night. So again, I think Troy's flying under the bridge again here, Matt.
Yeah, and we've got it looked like that was Manu, who we had there.
Yep, Manu Villaseca. I know that my friend Brittany Peterson was pacing her a little while ago, perhaps is still with her. Yeah, Bonzabiku, we don't know if this is completely accurate, but Subertus, at least according to the tracker, just about 2 miles behind Jeff. All right, Skunk Ape is coming back with a sub-16 5K.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to mute Skunk Apes in the chat. I'll let him just keep digging.
All right. Thank you, Skunk Ape, for being here.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man.
Blimp Captain, we do not know about Broncos sleep plan. We might get some word from our friends on the street, on the ground. Sorry, not on the street. But what Tanya suggested is that instead of putting blister patches on runners' feet, she declared it a horrible idea. Tanya suggested with broken skin, a tiny dab of zinc oxide or antibiotic ointment on the broken skin to protect it from the tape adhesive. Then ideally a layer of a good old-fashioned tincture of benzoin and KT tape. If the skin's intact, no antibiotic or zinc oxide. And of course, you can learn all about this on Tanya's foot care videos, which you can find on the Runners tab on the Western States link on the Western States website. Tanya is the grand poobah of foot care at Michigan Bluff every year at Western States. So this is Manu Villaseca. So not far behind Rachel. Just if we're just doing a quick math of when we saw Rachel coming on this section of trail.
Yeah, and I think that was, you could see that on the tracker a little bit, but it's, yeah, how close they are. Seeing them like in person it's kind of crazy. Like, just a few minutes, really. Like
yeah.
Probably 10, 15 minutes apart. People already giving you a hard time for the Western States reference here.
Yeah, I know, but that was a public service announcement.
Yeah.
That was not just a shameless Western States plug. That was my friend Tanya. I see her every year up there at Michigan Bluff. And by the way, if you're going to be at the race this year, come on by. There's nothing like hanging out at Michigan Bluff on race day, except perhaps hanging out at Sedona here at the Cocodona 250. Again, here we are looking down.
Runners starting to get checked in here for the 125.
Again, the companion race that kicks off in about an hour and 15 minutes from Jerome. 125 miles from Jerome through Sedona, Munns Park, Kelly Canyon, Fort Tuthill, and the rest. Good stuff. And then again on Friday, the Eldon Crest 38, the third of the Cocodona week events. We are enjoying the sunrise, the early morning light. Dawn has come to day 3 of Cocodona 250. Keep in mind that it's a 125-hour total time on the clock for everybody in the Cocodona 250. We're looking down on Manu Villaseca and her pacer just in the lower left-hand corner there before Troy's scanning back to up the trail to that iconic bridge across Oak Creek.
Yeah, just what a beautiful view to be soaking in kind of on this this third morning.
Yes, indeed. And Matt, I've got to say the weather conditions have just been ideal for this year's race. The day one, which is can always be tricky as it's low, it's down, starts on the desert floor. It was not. I mean, it was warm, but it was probably in the low to mid 80s Fahrenheit on that first day. And yesterday, yesterday was downright cold early in the morning and breezy through the day. And today seems to be treating the runners to much of the same. We're seeing crews and pacers kind of coming out here with gloves and hats and jackets. I'm sure by midday it'll be nice and warm, but great conditions for a 250-mile race.
Yeah, and I got to catch up with Finn Milklanson yesterday at Jerome, and he talked a little bit about the first section and obviously noted that it's hard, right? But I think one of the things that he said that stuck out to me is the story that doesn't get told enough is how beautiful that section actually is.
Yeah.
It's easy to focus in on how hard it is, but there's a reason that we take you that way, right? Because it's just such a beautiful section. So it's hard, you're exposed, it's hot, not as hot this year as maybe some past years, or that was even forecasted a week ago, thankfully.
Yeah.
But it's also just this stunningly beautiful area where it's just quiet, serene, kind of low desert mountain type of vibe. So it's cool to hear that come from him. Like, you come in and you expect that first section to be so hard, and it is hard, but you're never told that it's like, oh, it's also really, really beautiful.
And incredibly remote. I was struck when I was there last month there are some vistas in the heart of it's the Bradshaw Mountains that the race traverses in that first 37-mile stretch into Crown King. And it's incredible. There are some vistas where you're up high and a 360-degree view, and with the exception of trails and maybe a bit of old sort of mining ruins that might be down in some of these gullies, there's no sign of human habitation. I mean, it's really remote, and so I echo Finn's comments that it is incredibly beautiful. And speaking of incredibly beautiful, here are the iconic red rocks of Sedona.
Yeah, and prior to this shot, we were just taking a look at the Munns Park aid station.
Okay, yep, mile 191. Yep, Kelpin Fern asking about the 125 race. Indeed, starting today at 7 o'clock, so about an hour and 10 minutes from just outside Jerome. It follows the course back up to Flagstaff, kind of utilizing the same aid stations and so forth that Cocodona 250 utilizes. And then again, Friday morning, Eldon Crest 38 kicks off, doing much the same for that last 38-mile stretch. It's a beautiful view here looking out into the basin. I think this is looking south towards Phoenix and the valley.
Yep, so you'd be looking across the Verde Valley here. That little range of mountains I believe is the Black Hills, which is where Mingus is if we're looking the direction that I believe we're looking. And the chat going crazy about Jeff Browning's GPS tracker right now. So we'll work on getting you an update, but as has been noted in the chat already, there is some plus minus air here. There's some GPS float. So until we get confirmation from our race command, I would not jump to any conclusions that Jeff Browning is off course.
Yeah, especially given the area that he is. He's up on the Coconino Plateau now. A lot of it is forest road. It's an area Jeff knows very well. Gotta think it's highly unlikely that Jeff's gone off course, but there you never say never. So as Matt mentioned, we'll await word. We'll await word from Race Command if there's anything
I will say,
unusual going on.
1 year, Chris Warden offered to eat a shoe if Aaron Barber had gotten off course, and Aaron Barber did in fact get off course. So I will not go as far as to pull a Chris Warden here and offer to eat one of my shoes. However, I have reached out to Race Command, so if we do get an update, we will let you know. But as of right now, I would assume that it's GPS float. A little bit of drift there, but again, we'll keep you updated. But in the meantime, I do encourage you all to put on your tinfoil hats and have a little bit of fun in the chat, because that's what we're here for.
That's what we're here
This
for.
might not be Aravaipa After Dark, but we've got a different kind of brew cracked here. We've got
our coffee cranked up thanks to.
We're here for it.
Yep.
This is a beautiful shot. So this right here is definitely looking east, and you can see in the horizon there that like very flat line is the Coconino Plateau. So runners obviously aren't running straight up a cliff wall. However, that is kind of where runners are going. They're going to wind their way up the Kasner grade climb to that plateau, and then things, for the most part, flatten out with obviously the little bump at the end. The runners have to deal with.
And as we've mentioned too, this is the beginning, just the first hour of our wall-to-wall, straight-through commentary coverage of the Cocodona 250 between now and our final finisher on Saturday morning at Heritage Square in Flagstaff. Matt Feldick is with me for a few hours. We have Shelby Farrell coming in. We have Zach Marion will jump on the microphone, Mercedes, and of course later this evening, Chris Warden. Great crew here in the studio, and of course our fantastic team out there flying drones, launching static cameras, running around with gimbals, providing as much coverage as we can to all of you, for all of you.
It looks like maybe we lost our feed there, so we'll work on, there we go. Also, just a huge shout out to the event crew for Cocodona here, getting everything set up. I'm not sure whose camera this is at the Sedona start, but if they have the ability to pan to the left a little bit to show that start line, to show the start line truss if they can. Event crew just did such a great job of getting everything set up. The tents, the check-in banners, the scrim, everything had to get set up after the 250 had already started and gotten underway. So huge shout out to the whole event crew and team working this weekend, and to all the volunteers. Takes a small army to put on this race, and we couldn't do it without the incredible staff and community that kind of surrounds us and is the fabric of this sport. So if you're just tuning in, this drone shot, courtesy of Troy Wicks, is overlooking the Sedona area. He's flying from Midgley Bridge, which is just before runners start to cross Oak Creek and start to climb up to the Coconino Plateau. Yeah, and this is a beautiful drone shot here, courtesy of John, our drone pilot. And I think one of the cool things about the Cocodona events is that you're not just traversing this like epic scenery. You're connecting all of these like little iconic mountain towns along the way. So starting down at Black Canyon City, connecting that with Crown King, connecting that with some of the high camps, connecting that with Prescott and Jerome and Sedona and Cottonwood, Clarkdale, like all of these iconic towns that are so rich in history are just like pieced together along this journey up into Flagstaff, which is, to me, is one of the things that makes this event so incredible. And again, the Sedona Canyons 125ers are going to get a small taste of that, connecting Sedona to Flagstaff, traversing some of that beautiful Red Rock country before they make their way up onto the Coconino Plateau and exploring some of the most beautiful kind of pine forest vegetation in the world. We got looks like we got a little Pete Mortimer in the chat here. So shout out to Pete. Pete, I hope you're starting your hike up Eldon here soon. You know, you got some meats to smoke. Yeah, and Chris Murphy in the chat asking for a quick update on the top 5 for both the men's and women's.
Just trackers pinging back towards the course.
And so on the men's side, and all of these men are through... Sorry, just trying to pull it up here. I'll let AJW control that for me.
All through... Looks like
everybody is... I'll pull it up.
Through Sedona? No.
Well, everyone should be through... The top 5 should all be through Munns.
Munns Park,
We've got Jeff Browning is currently in the lead. We've got, on the men's side, Geraldus Suburtus is through the Kelly Canyon aid station in second. We have... Joe McConaughey is running in third. He is out of the Munns Park aid station. And then we have Arlen Glick and Michael Versteeg, both last pinged a while ago in the Munns Park aid station. Again, their tracker hasn't updated in a little bit, it looks like. So they are likely out of Munns Park by now. It looks like maybe, Arlen's hasn't pinged in a while. And Versteeg is still at Munns Park. So that's our top 5 on the men's side. On the ladies' side, our race leader is still Mika Thews.
Just real quick jumping in, this I believe is Brody Chisholm. Just recognizing those shorts. that he's been wearing for most of the race. So this is 17-year-old Brody Chisholm, bib number 50, from New Hampshire, part of the three members of the Chisholm family, running the Cocodona 250. His older brother Ben and mom Jenny are a little ways behind him, but he's moving well here, leaving the Sedona aid station.
And then just to quickly wrap up that ladies field. So Mika Hughes is at Schnebly Hill in the lead. Rachel Entrekin is about to cross Oak Creek and start the Kasner Canyon climb momentarily. Manu Villaseca is just a few minutes behind her when we last saw them in third. And then in fourth and fifth, it looks like there might be a little bit of a gap there now. Yeah, it looks like Eliza LaPierre is the fourth woman, and she is back a little ways. It looks like maybe on the way into Sedona still. Yep, she's out at the Sedona Airport Loop. And I believe in fifth is Elsa Jaworski.
That was somebody Warden mentioned in his pre-race prognostication.
Yeah, she has a fairly mediocre coach, so it's wonderful to see her excel.
In spite of that.
Yeah, no.
Yes.
Shout out to Elsa, coached by our very own Zach Marion. Just absolutely crushing it out there. Still a lot of race left too, so interesting to see kind of where she ends up.
So yeah, Mika is up to Schnebly Hill, so that would put her up, as you talked about earlier, on the Coconino Plateau, having done that Kasner climb.
Screen's on Brody Chisholm right now.
Looks like Brody Chisholm and his pacer. We're guesstimating, Aaron T's asking about Mika's lead. We're guesstimating several, probably 6-7 miles. We did see Rachel leaving Sedona, and followed pretty closely by Manu Villaseca. No lead is safe, of course, as we've noted that Heraldus is, we're thinking, a couple of miles.
Oh, yeah. For those asking, the 125 should start at 7 a.m. here, so still a little bit away from the start of that race. But we do have camera feeds over there, and we'll make sure that we get the start. Our coverage will primarily focus on the 250. However, when we have camera feeds on 125 runners, we'll obviously keep you guys updated via the tracker, via the leaderboards, and yeah, we'll try our best to tell that story to its fullest. We'll have finishers coming in. I believe Jeff Browning ran 25 hours last year.
He did, 25 and change.
So we'll have finishers coming in tomorrow morning sometime. Would be my guess.
Yeah, question about age requirement in South Africa. It's at 18. No age requirement here at Cocodona or at the companion races, Sedona Canyons or Eldon Crest. And interestingly enough, no race qualification requirement either. Obviously, there are strong suggestions by Steve and the race organizers to have experience in long distances in the mountains and so forth. But in contrast to some of the other higher profile races here in North America, At least as of now, there are no requirements for registering and choosing to run Cocodona 250. For example, last year, Josh Perry, who finished second place, as we documented earlier in the broadcast, had not completed an ultramarathon, an official ultramarathon, but had incredible experience doing FKTs and through hiking and so forth. So, you wouldn't want to sign up for the Cocodona 250, off the couch. And yes, this is Brody Chisholm, 17 years old, just was panning away from him, moving well, running at a nice clip. Again, we're about an hour and about 50 minutes away from the start of the Sedona Canyons 125-mile race that runs from Jerome up here to Flagstaff. Just a little public service announcement. I just took a moment to collect myself and went outside, and up here in Flagstaff here at 7,000 feet, it is a beautiful, crisp spring morning. It's cool. The smell of the pines is wafting through the streets here, and Flagstaff is out in all of its glory today on day 3, when we will likely see the men's leaders come into town, and perhaps the women's leaders here into Flagstaff, Arizona. Beautiful, beautiful morning. So for those of you who are joining us from elsewhere, thank you. Thank you for tuning in to the live stream. Here is a good view of the check-in for the Sedona Canyons 250. And back here, we're thinking, Zach thinks this is Heraldus. Yep, Heraldus Sabertus. You might recall we saw Jeff Browning on this section, relatively smooth section of road. I would guess it was about 30 minutes ago. So, of course, we don't know exactly where Heraldus is, but that's Heraldus and his pacer, Heraldus from Alaska. He still has his pants on from the evening.
3 miles behind Jeff Browning.
All right, Zach confirms it's a 3-mile gap between Heraldus and Jeff. This is beyond Kelly Canyon, so this is the 10.3-mile section, largely Forest Service roads like this. The 10.3-mile section from Kelly Canyon to Fort Tuthill, where last night's guest Chris Thornley is presiding over the aid station. Squirrel's Nut Butter, one of our sponsors and one of the race sponsors, and hosts that aid station. Chris and the company Squirrel's Nut Butter do a great job supporting the sport. Our sponsors at Black Canyon, our sponsors up at the Big Pine Trail races, which take place next month up in Flagstaff. Sponsors of very active sponsors of the Javelina 100. Squirrel's Nut Butter, as we learned last night, was almost an accidental discovery for Chris. Chris had spent a career, as a tree specialist up in Flagstaff, and happened upon a recipe for lube, and is passionate about lube. If you ask him anything about lube, he can tell you just about everything, including the recipe for his various products that Squirrel's Nut Butter provides. So again, Heraldus Sabertus, second place male, and his pacer, traversing the section, the 8-mile section between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill. When Jeff and then Heraldus arrive at Fort Tuthill, they'll be 210 miles in to the 250-mile journey from Black Canyon City, or just north of Black Canyon City, Deep Canyon Ranch, to Flagstaff, Arizona.
Troy's asking us to fix it so he gets audio and visual from the field. I don't know why they wouldn't be seeing it.
I just a observation here, and I know we're seeing this in the chat as well. Heraldus is moving well through this section. I mean, of course, we can't compare apples to apples, but just thinking through watching Jeff and his pacer traverse this section, 40 minutes ago, Heraldus is moving. And I mean, never say never. But the race is not over. That's for sure. He will get to an intersection here of more of a major road and make a left-hand turn. And again, this on his way to Fort Tuthill. State Park, State Fairgrounds, a large facility, very, very popular with the locals from Flagstaff, as well as Phoenicians and people from the hotter parts of the state to escape the heat and come up and camp out and enjoy some recreation. There's a concert venue at Fort Tuthill. There's fairgrounds. There's some sort of bike park type stuff going on there. It's actually a really cool place.
They host rodeos there.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Evans came to the local rodeo when he was here prior to your favorite race, which will not be named, the Western States Endurance Run. Speaking of what's on the screen here, I think that it's kind of wild how close this race is.
Yeah.
Right? Yes, Jeff Browning has a gap. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, Zach estimated, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Zach estimated it just at about 3 miles, which at the grand scheme of things is not a huge gap.
Well, especially when you have a climb up Mount Eldon still,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's a two-ish mile climb. If someone is moving a couple minutes faster per mile, say 2 or 3 minutes faster per mile, you can make up, 6, 7, 8 minutes there.
Yeah.
Plus these running sections, Harry S. just looks like he's moving really well.
Yeah, he really is. He really is. And like Jeff, I mean, now he knows he's in the third day. He's going to finish before no sure things, but he's going to finish before the dark on this third day. And there's something motivating about that and the pine trees, and he's up on the Coconino Plateau. Yes, he has that significant bump of Mount Eldon still to come, but wow.
I think another thing, I've pointed out a lot of things that make Cocodona such like a fascinating race. I think one of the things that is most fascinating to me is that Kevin Goldberg is consistently in the chat while out there running. As he said a minute ago, a lot of walking.
Yeah.
We're just like getting through it. So the community that surrounds this event is incredible. So shout out to Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin, great. Thank you for joining us in the chat. Chris and I had a fun interview with Kevin back at Javelina. Kevin's just a great guy. He's participated in this every year, or at least 2 years. I think this is his third year. But he's in the chat. He can correct us if we're wrong. Here's that intersection where we saw Jeff make this left-hand turn. So I don't know. I'm going to ballpark. I'm going to ballpark 30.
Like that much.
Yeah. Just we only know when we last saw Jeff here, but
and we'll get. I think again a good indication is going to be what their splits are at Fort Tuthill as we're back. Golly,
look at that. Again, this is the view from our drone flying above the Sedona aid station. Wow. Yeah, and of course we did go off the air for 5-6 hours. We don't exactly know what Jeff has done for sleep. We know he wasn't planning on sleeping much, but sleep is also, as we saw with Rachel Entrekin, taking a more lengthy sleep break than is typical for folks towards the front of the race. Sleep strategy is one of the tremendous variables in a 200-mile race that may not play as much of a factor in, say, a 100-mile race, and kind of means that anything can happen. And that climb, I think when you're in second place, especially when you're in second place, you're a chaser. You never know, and you have to run. You have to run with the idea that you're going to catch that person. Whether you catch that person because you're actually running faster than them, whether you catch that person because they falter, they take longer in an aid station, they go a little bit off course, they have a little gear malfunction. There's anything that can happen. So all you can do is control what you can control as the second place runner, and put your head down and move. And clearly that looked like what Harry S. was doing.
Yeah, and our drone pilot Jason did say he when he ran by, he asked him how he was doing, and he said, "I'm chilling."
Really?
Yeah. So seems like the vibes are high for the old Harry S.
Question about women's course record time.
I'm trying to pull
Matt's
up
digging
Sarah
it up.
Ostaszewski's split.
And again,
from
as
last year.
Corinne and I talked a lot about yesterday, we really, in terms of course record, when we talk about course records at Cocodona, we really are looking in terms of an apples to apples comparison to last year's race. The 2023 race. The 2022 race had a course that had to be significantly altered within days of the start, which was an incredible undertaking by the race organization, within days of the start, and was essentially the conventional wisdom is it was a significantly easier course, in large part because it completely bypassed the now infamous first 37 miles from the desert floor to Crown King. And then the first year, which was the inaugural year 2021, memorialized in that fantastic film, if you haven't seen it, The Inaugural Year, had a whole lot of sort of, let's just call them course quirks or eccentricities or just aspects of the course that needed to be ironed out, as often is the case in a first-year event. If you recall watching the live stream from that race, it was literally aid station cutoff times were being adjusted in real time as the race went on. Jamil Curry, the president of Aeroviper Running, was running the race that year, was radioing back, hey guys, this is a lot harder and this is going to take a lot longer than a lot of people thought it was going to be. I think, Matt, you've got some info?
Yeah, Mika is about 4 hours ahead of Sarah Ostaszewski's splits from last year at Sedona. We don't have an official split from her at Schnebly. However, she is at Schnebly, and Sarah Ostaszewski was at Schnebly about 4 hours from now last year. So.
Well, there you go. That gives us a good indicator. Again, Schnebly Hill is up on the Coconino Plateau, and at the top of the, what do you call that climb?
I believe it's the Kasner
climb.
grade climb.
Yep, and it's and she's sitting at mile 170.5, so she's got about 70 miles to go. We're at 49 hours elapsed, so I mean she's got 23 hours to go.
And it looks like Zach maybe has an update for us from behind the screens here.
I've got a little bit of an update. If you want to play the game, if a Jeff Browning leaves mile 207.2 running 4.1 miles per hour, and a Heroldis Subertus leaves mile 204.4 traveling at 5.3 miles per hour. That's going to be a disparity of 2.8 miles at a pace difference of 1.2 miles per hour. If you do the math on that, that is Heroldis is going to catch Jeff if they maintain speed in 1 hour and 24 minutes. If a train leaves train station A at this speed and train B leaves at this speed, they're going to collide in an hour and 24 minutes, assuming they both maintain the pace.
We
Wow.
might have fireworks on our hand
could.
here at JW.
We could. John P, I want to respond to this a little bit, suggesting that with so many weather variations, shoe improvements, course changes, comparing course records and the like is perhaps unfair. There's part of me that would absolutely agree, but you know, a large part of this, and especially folks following along in the chat, are just interested in how these performances compare to past years. So while certainly, you know, comparing year to year with all of those things you mentioned is a little bit of apples to oranges, but it is nice to have something upon which to base these kinds of comparisons. I'd say Zach's observation just now, though, about, you know, the miles per hour, if you project Jeff's miles per hour versus Harold S.'s miles per hour, then somewhere before in between Walnut Canyon and the beginning of the Mount Eldon climb, you could very easily have a pass take place. That would be fantastic. It looks like, we just about had I'm sure we'll get that back. We just about had a on the ground cam. And I know some of you are tuning in because you might have friends or loved ones in the 125-mile companion race, Sedona Canyons 125, which starts at 7 a.m. Arizona time. So in about 35 minutes.
And for all of those of you at home who are loving these views, getting excited, registration for next year's race is open.
Mm-hmm.
So go on over to Ultra Sign Up. Our early bird pricing is available. Tons of people have been taking advantage of that so far, but this race did sell out this year. It will likely sell out again next year. So I would suggest, securing your spot early so that you can be swept off your feet by the beauty of the Cocodona 250.
Yes, and a similar time frame. It is next year kicking off on May 5th, Monday, May 5th, and concluding on May 10th, so just a day earlier than this year's race. I don't believe registration for the companion events is open. They are. So registration for Sedona Canyons and Eldon Crest is also open.
Well, and since
at this point.
Goldberg is in the chat, I wonder if he has time to sign up from on course.
Well, yeah.
We had Garmeyer register at the finish line last year, but we've never had anyone, to my knowledge, register for next year's race while running this one. So Goldberg could be a trendsetter in that capacity.
Absolutely. Goldberg commenting that he did spend some time with Brody Chisholm overnight and calls him a great kid. Seems like a great kid. This is the Sedona aid station.
We'll see if we can get a bib number here, I believe, so that we can identify this runner.
47.
47.
Thank you for that.
We will pull that runner up, who appears to be Wes Rittner, great state of Colorado.
All right. Attaway, Wes. And Wes looks relaxed and composed. Great. Been getting some great footage. You get a little glimpse into the wonder and beauty of the Aravaipa aid stations here at Cocodona, as we were mentioning yesterday. Each aid station is fully stocked with just about anything you could imagine, as is customary at Aravaipa. All dietary needs are met: vegan, vegetarian, gluten intolerant, gluten-free. And then each aid station, too, has a specialty or two that they offer the racers here at Sedona. It's burgers, scrambled eggs, tofu, bacon, and pancakes. So they cover breakfast, lunch, and dinner right there at Sedona. Patty Curry, who is Jamil Curry's mom, and is the aid station Grand Poobah, I call her. If any of you, Matt knows this very well, but if you've made it by the Aravaipa headquarters pretty much any time over the last 2 months, you probably saw Patty Curry toiling away, preparing for this week. The shopping, the preparation, the sorting, all takes literally months in advance of this race to stage everything and get it going. Interestingly enough, too, people are asking about the drop bags. I know, for example, people are asking if you have to put a drop bag at every single drop bag aid station if you want one. And the answer is sort of, because there are several. For example, if you leave a drop bag at Crown King, it's then packed up and transported up to Fort Tuthill. In fact, the entire aid station is packed up at Crown King and transported up to Fort Tuthill. Just an incredible undertaking by this race organization.
And I do love in the chat here people telling Kevin to hurry up. It reminds me of all those moments at youth track meets where parents are yelling, "Go, go, go, run faster." I'm sure Kevin's hurrying.
Yeah.
You know? And we are right now looking at the Sedona Canyons 125 start line area. As you can see there, runners will be checking in for the race here. It looks like we've got the drop bag area off there to the right side of the screen behind all of the folks there. And again, really exciting race. If you want to experience some of the more beautiful, more scenic sections of the Cocodona 250, but don't want to run for 5.5 days, this is your jam right here. Start on Wednesday morning, and you still have until Saturday to finish.
Yeah, I'll be the first to admit that my registration fingers are twitching a little bit.
Yeah, what was your plan? I remember you talking about it yesterday. You're doing the 125.
Yeah, my
next year.
plan would. So I'm doing Javelina this year, this October. Yep. I have not done a 100-miler now since 2021, so I need to hop back on that horse. So I'm doing Javelina, along with, by the way, the two 12-hour events out at Nardini Ranch. Just a quick plug for those. If you like fixed time events, or if something in remote trails like this intimidates you a little bit, we have two incredible events during the summer out at Nardini Ranch, which is, or Nardini Manor, I should say, which is a beautiful old mansion in outside of Buckeye, Arizona, where there's a 12-hour event on June 1st, the Hotfoot Hamster, as well as the Jackrabbit Jubilee, which is a nighttime 12-hour event. I'm going to run both of those. Then I'm going to run Javelina 100. And if all goes well and things hold together, I'm going to jump into the Sedona Canyons 125 in 2025, and then the Big Kahuna in 2026.
I love it.
So I'll get it done before I turn 60. But yeah, just watching this again, here we are looking at the check-in for the Sedona Canyons 125. Starts in just a little bit less than half an hour. This is just outside of Jerome. There's the starting arch and the gateway that takes them out of town. There's very little flat ground in Jerome. If you've been there, you know it's literally built into the side of the mountain. Yep, Hotfoot Hamster on June 1st. Oh, sorry, you're right, John. There's a 24-hour version there as well.
Yep. And then I'm going to see if Zach can put us on picture-in-picture here for a second. I want to give a special shout-out here in just a second.
Let me fix my hair real quick. What little I have left. Scott S. mentioning Jamil buying an ice machine a couple years ago was brilliant. Absolutely. Hillary Thornton, yes, indeed. I have stepped away from education. I've spent 32 years as a teacher and administrator, and effective January 1st, I am moving in a different direction. I have a coaching ultra and trail running coaching practice, and am piecing together a living doing all running related things, such as live streaming, podcasting, writing for I Run Far. In fact, when I go off the air this afternoon, I still have to get my column done for AJW's Tap Room, which is my column that's published every Friday on the incredible running website, irunfar.com. And I am also, I know folks have been asking about this for the better part of 4 years. I've been dreaming about or scheming about writing a book, kind of putting together my ruminations on trail and ultra running and producing a book. And I'm trying to devote a period of time each week to working on that book. My mom's an author, and she has lots of contacts in the publishing business, and she too has encouraged me to put pen to paper. So we will see how that goes. But I want to turn it back over to Matt Feldick, who's co-commentating with me this morning. What's up?
Yeah, so I want to just give a huge shout out to Chrissy at our apparel department for this beautiful Cocodona After Dark shirt. Everyone needs to let me know in the chat if we should produce these for purchase or whether we should just let AJW and Chris Warden keep them and be twinsies. So just wanted to make sure I give Chrissy a shout out for producing all of the apparel that's for sale, both on our website and at the race packet pickups, as well as making sure, our commentary team has Cocodona apparel and gear and all of that, lined up and dialed in. The bowling shirts for Cocodona After Dark, absolutely classic.
Yeah, we'd love to hear about that. I will say, too, in contrast to other bowling shirts that I've had in the past, this one's real comfortable. It's almost a felty type material that's really comfy. So, Chrissy, thank you for that. I know that you teased us a lot over the weeks before the race with some photos and some mock-ups of what you were producing for our After Dark apparel. And by the way, viewers, I hope you've enjoyed our After Dark coverage so far. We've got it coming each and every night now for the rest of the event. But we have a good time with it. It's a little bit different. Sometimes we go in a little different direction. As night falls, we don't often have the great camera shots, for example, that we're seeing here. We have to have our drones on the ground. So it gives us a little bit more time to sort of just chat, bring guests on. As last night, for example, we had Rory on to present some rap music, as well as Chris Thornley, owner of Squirrel's Nut Butter, to talk a little bit about his company. So yeah, my vote is let's mass produce these shirts. They're fantastic.
Well, I mean, I think that might be our next big venture, right? Like, could we sponsor a pro bowling team?
Yeah,
something. Get them some shirts with the Cocodona After Dark logo. We might be onto something here.
Again, Cocodona 250 coverage brought to you by Mountain Outpost. Mountain Outhouse is part of Mountain Outhouse. This is the start line for Sedona Canyons 125, which goes off in about 23 minutes from Jerome, Arizona. Couple hundred runners, as Matt mentioned. Registration is open for the 2025 races right now on Ultra Sign Up. Here we have a cam out on the course. giving you an idea of close-up view of the course. This is just judging by the surface. It looks a little Sedona-ish.
Yeah, this is definitely down in Sedona. That red rock clay is unmistakable.
Yeah, John P. Voice is a little more ragged this morning. We since last night was our final night of going off the air, the broadcast team stayed up a little bit later last night, just kind of swapping stories and talking about how things were going so far. So we stayed up a little bit later, just kind of having social time, because really for the next 72 hours, we're going to be doing this. Different commentators coming and going, different members of the production team coming and going. Zach's on there right now. We have Jordan coming in. We have Trevor. Of course, we have Matt. We have a bunch of commentators.
Poncho Bryce will be in.
Poncho Bryce is making an appearance.
Yep, he'll be helping with some of the production tomorrow.
Yeah, I know Trails Von Mutter. The lack of knowledge about the Twitter memes was a little bit disheartening, but what can I say? It's just the way it rolls. Kids these days. Yeah, this is great. So again, start line of Sedona Canyons, 20 minutes away from that start. We've said it before, should probably say it again. Our focus is definitely on the Cocodona 250. But given the fact that we have our camera crews out there, we have our drones in the air, we will certainly be able to provide, some coverage of the Sedona Canyons 125, as well as the Eldon Crest 38, which starts on Friday. May not be as sophisticated as our Cocodona coverage, with updates on runners and when they've come through aid stations and so forth. But we'll certainly do our best.
Yeah, and there was a question earlier about Mika. I have come into the 8-mile 180 aid station. Yes, she is. She is at the Schnebly aid station. So she is at mile 179.5 and will be making her way to Munns Park.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that big climb, Kasner climb, Mika has put behind her. She still has the big one up and over Eldon, the highest point on the course, still to come. Great shot here of the winding single track in the Sedona area. Matt Myers asking another question about the milk. I think somebody certainly missed a sponsor opportunity this year with all the milk that's being consumed out there on the course.
Yeah, we need like a Shamrock Farms sponsorship or something.
I think
based
that
down in just south of Phoenix is where their farm's located. So
yeah, I think that would be brilliant. Because it just seemed like every time there was an aid station stop, and folks, whether it was Arlen or Jeff or, of course, Michael McKnight,
Finn Milk-Lanson, in the
must have
festivities.
been the key to helping his stomach recover.
We might not even need like a milk sponsorship. We might need to partner with like a local farmer who just has a cow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because just raw milk, not even pasteurized or anything.
Yeah, just got the stuff down.
Yep.
So if you are just joining us, this is Andy Jones-Wilkins with Matt Feldick on the Cocodona 250 live stream brought to you by Mountain Outpost. We are on day 3. And we are just a few moments, about 15 minutes away from the start of the Sedona Canyons 125 companion race that takes runners from Jerome, Arizona, up here to Flagstaff. Beautiful morning here in Flagstaff. Cool and crisp, light breeze rustling through the pines. Beautiful up here. Spring morning in the mountains.
And Mika Thews has left the Schnebly Hill aid station now, so she is making her way to Munns Park. And we do have, it looks like Matt Smith and Jonathan Van Goens are both in that aid station. And Finn Milk Lanson is making his way up the Kasner climb and will be at that aid station soon. And Goldberg, the people's champion, not too far behind. And we're about 6 minutes away now from the start of the Sedona Canyons 125.
Yeah, if you missed it a little bit earlier, Zach, Marion, our producer, did a little fifth grade math and determined that that Browning Suburtus gap is far from insurmountable.
That's at least 8th grade math.
All right, okay, sorry, 8th grade math. I was in the gifted classes. What can I say? And so it's far from insurmountable, and there's a shot. I'm sure Harry is running that way, as we talked about. You're running second place. You're hunting. Good shot there of a runner traversing that Red Rock single track. We'll try and get some more on Jeff Garmeyer. I do know before we went off the air last night, as he was leaving Sedona, he spent a considerable time in the aid station working on his Achilles. He was pretty taped up as he left, kind of favoring I think it was his right Achilles calf area. But knowing Jeff, he'll forge on.
Yeah, and this is Mike Milknight here. On our camera feed. Again, this is our esteemed drone pilot, Troy Wicks, who was also at the location in Clarkdale, where I was following Arlen yesterday. So, for clarity, wasn't leaving my son along the side of the road. He was set up with a chair there next to our esteemed drone pilot. So, but yeah, we got Mike McKnight here. Still having a really solid race.
Yeah, and
this year has been bananas.
Yep, and moving well. Look at him, Mike Milk Knight, Finn Milk Lanson. This is catching on.
Well, and then Jeff Browning is just the dairy daddy.
Yeah, exactly. I just got a text message from old friend George Plomerity. You've probably seen him on the screen a couple of times. He's crewing for Jeff Browning.
It looks like maybe we lost that feed, so we'll try to get that back up. Oh, there we go. We're back at the start of the Sedona Canyons race. Just moments away. 2.5 minutes if we start on time here, which we're hopeful for, as runners are starting to pile in.
So a little bit of the logistics. Is Steve Adderholt the race director for all 3 distances? Or are there sort of sub or assistant race directors that cover the other 2 distances? How does that work within the Aravaipa organization?
No, Mr. Steve is is the grand poobah of the whole thing.
Of the entire thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So race director for all of what I would consider like the Cocodona events, right? So you've got the Cocodona 250, the Sedona Canyons 125, the Eldon Crest 38, and who knows if there will ever be more races or additional distances or what that ultimately looks like. But yeah, Steve is the king of them all.
Yeah, and by the way, all joking aside about mentioning Western States, I received the updated aid station captain's packet a couple of months ago, and was really excited where they list they send it out to all the folks who are sort of leaders in that race organization, and was really excited to see the new finish line coordinator for the Western States 100 is our very own Steve Adderholt.
Yeah.
Coming from a background in race organization and event production, it's just perfect. It was time for the race to transition, from the Flahavens, who were the Tom and Donnie, who were the finish line coordinators for years, and it just was a perfect opportunity. And they found Steve, and I think he's going to transition right from this incredible undertaking to 6 weeks from now coordinating that finish line at the Western States 100. So congratulations on that, Steve, and no rest for the weary. Once you pack up everything from this race, it's on to the next one. So this is the start. And remember, our race clock is 10 minutes behind on the hour. So this is starting in about 10, 15 seconds at 49:50 on the clock in the upper right. Good-looking field of runners there. And they're off.
There we go. The Sedona Canyons 125 is officially underway.
The speediest running we're going to see all weekend.
And again, we're going to do our best to show you what we can of this race, but we also want to make sure that we're keeping our attention on the incredible runners from the 250, the Cocodona 250. And then on Friday, we will also show you the start of the Eldon Crest 38, and we'll show you as much of that as we can as well. But so the Sedona Canyons runners do take a slightly different route this year. They leave Sedona in a slightly different way. And then once they get up onto the Coconino Plateau, their route is also a little bit different due to some permitting and wildlife concerns up there. So their start through Jerome is just slightly different. They're going to come instead of where the 250 runners kind of stay north once they leave Jerome. The Sedona Canyons runners are going to come down more in towards Cottonwood proper before making their way back north.
And they do it does look like, though, they do have a significant descent right out of the gate. They do hit Dead Horse Ranch, where the 250 runners have gone. And then they traverse their way up and over into Sedona, and do a version of that Kasner climb as well, with the steep section, the water only stop, and eventually up into Munns Park. So look, that's a great shot there of the historic mining town of Jerome, Arizona, or just outside Jerome, Arizona. The Sedona Canyons 250 runners shooting out of the gate.
Yeah, so this right here is going to be kind of the way that the 250 runners descend down towards Jerome. So when they come off Mingus, they're going to take this gnarly kind of single track, double track down from Mingus Mountain, hit this road, and take this down into Jerome. They will not hit the Jerome aid station, obviously because they're a mile or two into the race. That they will kind of turn off and start to make their way towards Dead Horse Ranch from there.
And keep in mind, they will encounter 250-mile runners for sure. The Jerome cutoff is not until 8 p.m. this evening. It's 8 p.m. It's 7 a.m. So there's a 13 hours. Runners still have 13 hours to get to and through Jerome. So there'll be plenty of interaction between the 125ers and the 250 runners. It's always interesting having done races with multiple distances. It's often sort of emotionally. I'm often emotionally conflicted when I am in a longer event and encounter the shorter distance runners. On the one hand, it's great to have companions on the course for a little while. But on the other hand, I've been out there much longer than them, and they're coming by with spring in their step, and their clothes are clean, and they're happy and buoyant, and it can be a little frustrating. So it's a little bit of both, as I'm sure these 125 runners, as they encounter the 250 runners, will give them the appropriate space on the trail and encouragement, and maybe light a fire under them for putting a little bit of spring in their step, as they still have 125 miles to go. Michael McKnight, recognized those orange shorts.
Looks like he's moving pretty strong here.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's going to hit these steps. This will take him down next to the bridge. He'll come out the other side and have that nice vantage point.
That's right, where we saw the second and third place women a short time ago.
Yep.
If Troy is true to form, he's going to fly the drone under the bridge right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as fun going over. Actually, I don't know that we're allowed to go over, because I think that is a highway. So appreciate Troy doing the duck under for us.
Yep, so can't miss those orange shorts.
And the chat has been going crazy after the Sedona Canyons 125 start. Now I'm getting text messages flooding in asking if we can find the clip and play it later of the infamous drone crash at the start of the Sedona Canyons 125, while Jamil is also filming. And we can just hear him in the background yelling obscenities. We'll have to see if we can get that queued up. That might be something that we relive during the after dark, so that we aren't pulled off stream.
Yes, Jamil, often the calm in the face of adversity guy, occasionally loses it.
Yeah, and Jeff Browning saying, as the drone crashed, saying, that's not good. One of the moments of Cocodona 250 live stream that will live in infamy for the rest of our lives, etched in the fabric of the live streaming history of this sport.
Again, we're looking, kind of toggling back and forth here, is Michael McKnight and his pacer on the trail out of the Sedona aid station, and we're also seeing the start, the first few minutes of the Sedona Canyons 125, which started 7.5 minutes ago. Good question, Chris. We do not yet have intel on what Jeff or Harold did overnight, if there was a short sleep break or not. But, I mean, we're just prognosticating and guessing based on how fast they're going, that if they did take some sleep, it was not a whole lot. And certainly when you're north of 200 miles and it's a 250-mile race and it's daytime, it's probably, that's the end of your sleep, unless things are really dire and you just need to take a quick dirt nap to keep from falling off the trail.
I know for certain that Jeff Browning does not plan on sleeping until Flagstaff at this point. His goal was 20 to 25 minutes a night for the first 2 nights and then make it to the finish line.
There you go. Zach's got the intel.
Sorry, let me change. Jeff Counting. Jeff Counting.
Ah, that's right. Moo. These are some 125 runners, I believe.
We've got some great runners out on the course. We've got Jeff Counting. We've got Finn Milk Lanson. We've got Mike Moonite. Got some fun ones out there.
Yep.
Well, and all of those runners are just really moving right now.
Arlen Glilk.
It's utterly impressive, the performance that they're putting on.
I think they'd probably say this race is the teats.
The start of the Sedona Canyons 125. Leaving the town of Jerome. Merging with the 250 course, dropping down into Clarkdale, the town made famous yesterday afternoon by my colleague Matt Feldick, seeking the nomination for Father of the Year, chasing down Arlen Glilk with his camera and his son in his arms.
I'll say it. There's a park right across the street from where we were there. I think they should build a statue.
I think so too. Let's memorialize it. Now it's getting crazy. Jamil Coconut Milk Corey. Yeah, definitely reaching. Yeah, good time for a quick update. Thank you for the encouragement, Tara Lynn. In the women's race, Mika Thews continues to lead. She has, according to our reports, made it to and through the Schnebly aid station at mile 179.5. In second place, one-time leader Rachel Entricken, who's en route to Schnebly. And not far behind her, especially based on what we saw as they were these drone shots from Troy as they were leaving Sedona aid station. Not far behind her, third place runner, woman Manu Villaseca, and in fourth place on the women's side, Eliza Lapierre, and rounding out the top 5, Elsa Jaworski, and a little bonus right behind Elsa. Within minutes, 6th place, Ashley Polson, and 7th place, Kylie Drugan Epic. And interestingly enough, going back to Deer Pass aid station, because we don't yet have eyes on that. Well, there's Eliza Lapierre, must be at Sedona. That's Jason Coop's van. I know Coop's van has occasionally made an appearance in the chat. And that's Jason Coop, by the way, with the fill in that pack. The rest of Eliza's crew. So Eliza has arrived at Sedona, mile 162.3.
And she is currently in F4 position.
Yep, 4th place. There's one woman, Mika Thews, through the next aid station, Schnebly Hill, and 2 in between Schnebly Hill and Sedona and Schnebly Hill. And then Eliza here in 4th place.
And we do have the Bronco man himself, Jeff Browning, is at Fort Tuthill. I don't believe we have cameras set up there quite yet, but he is in Fort Tuthill, mile 210.2.
I actually, this is great. I'm glad you mentioned that because I was mentioning George Plomarity. He just texted me, and Jeff is out. He was about a 4-minute stop in the aid station. George says he's definitely feeling the distance, but ate some eggs and cheese, checked in with the team, got a new bag of calories, and bounced. As George says, Bronco doing his Bronco thing. Giddy up. So in and out of Fort Tuthill in just under 4 minutes, according to George on the ground. I think we'll probably hear again from George at Walnut Canyon. This is Eliza LaPierre, along with her crew at the Sedona aid station, mile 162.3, and fourth place woman.
Yeah, I mean, this such a strong run from Eliza so far. We saw her yesterday coming into the Jerome aid station, making that descent down, and she was moving really well, super positive as well, which was great to see. So I'm sure she is, she's just kind of sticking to her game plan. She's experienced here, right? Having run it last year. And I am interested what her split to Sedona was last year compared to this year.
Let's see if we can get our crack stats team on that.
I've got it pulled up.
You've got it? All right.
Right here. She came in.
Here we are
into
swinging.
Sedona at 45:37 elapsed. So she's a little bit behind compared to where she was last year.
Mm-hmm.
But still haven't. But she also went out fairly hard last year and started to come back a little bit. So looks like. Is this the Sedona aid station?
Yeah, it is. The camera came around as it,
Yep.
it went from Eliza's. So you can see Eliza's crew van back there by those cones, and then the camera crew just came around to look in on this runner. Bib number 19, Chad Lassiter.
Not familiar face here to the Cocodona 250.
Thank you very much. Team on the ground there. Who's that with the camera?
I believe
at
that's
Sedona?
Josh Fruin.
Thank you, Josh.
Yeah,
Josh
shout
doing
out
some
to-
great camera work there. We really appreciate it.
Josh also works for, I believe, the Sedona Parks Department, or might be City of Sedona. I'm likely getting that wrong, but huge shout out to him for the support. He's an OG of the live stream game and help here for the Cocodona 250. He's been around since the early days. So shout out to Josh for continuing to come back and continuing to help us out here.
So it looks like, if I'm seeing this correctly, Chad is giving his feet a break. He's just got a pair of sandals on while he's eating there, and
I bet that feels nice.
I bet you it does too. Yeah,
I bet that just feels so nice.
yeah. So he's like, I'm gonna take these shoes off, and it's just kind of, and I think he could also provide kind of a little mental reset. Just knowing you don't have your shoes on for 10, 15 minutes, slipping into a pair of sandals.
We've got people in the chat saying Meltzer versus Jurek at the 2025 Cocodona. AJW, are you able to make that happen for us? What can we What strings can we pull?
I don't
here?
know. Wouldn't that be fun? Yep, there we go. There's Chad's shoes. He's airing them out.
Shout out to our wonderful partners at Speedland, the GS Oak, right there.
Thank you for their sponsorship. We've
Yeah.
got the Cam Hanes shoes here behind us. The Pisgah, named after that wonderful forest and trail system west of Asheville, North Carolina. Just an incredible trail system out there. And there's
There
another
they are.
pair. There they are.
Their first shoe was a commission with Aerovipa Racing team member Liz Canty.
Mm-hmm.
That was the HVL for the Huntsville shoe.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yep. That Liz has recently relocated out west, but she lived for years in Huntsville, Alabama. And is currently running here at the race at Cocodona 250. Liz Canty looks like, I'm just back of the envelope, around 10th place female. And there's another runner.
Another orange shorts guy as well. I know that there can only be one according to the live chat, but
That's orange long shorts guy.
that's a
Orange
shortening guy. He's got the shortenings on.
Oh, okay. Oh, thanks for the correction. It's named after Mount Pisgah in Eugene, Oregon. Darn. I didn't know there were two Pisgahs. Thanks, guys.
Orange boardies. We should see if we can get a bib number on this guy, since right there on his orange
Yeah, here we go.
shorts.
I'm going to zero in on those.
295.
All right. Orange long shorts brushing his teeth guy will soon have a name.
Yep, and that is Cody McKesson. So there were folks in the chat asking for an update on Cody. So
There he is.
here we have it. I'm digging the like fluoro colors.
Yeah.
You know, the bright vest, the bright shorts. I love it.
Again, if you just joined us, we did receive word that Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning, is in and out of the Fort Tuthill aid station at mile 210.6. We'll at least keep an eye on, or an ear on, when Heraldus gets there. Get a little bit of perhaps a split on what that gap is, a little bit more accurately than perhaps we otherwise might. We are looking at the Sedona aid station. I can only imagine what the porta potty bill is for this race. I don't even want to know. But I suspect there's an army of porta potties that need to go into the production of the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a lot. Gotta keep the runners The runner's happy though.
The teeth brushing thing, I remember, I mean, people really do talk about it, how great it is to kind of get that whatever you've been consuming. Usually it's got a fair bit of sugar and sweet, that feeling of just brushing your teeth. And again, kind of like taking off your shoes, sort of gives you that fresh start. I think most folks know for years the Brighton aid station at Wasatch, which used to be mile 75. I think it's now on the current course about 63 or 64. For years was captained by a dentist. And one of the features of that aid station is an indoor aid station. One of the features of it was that he would outfit the bathroom, the indoor bathroom, with a bunch of toothbrushes already toothpasted. So you'd go in there and just see this beautiful set of toothbrushes all there, and just kind of gave you that reset that is always nice to have at mile 75 of a 100-miler. Again, this is Liza Lapierre with her crew, fourth place woman in the Sedona aid station. First place woman Mika Thews is through the next aid station, Schnebly Hill, which is 17 miles from this spot. And second and third place women are en route to Schnebly Hill. They are Rachel Entriken, followed shortly, at least the last time we saw them, followed relatively closely by Manu Villaseca. Yeah, Coop's comments on Coop's paint job. He was very excited to get that when he first got his van a couple of years ago, that relief map. A very identifiable van when you go to race. Coop goes and supports maybe 20 to 25 races a year. Our CTS team is bringing out about a dozen coaches to this year to Western States, Hard Rock, Leadville, Javelina 100, and Coop's van will certainly be along for the ride. Here, zooming back to the aid station proper, there is Cody and Chad. Chad was in that chair.
He looked comfy in that chair.
He did look comfy in that
well.
chair. Yep.
Man, I don't know if you saw this comment from Shayna, sorry. Asheville Pisgah is the best anyway.
Oh, there's two Pisgahs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She said the Asheville one is better.
Really?
Just saying.
Oh, come on. There's a Pisgah in Vermont too.
Oh man.
We got all kinds of Pisgahs.
Yeah.
Well, I hear you East Coasters saying we need more shoes and things named after East Coast things. Let's hear it. What do you think?
We've got the Speed Goat.
Yeah.
Carl's from what?
Carl's a New Hampshire guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a good question. I do not know if Coop's paint job on his van is actually a real relief map of a real place, or if it's just kind of for show. But I'm gonna guess Coop's such a geek, it's probably real. Pisgah, Iowa. All right, let's hear it. What other Pisgahs are out there? Let's get them all now. Stump jumpers were a shoe. Excellent. Stump jumper was also an old Specialized mountain bike. There's a Pisgah in Massachusetts. All right. The state I was born in. I love it.
That is Cody McKesson heading out of the Sedona aid station there. Man, okay, so he changed the vest is gone. A little warm maybe for the vest this morning, but bright orange shorts. He had the bright yellow vest on earlier, and then the fluorescent pink Lecky poles. Shout out to our partners at Lecky.
Pisgah State Forest in New Hampshire. Eric LaPuma giving us some intel. Coop's van graphic was actually designed by Abby Hall. I think most of us know Abby Hall, a prolific ultra runner.
Based here in Flag.
Based here in Flag. And she designed the van, and it's a mix. It's a combination of, so it's a mashup. Let's just call it a mashup of relief maps. Pisgah, Wales, Pisgah, Tennessee, Pisgah just south north of Cincinnati, Ohio, Pisgah in Yucaipa at Wildwood Canyon.
So it sounds like there's a lot. You just didn't know about any of them.
So all y'all getting on my case for talking about the one west of Brevard, North Carolina. Give me a little grace here, please.
There's too many.
Yeah.
Can't expect
Too
you to know
many,
them all.
you know. Yeah, the shut-in Ridge Trail run. That shut-in trail is sweet in Pisgah National Forest. So again, we're seeing. I already forgot Orange Shorts guy's name. Cole Chad? No.
This is Cody McKesson.
Cody, that's right.
Chad Lassiter was Sandals guy. That was
Oh yeah, and he's still
nice
in there.
and comfy at the aid station.
Thank you, Laura. We love this intel. She's gone and Wikipedia'd this for us. Pisgah means summit or distant view.
See, so now it's all making sense
There
as
you
to
go.
why
Yeah.
there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, Matt, you're right, Jeff. I did get a report from George, Jeff's crew. It was a 4-minute stop for Jeff at Tuthill.
We'll see how close old Heraldus Subertus is to Fort Tuthill. He should be, looks like maybe he is in Fort Tuthill. Yeah, it looks like he is in Fort Tuthill now. So once the live split, yeah.
209.8.
He's a mile out.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. He's almost to Fort Tuthill. As of 3 minutes ago, he was, a mile out. So it'll be nice to see what the splits are at Fort Tuthill for both runners to get a nice indication of what that gap is. Yeah, and it sounds like while we have a moment here, we're going to send it over to a word from our wonderful sponsors.
Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. Plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this weekend in both the 50K and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate, nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. What an incredible journey this has been. The joy that people experience when they're in the mountains, the personal growth that is obtained through going faster and farther in the mountains, the journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now it is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovation that is going on in this world, in all the areas of the industries, and now they are obtaining things that are incredible. With Ultraspire, we are truly inspired by athletes. And as I reflect back on my years, going from there to now, I am so happy to be a part of this journey.
All right, we're back. And real question. I'm actually almost shocked that this hasn't been asked already, but a question about the shoes, Jeff Browning's choice of shoes. I know he was planning on at least running a bulk of the early part of the race in the Ultra Mont Blancs, but also did have the new Ultra Wild with the 4mm drop, their new trail shoe. Not sure how his rotation was going to go. I can check with George, though, because I'm sure George is keeping track of that, his crew. And for those inquiring minds about footwear, I'll see what I can get you. But we are back. I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins with Matt Feldick, and this is the Cocodona 250 brought to you by Mountain Outpost. We're almost 50 and a half hours in. Our lead man, Jeff Browning, is through the Fort Tuthill aid station at mile 210.6, with second place Geraldo Subertas a less than a mile out from the Fort Tuthill aid station. They're traversing the 8-mile section between between Kelly Canyon Aid Station and Fort Tuthill. Skylar Taylor confirming the Mont Blanc carbon shoes. Matt, a couple of more votes for the bowling shirt.
Yeah, we'll
which
have to
is great.
see if we can mass produce that. Something that I would love to do next year is see if we could have a piece of apparel that is like only sold via the live chat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's like maybe the link is only put, it's not public, it's only put into the live chat. So you can only find the link there to shop your...
That would be cool. Yeah. And only during the live stream can you purchase
maybe
it.
we need to offer some shirts in advance that's like your viewing, your live stream viewing attire.
Yeah.
You know?
Right on.
Maybe it's like pajama bottoms with like a work top. So, you've got to work during the day, take your Zoom calls, but you can still be comfortable. So these are the ideas that, we're thinking about over here as we're watching. Is this Eliza leaving Sedona?
This is Eliza, yeah.
Yeah, again, still looking strong in the 4th place position in the women's race here. And for those of you just tuning in, I did get to see her coming into Jerome yesterday. Spirits very high.
Yeah.
Just super positive, which I think can get you a long ways at kind of these stages in the race.
We've got one of our ground crew heading over and getting set up at Fort Tuthill, I believe.
Yep.
Heard that through our back channels. It's obviously just a little bit to set it up. Here is Eliza LaPierre and her pacer. Reached out to Coop to see if I could get a quick report from him on how Eliza was doing in that aid station, but just judging by the visual, she's moving well, and she's going to hit that section now. We've seen a couple of times where she goes under the bridge.
Coop, also a Cocodona 250 alum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ran it in 2022. Yeah. He's done a couple. He did Tour de Jance, I think, the year before that.
Roy Quinn asking for a Cocodona t-shirt. So I'm gonna lay some things out there. There's a Cocodona donut shop in the Pacific Northwest, so I don't know if we would run into any copyright infringement there. I am hopeful. So if anyone knows of this donut shop, I am hopeful that we can bring them on as a partner for the Cocodona 250 in the future. So if anyone has a connection there, love to make that happen.
You knew this wasn't going to take long. Cocodona. Billy G is suggesting Cocodona.
Well, I think we just need like Cocodona printed on like cow spotted tops and bottoms.
Well, yeah. Okay.
You know, so it's like a cow outfit, but we gotta maintain that Cocodona, branding and naming convention.
Absolutely. Yeah. We've got the colors, and it looks Eliza's talking to the camera guy. I think she just fired him. Here we are back at the Sedona aid station tent. So as we go beyond 50 hours, again, to put this in perspective, the total time allotment for this race is 125 hours. And while we are now in mid-morning or early-ish morning on day 3, there's still 75 more hours of this race. And again, the cutoff here at this aid station is 12:15 p.m. tomorrow. 12:15 p.m. tomorrow. This is a long race. Is Jay Frew one our guy on the ground?
That is.
So he did. He did say Eliza fired him. Fantastic. As Jay Frew follows up with, she needed to step off the trail briefly. So Jay Frew, nice. Thank you for being getting some shoe chat in the chat. I can't believe we've gotten to day 3 without the requisite shoe chat. Remember the days of the early days of I Run Far Twitter coverage of races long before live streams, and what shoes is Anton wearing was pretty much you could count on that being about an every 10 or 15 minute request on that Twitter feed.
I'm surprised it still isn't.
Yep, I'm right.
And trying to just take a look at the tracker here.
Chris asked a question about the most leisure way to run Cocodona. I mean, yes, I know I've spoken with Jamil about the old 50 miles a day for 5 days and then getting big bulks of sleep. I don't know, just the way the course lays out, especially the first 37, it'd probably be tricky to sort of map it out that exactly. But certainly, I think, were you to think it through and plan that kind of, I'd like to do the whatever, if there is such a thing as running 250 miles leisurely, more to the point, if you're thinking of like kind of maximizing your sleep, if you're someone who just doesn't do well without 4 or 5, 6 hours of sleep a night, then yeah, perhaps that kind of approach would work. I'm sure people have tried it or are trying it.
Yeah, I mean, 50 miles a day is still not easy.
No.
Right? Like, especially think that 38-mile stretch up to Crown King will take you just a long time.
Yeah, just that alone. I mean,
Yeah.
Again, put it in perspective, that cutoff is 18 and a half hours. That right there. That's 2 miles an hour for the first 37 miles.
It looks like Arlen has overtaken Joe Stringbean McConaughey for third.
For third.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. But not arrived yet in Tuthill.
No, I think
Yeah.
he's at Kelly Canyon.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
So these third, fourth, fifth, and so on are, a pretty healthy. Yeah, I mean, over 8 miles away from second. So a fairly sizable gap between second and third. I think that the interesting thing on the men's side is that race for first, which is still within a few miles, and then third, fourth, and fifth all being, within a few miles of each other as well. So third, fourth, and fifth all close. Pretty good gap between third and second, and then first and second are also pretty close. And then on the ladies' side, Mika Thews should be getting to Munns Park in the not-too-distant future. Her tracker pinged 14 minutes ago at 183.1, and Munns Park is 190.6. So, yep, still awaiting her. And then it looks like Rachel Entrekin and Manuela are also pretty close. So they were at, so they're separated by, it looks like, less than 10 minutes there for the women's podium. So Mika has a pretty substantial lead. And then that battle for second and third is quite close. And then we're getting reports that, according to Instagram, Finn Milk Lanson went into Sedona with no sleep. Still not sure if he has slept yet. So
it's 162.3 miles with no sleep.
Yeah, when I saw him in Jerome, it sounded like maybe their initial plan was to possibly sleep there. Mm-hmm. And when he came in, he said, "We're not sleeping. We're getting back out. I'm feeling great." So,
nice.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe that was like, "Hey, we may sleep here, we may not," or if that was planned and that changed. But, yeah, I mean, when I saw him, his spirits were very high, which I think is sometimes half the battle. Half the battle at a race like this.
I did get a report from Jason Coop, Eliza LaPierre's crew, and, he gave me the report in emojis, and it's the The puking emoji. In fact, it's the multiple puking emoji. So thank you, Coop, as always, with the fantastic reporting from the field. But she did look okay leaving the aid station. And Eliza, she's tough. She's going to tough this thing out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the most important parts, right? Is she's still moving forward despite that,
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, I think that's she'll troubleshoot. She'll continue to work through these problems. She's a veteran. She's incredibly talented and incredibly tough. And so it's good to just see her out on, like, still moving forward right now outside the Sedona aid station. So, and still, running in fourth place in the ladies' race. So.
Yeah, the Alejandra asks about the closeness of the second and third place women, Rachel and Manuela, and we know, at least leaving Sedona, which was now a couple of hours ago, they were within a few minutes of going under that bridge section that we've seen a couple of times now. They were definitely within a couple minutes. So
yeah, and so they pinged in basically the same location 8 minutes apart.
wow,
so
yeah.
Rachel's tracker for me was showing at 172. Wait, nope, that's 172.8 that she was 8 minutes ago, and Manuela pinged at 172.8 0 minutes ago. And we did see them on drone just what felt like a few minutes apart earlier as well. So.
Yeah. In the second half of the men's top 10, I think we've seen an interesting kind of slow moving through the field from Matt Smith and John Van Guns. Obviously still a ways back from Jeff, but moving well. They're in between Mika Thews and the second and third place women. Actually, the group of Matt Smith, John Van Guns, Finn Milk Lance, and the people's favorite, Kevin Goldberg.
Yeah, and so it'll be interesting to see if Finn hasn't slept, how that plays for him in these later stages. If you haven't slept since the start, I don't know that you can get to Flagstaff without needing something. So it might just be a matter of, is he going to get up to High Alpine, maybe catch a sleep with his crew at Munns or something like that, or maybe he napped at Sedona and we just don't have the intel quite yet. But it's great to see, some of these guys who maybe ran smart early, or ran more within themselves, within where their ability level's at for this race. To see them kind of moving up through the field. I am interested to see how Kevin Goldberg's splits this year compare to some of his previous years' splits. So Goldberg came through Sedona in 45:44 this year. And last year, he came through Sedona in 48:51. So he is 3 hours ahead of where he was last year, where he finished 4th male, 5th overall. 10th male,
play,
11th male, something like that.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he's very happy with I'm ahead of schedule. It's just the race as it currently lies is just a lot further ahead than years past. Still a lot of running left to do. All it takes is one or two of these guys to take big sleep somewhere, and if Kevin doesn't need that, or maybe he starts moving just a little bit faster than some of these guys, there's 100 miles left.
I think we have eyes on Tuthill.
This is Munns.
Oh, Munns.
Here.
Okay.
Yep, this is Munns.
Again, Munns Park is between Schnebley Hill and Kelly Canyon Aid Station, mile 191.
Yep, and I know that they're working on getting a camera feed up at Tuthill. That aid station is inside the building there at the old military base. So it's also a big sleep station at Fort Tuthill as well.
Again, these aid stations that arise later in the second half of the race, the time allotment for them, just from open to close, is not measured in hours as it is for 100-mile races, but measured in days. Munns Park, for example, this aid station, which is at mile 191, opened up early this morning, right around probably pre-dawn this morning. There's Patty Curry right there, and the final cutoff here is at 1 a.m. on Friday.
According to what this has, this is Fort Tuthill.
Yeah, this is...
Oh, this is Fort Tuthill.
No, it's not. This is Munns
Okay.
Park.
Okay, I'll edit it.
Looks like they've got some hot food going there in the griddle to the left. And I know folks are always interested in this. BLTs, tomato soup, eggs, and tofu, the specialty here at Munns Park. BLT, that sounds great, actually. Yeah, it does. On some nice sourdough bread. And hey, folks, while you're doing your Wednesday morning thing, what are your favorite aid station foods?
You know
Because
what? Do you want to know what mine is?
yes, I'd love to know yours.
I just love some good old fashioned aid station fireball.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Zach, how about you? Favorite aid station food? You've been at it for a while.
That specifically goes.
My favorite aid station food would specifically be one very memorable experience, mile 80 of Bear 100. The Boy Scouts of America put an aid station on up there, and I don't know that I've ever had the more like amazing hash browns in the middle of a race. Like these were cooked so perfectly. And the surprise move of the day was French toast sticks, freshly grilled with a little bit of cinnamon and sugar on them, dipped in some maple syrup. That was hands down my favorite aid station food experience.
I love it. The hash browns is reminding me of that was a Wasatch favorite as well. The kind of like the sort of McDonald's style ones. The just kind of
The patties.
The patties, yeah.
Yeah, these ones were freshly made hash browns.
Oh,
Like
nice.
I feel like they were over there peeling potatoes to make those, and I have actually have a hilarious story. I was able to get it on video. My girlfriend partner Katie ran Bear 100 this last year, and we were at that aid station in the middle of the night. I mean, she had been going for almost 24 hours at that point. I think she was at like 22 hours in. And I've been hyping these up. She gets up there, she gets them. She's just exhausted, completely depleted. It's the middle of the night, and in the aid station, there's a dog running around with a little vest on, a little Carhartt jacket on, and she literally just breaks down into tears. Like tears are spilling into her hash browns, just because she's so happy to see a dog in a vest. And I was able to get that on camera, and still to this day, also one of my favorite aid station experiences, period.
Oh, I love it.
She's going to kill me for saying that, Katie. I love you. I'm sorry.
I will say, I don't know that there's anything as good as a patty curry grilled cheese at an aid station.
Yeah, it is.
Just-
They are fantastic.
And you got to get the dairy.
I've
know?
eaten a number of those just at Jackpot aid station.
Not even running. Just
No. This was purely just eating them to maintain sustenance and life.
I've eaten a bunch of those at volunteering at aid stations too.
What about the chickpea salad
Oh,
sandwiches?
yep, those are
on the little thin, like sandwich thin, bun thins or whatever.
That's
Oh
an
my God.
Aravaipa classic. She's always got the chicken salad, but also the chickpea salad. But the bean wraps, aid station Fireball voting for those. I mean, those are another Aravaipa staple. Little bite size wrapped
Be less
in foil.
basic aid station. Be less basic. Come on.
Tater tots, cheese balls, avocado sandwiches, bacon, hummus wraps, and beer. Bacon, watermelon, noodles, liquid food, Dr. Pepper. Thanks, Kevin Turner. Pocket hash browns, another vote for hash browns.
Can we get a vote for Pepsi in aid stations, please?
No,
No.
is the answer.
I'm going to continue my quest to get Pepsi at aid stations, because there are many of us who, in a quiet majority, I think, that would love Pepsi at aid stations.
Let's
hear
story.
it on that. Like, let's take a vote. Let the people speak. Do you want to see Coke, or do you want to see Coca-Cola or Pepsi at aid stations?
Oh, I've got a story on that. In 2017, Craig Thornley, the race director of Western States, was given permission to actually run the race while he was race directing. It was his 9th finish. And he's a huge Pepsi guy, Zach, huge Pepsi guy. And kind of like the equivalent to rock bands demanding certain things backstage for their concerts. There was a 6-pack of Pepsi, the little cans, right? 6-pack of Pepsi placed at every aid station of Western States with Craig Thornley's name on it. So I think there is a movement there. It's a fledgling movement, but we'd love to hear from the Pepsi folks in the chat. We've got Pete Mortimer's tri-tip chicken, quesadillas, cold soup, watermelon, pineapple and avocado, donut holes and pickles. Warm milk chased with warm Flota. There's a grilled cheese for you. Pocket
thank
dates.
you, thank you.
At Rocky Raccoon, they crumbled Oreos into pancakes. Woof! Several votes for quesadillas. Fruit chews watermelon. More quesadillas. Cheese and bean quesadilla. Hummus and pita. Peaches. I love the canned peaches. They just kind of, slip right down your throat. Delicious. Pancakes and sausage.
We're getting a significant amount of Pepsi lovers out there.
They're going to be out there. How about, here's a half Coke
Also
and
some
half
Flota.
Pepsi.
Some love for
Yep.
Flota. Maybe we can meet in the middle and just go for some Flota and just call it good.
But then there's a Pepsi at aid station is the worst, capital, all caps, from Desiree Clark. We are dividing the chat. Sorry about this, folks. There's some more Pepsis.
Dr. Pepper, get out of here. You can't play that game. You got to pick one. You got to pick one side or the other. There's no Dr. Peppering. I do love some good orange soda, but
Orange Fanta
one or-
jumped in though.
one or the other. This isn't Europe. You can't do the Fanta. We've got to go one or the other.
Oh, real quick, Derek Lytle, who we know has been on video camera, did note that that Browning did get 20 minutes of sleep at Sedona.
That's right. One of our volunteers last night, I think, had sent that through that he did a 20-minute nap there.
Yeah.
That's right. And Harry S has left the Fort Tuthill aid station. He's at mile 211.1 now.
Okay.
And Jeff Browning, as of 6 minutes ago, was at 214.3. So that lead out to about 3.5-ish miles. A lot of that likely coming at that aid station stop, where Jeff was very quick in and out. Unsure if Harry had taken maybe a little bit more time. It's hard to take less time than 4 minutes.
Yeah, it is.
At an aid station like that. So,
Especially when you're looking at a 17.2 mile section.
Yep. 17-mile section. It's kind of the like you'll see your crew at Walnut Canyon, but Fort Tuthill is the last like big aid station, right? So 17-mile stretch, and then you see your crew again, and then you've got 13 miles between aid and 23 miles to the finish.
Yeah, I was with something we haven't talked about. I mean, one of the things that separates 200 plus milers, I think, from 100 plus milers at least, or 100 milers, is some of these significant distances between aid stations. A 17-mile stretch in a 100-miler, people would be like, "What? You're going to make me do that?" That's relatively, de rigueur for a 200 plus miler. So it's late in the race for that. But to take just 4 minutes, knowing that you've got that 17-mile stretch ahead, wow, that's something. Mexican Coke is getting some votes here. It's kind of like an asterisk, I think. I wonder if there's such a thing as Mexican Pepsi. Cheerwine got some votes for there. I'm surprised that we haven't heard from any Southerners with RC Cola.
Well, we've got my good buddy Dave McKinney in the chat, an IV of Mug Root Beer.
Oh,
Mug Root Beer is an absolute classic.
that is
So,
good stuff.
shout out to Dave, one of my former teammates at the greatest university in the country, Eastern Illinois University.
What are the what's their mascot?
The Panthers.
The Panthers.
Billy the
Okay.
Panther,
Right.
baby.
Because it's the Southern Illinois, or the Salukis. Is that what they are? Yeah.
Never heard of them.
Yeah. They don't exist. Carbondale might as well not even be in the same state.
I mean, they're basically in Missouri.
Yeah, they are. It's pretty much the South.
Oh, Dom Grossman in the chat. One of the most famous mustaches in all of Cocodona history.
He does have quite the stash. So if you're just joining us, we've got some serious business going on in the chat. A couple of little threads going on. First, we're gathering some data on Pepsi or Coke, and also just favorite aid station food. We've got yes, we did learn a couple of hours ago that Killian Korth did have to withdraw from the race. He was having some breathing issues. Don't know more detail than that, but we did hear that. This is a pretty good little bit of data here on Harry's and Jeff's splits. Now, this is a big section. Wait, Sedona, which is mile 162, to Fort Tuthill, which is mile 210. It's a 48-mile stretch. Jeff Browning covered that 48-mile stretch in 13 hours and 49 minutes. And Harry covered that stretch in 12 hours and 57 minutes. So about an hour faster for that 48 miles. So again, big section, 48 miles. Harry gained an hour, or 52 minutes on Jeff during that 48-mile stretch. Thank you for that, Aid Station Fireball. So you never know. That's a pretty big gain for Harry. We know Jeff did a little bit of sleep at Sedona, and that was his last sleep. Don't know about Harry's sleep situation at this point. Last time we saw both of them in person, they were on that nice smooth road section in between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill. And they have 40 miles, a little bit less than 40 miles now to the finish. Looks like Dominic Grossman is on Team Pepsi. Can buy 12 packs of real sugar Pepsi, and it's way cheaper than Mexi Coke.
I knew I liked Dom for a reason.
Yeah.
Wait, did Warden suggest we cut some lines?
Yeah. So it was, we had Rory on, and he was talking about cutting some bars, which I think is some sort of rap thing. And Warden went to cutting some lines.
Yeah, that's a little different context.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. I hope that no one here cut lines.
No.
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 It's just where I'll leave it.
No, I think the mead was kicking in. What do we have here? Is this we have some runners.
Yep, this should be Arlen.
Okay, this is that we're on the Kelly Canyon to Tuthill stretch.
Yep.
Okay. Yep, that's Arlen. Recognize that gait.
Yep, there he is. I recognize that blue shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Still, he's moving pretty good. Probably knows he has a race on his hand because he would have passed String Bean at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Likely knows that Joe McConaughey isn't gonna just fold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Arlen does look good.
You know something that's crazy to think about? I don't know why this just popped into my mind. But for a long stretch of this race, Harry S. and Mike Versteeg were running together.
Mm-hmm.
And now look at how separated those two are. Versteeg in fifth, not far behind.
Yeah.
Arlen and Joe McConaughey. But Harry, old Heraldus, just way up there trying to track down Bronco Billy Jeff Browning for the lead.
Yeah, Christian, several people have asked this. No, Arlen is not in Western States this year. I don't know what the second half of his year looks like, but I know his focus of the first half of the year has been this.
And Mika Thews looks like she is about 4 or 5 miles out of the Munns Park aid station. We do have a static cam over there, so we'll make sure that we are keeping an eye on that for as she gets closer so that we can see our ladies race leader. But right now we are taking a look at our third place male in the Cocodona 250. The pride of Ohio, Mr. Arlen Glick.
Yep.
Kind of wild to think about his career trajectory at this point, right? Kind of started in the sport as a very flat, fast, 100-mile runner.
Yep.
Evolved to where he did Hard Rock last year. Has done some other hard races as well in the meantime. And now he's doing the Cocodona 250 while he's in his like early to late 20s.
Yeah.
Still in the prime of his trail running career. Hopefully this race leaves him just energized for the sport still.
Yeah.
Because it's awesome to see someone like it would be very easy for him to stick to running races like Old Dominion or some of those, classic, maybe not as high alpine technical races, and having a lot of success at them. And for him to kind of step up and challenge himself to things that are far outside his comfort zone is awesome. Obviously had success at Javelina.
Corinne and I were talking yesterday. One of his proudest achievements in the sport, according to him, was his 25 seconds. That's not a misprint. 25 seconds of overall stoppage time at Umstead 100.
Yep.
He basically ran the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, 13-ish hours, but 25 seconds of aid station time. And he's not going to give up. He's willing to turn himself inside out. Dominic Grossman commenting bit, and of course he's a veteran of Cocodona, that it's kind of, he notes that it's kind of a gamble to do this section without a sleep, this 40 miles, that you can get sleepy kind of as you're traversing this section here between Fort Tuthill and Walnut Canyon, and then again Walnut Canyon to the base of Eldon. Dom is mentioning that Eliza last year got hit by the sleepies here. We are watching Arlen Glick and his pacer on the nice smooth road section between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill. Thanks for all the votes on aid station food and Coke or Pepsi. We take our data collection seriously here at Mountain Outpost. So we'll pull together a report that we'll publish later.
This is a high-level research right here,
Indeed. Yeah, Kelpin Fern, this is Arlen's first race in excess of 100 miles, although he did, as Corinne pointed out last night, he did do 100 and he did over 100. Can't remember exactly how much at Desert Solstice.
Yep.
And might have done a little bit over 100 at Jackpot.
Yeah, I mean, man, he ran himself into the dirt at Desert Solstice that year. I think he was coming off of Javelina. Came to Solstice and just, again, like you said, willing to turn himself inside out for kind of personal achievement, I think, right? Like that's likely what drives him is wants to see what he is capable of. And I love that he's doing hard races while living in Ohio.
Yeah,
like I think it just
too.
shows,
Yeah.
and Casey Lichtai has done this before as well. Where? Oh, is this back at?
I think we might be back at Dead Horse Ranch. Are we all the way back at Dead Horse Ranch? Dead Horse Ranch.
These must be some of the 125ers, the fast dudes. That just came.
Yep. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, so again, circling back to Arlen, just showcasing that even if you're from the Midwest or a flatland state, similar to what Casey has done numerous times, you can still do hard things. I think that's, really cool. And he's, such a great representative of the Midwestern trail space and trail community.
So we're getting some footage here of the Dead Horse Ranch State Park aid station. And I think I see race director Steve right there in the tan. Yeah, hard to tell. So we're seeing a combination of some of the 250 milers and some of the 125ers, the fast 125ers. By the way, just want a public service announcement. Randy Strauss is in the chat. Their runner has dropped, and they're interested in pacing. So if there's anybody who's listening who has a runner that needs a pacer, reach out to Randy Strauss, either on this chat or figure out a way to do it, and Randy could provide some pacing. Yep, Michael Copy. We've been talking about Michael and Mr. Gardner as well, the two 73-year-olds in the race. Michael Copy from Duluth, Minnesota. Dead Horse Ranch aid station. So this is the first aid station that the 125 milers hit. It is approximately 8 miles from the start in Jerome. And of course, it's the 130, almost 5 mile mark of the 250. This is Cocodona 250, presented by Mountain Outpost. I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins, along with Matt Feldick. We are 51 hours and 10 minutes in to the 125-hour race. We have the two lead men, Jeff Browning and Geraldus Subertus, through Fort Tuthill aid station at mile 210, and third place man Arlen Glick moving quickly on the road in third place towards Fort Tuthill, between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill. On the women's side, we have Mika Thews in the lead through Schnebly Hill. She's probably on that rolling section, 12-mile section before Munns Park, followed by Rachel Entriken and Manu. I'm spacing, sorry, a little bit spacey. Manu, help me here. Hang on a second, folks. Sorry for the brain fart.
Villaseca.
Manu Villaseca in third place. Thank you, Matt.
That's what I'm here for.
Probably should have had that up before I in third place. And fourth, we just heard from Eliza LaPierre.
And just checking our tracker. Looks like Mika Thews should be about 3 to 4 miles from Munns Park, so should see her probably within the next 45-ish minutes here. 45 to 60 minutes at Munns Park. She is the women's race leader, and Munns Park is mile 191 on the race course. And yeah, she is she's definitely up in the high alpine now. Our second and third place women, they're looks like still making their way up the Kasner climb. As of 2 minutes ago, Rachel Entriken was at 175.5. And as of 9 minutes ago, Manu Villaseca was 174.5. So they're still very close. They're going to be probably within a half mile of each other based on when those trackers pinged. And it looks like they are over the meaty part of the climb, so they should be on kind of more of the winding trail forest road that's taking them over to the aid station, but they're up on the plateau.
Here we are back at the static cam at the Sedona aid station. Mile 162. And
this looks like this is Josh out of the Sedona aid station. We'll see if we can get a bib number. The feed's a little grainy, but Josh may be able to get in close enough for us. Looks like bib number 19.
Number 19. Thank you, Josh.
That is Chad Lassiter.
Chad Lassiter.
We got to see enjoying some time with his shoes off earlier.
Looks like Josh is going to trot out with Chad a bit, giving us a little close-up view of what the runners traverse as they're leaving the Sedona aid station.
The Sugarland, Texas native. He is no stranger to the Cocodona 250.
These little mountain bike rollers have to be annoying. It only goes for about 50 yards, but Chad Lassiter heading out of the Sedona aid station. So just under 90 miles to go from here.
He's still moving at a really strong pace here.
So again, this is great. We're getting a little bonus running out here with Chad Lassiter. This is the Sedona aid station. And as we've seen with a couple of the runners who've left before, he'll get to a little spot where he has to dip under the bridge that crosses the Oak Creek Canyon. And then beginning that long Kasner climb with just a water stop about 10 miles into it. It's an 18-mile stretch from here. 17-mile stretch from here to Schnebley Hill with a water stop at about mile 10. Water only. Kind of a nice place to have a pacer along with you, I would imagine. Jay Smith, no breakfast IPA. This is a long haul on the mic for the next couple of days. I need to pace myself. I do have a nice cup of coffee coming, thanks to our colleague Corinne Chalvoy.
Looks like we've got some more 125 runners coming in there. one of the nice things, the bib colors will be different for each of the races.
Okay.
So
Yep.
the background color on the 125 bibs appears to be purple, like a deep purple, whereas the bib color on the Cocodona 250 bibs is more of like a light blue. Don't know that it sounds like they're very easy to identify, but you can definitely look at them and quickly identify whether runners are in the 125 or the 250.
That's a beautiful, crisp camera shot, by the way. I know we were chatting last night after we went off the air about some of the new equipment that you all have purchased and that are part of the broadcast. I just look at that. That's just really nice. Again, we're at the Dead Horse Ranch aid station, which is the first aid station at mile 8 of the 125 and mile 135 of the 250.
And that was Mike McTeer, one of our steady videographers who's out there with one of our cameras giving us that beautiful shot. So shout out to Mike.
Really
I got
cool.
to meet him in person at the Jerome aid station yesterday. So just doing a great job.
Leaders of the 125 are waiting for the drop bags to show up to the aid station. That's not good. I don't want to say that out loud, but that's why we got
In the last shot, yeah.
And look at that.
Look at that sunflower.
Apron? Is it an apron? Is it a dress? It looks like a dress.
Oh, that's fantastic. Again, here we are back at Sedona, mile 162.
And now we're out. This is that old forest road between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill that we saw Arlen Glick on earlier.
It looks like who's the drone pilot monitoring this section?
This is old Jason Peters.
Jason's been doing a fantastic job. I suspect he's going back up the course to look for 4th place, perhaps.
I would imagine. Gosh, this is just absolutely
Look
beautiful.
at that. That's really nice. Excuse me. But again, we've had 3 of the men's leaders through here. Jeff Browning, Haroldus Subertus, and Arlen Glick. Arlen Glick most recently. Both Haroldus Subertus and Jeff Browning are through the subsequent aid station, which is Fort Tuthill, and are on that long 17-mile section that our friend Dominic Grossman was talking about a few minutes ago in the chat that can bring a little bit of the sleepiness into play. Again, we know sometimes the trackers get a little glitchy. I know in the chat folks are seeing Jeff Browning's tracker stopped. We cannot confirm nor deny, and we usually wait until we get some sort of confirmation on those kinds of things.
Yeah, and Jeff is entering a section of the course that is fairly unique. Just getting into this little Skunk Canyon area where there's no cell service, which doesn't necessarily matter for the GPS trackers, but you are forested in on one side, have a little canyon floor, and then you're forested in on the other side. You don't go into the canyon floor, which is very open and exposed. You stay kind of tucked in on the edge of this canyon on this like windy single track. So I'm guessing that is likely the cause of some of this. Like it's a section that's actually easy to get to, so it's not remote in that sense. Like you can park off Lake Mary Road and be down in Skunk Canyon in like 1 to 2 miles. But it is just a place that's like kind of desolate in terms of like being able to reach civilization.
Yeah. Getting some wonderful information in the chat about 73-year-old Michael Coppy from Duluth, who's still out there. Apparently has a couple of impressive solo efforts, including unsupported FKT on the North Country Trail in Wisconsin. Thank you, Becky, for that bit of information. Michael did that back in 2021. And there was an earlier comment about another FKT. I believe it was the let me get it for the Superior Trail, where up there in the upper Midwest as well. Pride of Duluth, Minnesota, Michael Coppy, 73-year-old, in the event.
Kevin, got to give another shout out to Kevin Goldberg. Listened to the new Taylor Swift album 27 times last night. So shout out to that. Shout out to Taylor if she's watching. You know? Here we're back in the Sedona aid station.
And there's one of the key Aravipa volunteer aid station support staff, Jen. And what do we have here? Another runner leaving Sedona.
Bib 54. Let me see who that is.
Joe
here.
Corcione.
Oh. The everyday ultra himself. Mr. Joe Corcione.
Crushing the podcasters division.
Well, Finn Milk Lanson has a steady lead on the podcasters division. However, Joe is doing it. I also love the fit, like the shorts and hat combo. Like he's moving well. He looks good doing it. And this is the 125, looks like in Cottonwood.
Adjusting those quick speed boas.
This is the 125 race leader.
Is this going
Coming into
into
Cottonwood?
Okay. Are Cottonwood and Clarkdale sort of twin cities almost, or?
I will be the first to admit I'm not well versed enough to
Okay.
know how the communities of Cottonwood and Clarkdale feel about each other, but
Right.
they are very close.
They're very
in
close together.
proximity.
Okay.
So a little bit of an update over here. We're going to go to the Steve Karanaki of Ultra Trail Running. According to our GPS trackers and most recent aggregate data about where we last saw Jeff Browning Pink, which was 40 minutes ago, so take this with a grain of salt, a grain of electrolyte. But if they maintain kind of where their averages have been at relative equal distances and locations on the course, Geraldus Hubertus, Mr. Harry S., is going a little bit faster than Jeff by about a quarter of a mile per hour faster. Given this pace at the exact same location, and I did take some averages, Geraldus may pass Jeff if they maintain in about 3.5 hours. And there is almost 10 hours left of racing. So we still have a race on our hands. So all that to say, the numbers are all kind of just pointing to the fact that there is a rather, decent sized gap mileage wise, but it doesn't take that much of a pace in order to catch the person in front of you, given that there is still 10 hours left in the race. So it's still a race. It's not by any means determined yet.
That's great. Thank you for that feedback and that information. Again, this is Steve Karnacki from Ultra Speed Running.
And people asking about drones. Yeah, there's a airport here in Flagstaff, which I know maybe is surprising. So we will not have drones until the other side of Walnut Canyon.
Yeah, so that section that our two leaders are on between Fort Tuthill and Walnut Canyon is inaccessible with drones.
Yep. Basically from kind of where our drone is, who I think is going to be picking up the 4th place male runner here in a little bit. That section between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill, from about where he can fly from until the other side of Walnut Canyon is kind of not accessible via drone.
Again, we've got our man on the ground, Josh, outside of Sedona aid station, running with Joe Corcione and his pacer as they approach that beautiful spot where the trail drops under the bridge.
This is back at Dead Horse, it looks like. Is that right? Yeah.
Dead Horse Ranch, again, mile 8 of the 125, mile 135.
That's a Jake Jackson sighting there.
All right, Jake Jackson.
Oh, he's moving. Look at him go.
Ultra Jake Jackson on Instagram. Really wonderful, fun follow. Professional UPS driver. All around fun guy. Kind of going way out of his comfort zone here at the Cocodona 250. He's a fast track and road guy. Multi-day guy. Good to see Jake moving along here.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah. And agree, Stan. Shout out to Jen. Awesome aid station captain. Fun, enthusiastic. Great to have around. Looks like she's headlining the Sedona aid station. Probably had one earlier in the race as well, I would guess.
Stan Barry. A name that will live in Cocodona fame forever. I believe it was... Stan will have to correct me in the chat. It was either year 1 or year 2. We were able to catch him on the live stream coming in towards Whiskey Row. And he came out for the race. His day ended up ending at Whiskey Row. He got timed out there. But it was he and his wife's wedding anniversary. And he was out doing the Cocodona race. His kids, his daughters were in the chat. And then he came out for Javelina 100 either the following year or later that fall, and we got to meet him in person. So shout out to Stan Barry. I'll have to dig up that live stream clip.
Let's do it for sure.
So,
and again, we're looking at Jake Jackson heading out of now a little ways out of the Sedona aid station. Looks like Josh has picked him up to run a little bit with him. Josh is getting some steps in today, as are most of our mobile cammers. It was a good shot.
this looks like it's down... is this down near Cottonwood? Yep, this is down near Cottonwood, so this would be 125 runners. Yeah, look at that pan out.
All right, here we're
showing
getting
the
a little shot.
landscape.
Okay. had some fantastic footage from drones yesterday of the crew coming down, runners coming down into Jerome. I think we're back on the road between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill. Our drone has picked up 4th place. I'm just going to guess 4th place male.
Yeah, and that should be String Bean.
Awesome. Thank you.
And again, this is that section between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill here. We saw Arlen Glick come through here a little while ago as our 3rd place men's runner. Yeah, Stan Barry, who was in the chat, did the original Cocodona, the classic course.
Oh, yeah.
Similar to this route, a few small tweaks. Big difference, there's 2 additional water drops in the first section of the course now versus when Stan ran it. So they've got it a little bit easier here than the first year, but similar course and still just an amazing experience for all these runners.
Nice drone shot here of, I'll just call it Clarkdale / Cottonwood. All right. Getting a little bit closer. String Bean with his pacer.
I think we found String Bean.
String Bean's hype man. Yes, indeed.
That was too good. That was hilarious. Just as we're following String Bean, we get the Balloon Man, and it's the same color shirt. That's amazing. That made my heart happy. Zach needs some of that.
So here we are looking at 4th place male, Joe String Bean McConaughey in the yellow jacket and his pacer. Carl, I like that idea. Next Crack-A-Brew with AJW should be in Cottonwood or Clarkdale. Might actually make a trip over there, a little detour there on my way back down to the valley on Saturday afternoon. Just received word that the I-17 is going to be closed all weekend, so that means the long way around on 303. That's always fun. Doing tons of work on the 17. Now, when it's all said and done, it's going to be great. but it'll probably be about 2038 when it's done. Again, string bean on this road section between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill. He's 4th place male. The first 3 are through here: Jeff Browning, Geraldo Subertas, and Arlen Glick.
And I did just get report from our esteemed photographer, Howie Stern, that Rachel and Manuela are within eyesight of each other.
Oh, my goodness. And I know, too, Brittany Peterson, who's going to be pacing his pace Manu a little bit already and is going to pick her up again a little bit later. Is getting a little bit of sleep, but reported that she was in good spirits and ready to move. So some action there in 2nd place between Rachel and Manuela. Good beta from Howie.
And I don't know if you talked about this, but we did finally get an update on Browning's tracker.
Saw that. Yep. We kind of figured we would.
Yeah, I mean, eventually. And again, he's now out of that Skunk Canyon area and is up on the Arizona Trail heading towards Fay Canyon. So he is kind of just passing, it looks like, maybe heading towards Fisher Point. Yeah. So once you get up out of that canyon, just a little bit easier.
Yeah.
For everything. That canyon, again, I know that GPS and cell coverage are not the same things, but it's just very desolate in that specific canyon.
Here we're seeing 125 runners, probably, I would assume, mostly 125 runners, although there could be 250 runners mixed in here at Dead Horse Ranch State Park, which for them is mile 8. For the 250 runners, it is 135. So yeah, we suspect a little bit there'll be some tricky tracker ping situations, as Matt has pointed out, in that section in Walnut Canyon between Fort Tuthill and Walnut Canyon Aid Station, which is a 17-mile aid station, and also an area in the vicinity of the Flagstaff Airport, which is a no-drone zone.
Yeah, and it looks like we should have Mika Thews coming into Munns Park in the next, it looks like she's about 1.5 miles or so out, so should see her within probably the next 20 or so minutes. We have a static cam there that we will keep our eyes on so that we can make sure we're keeping tabs on our women's race leader, who is having herself a week so far. Looks like, yep, there we go. That feed cut out for just a second, but we're back here at Dead Horse Ranch.
Mika Thews last year was 3rd place behind Sarah Ostaszewski and Eliza Lapierre in 17 hours and 27 minutes. 78 hours and 27 minutes. She's significantly ahead of that pace, as we've been reporting all day. Drone shot panning out to Cottonwood. And here we are back in the Sedona aid station tent. Mile 162 for the 250. Won't see the 125ers here for a few more hours. There's our Dead Horse Ranch aid station. Most up-to-date info we have is about a 3.5 mile lead for Jeff Browning. And Geraldus Zabertus with about a 6.5 mile lead over third place Arlen Glick. And in turn, Arlen with about a 2.5 mile lead over String Bean Joe McConaughey. And there's Andre. Andre Lee, a prolific local Phoenix runner.
He's registered for Cocodona for next year already.
I'm not surprised. There's Andre.
Was, the final finisher of the inaugural running of the Cocodona 250. And it looks like we may be trying to get a drone up in the Walnut Canyon area momentarily.
Okay.
Troy,
Yep.
who's near Tuthill right now?
Yeah, and I think this is the drone shot overlooking the Walnut Canyon aid station. So this is where our next drone feed will be. No, we are just we're still awaiting the race leader. Trying to just get a test flight to make sure our connectivity is good here. Make sure there's no tech issues, but Troy will be able to fly out on course a little bit to see if he can catch the race leader at some point. It is a little bit denser vegetation there, but it'll still be nice to get some eyes in the sky out there at the Walnut Canyon aid station.
This is Josh.
And who do we have here leaving Sedona? See if we can get... it's tough to read because of the pack. It looks like that's our 5th place female, though. Yep, that is our 5th place female. And that... let me pull up who that is here. That looks like it is bib 66. Elsa Jaworski. That's not Elsa. That could also be bib 7. Kylie Drugan. It is bib 7, Kylie Drugan. They both were, looks like, leaving the aid station in Sedona there, or they were there at similar times. So she is, it looks like, our 5th place female leaving Sedona. Yeah, she's moving really strong here. Again, making her way towards the Oak Creek crossing before heading up the Kasner climb to the Coconino Plateau. She'll be greeted with cooler temps.
Yeah, we received word in the chat that perhaps Manu passed Rachel. We don't have confirmation of that, but we did hear from Howie Stern just a little while ago out on the course that they were within eyesight of one another, which is incredibly close in a 250-mile race. So we'll see if we can get confirmation on that.
And there was a question about does the dimmed color on the tracker mean that they've dropped? No, typically it just means that their tracker hasn't pinged in a long time. Is typically what that means. It does look also like we have Mika Thews, our women's race leader, about a mile out from the Munns Park aid station. So we should have eyes on her at that aid station here momentarily, or shortly rather.
And here's our man Josh. He's getting in his miles today. Thank you, Josh, for this footage. Leaving the Sedona aid station.
And thank you to everybody who is joining us here in the chat. We greatly appreciate all of you. Trying to bring you the best coverage that we can here on the Cocodona 250 course.
Yeah, and here in just a couple of minutes, when we have a small break in the action, I'm going to be departing the live broadcast here, and AJW, you're going to be greeted by someone much more knowledgeable of the course than me, much funnier than me, the great Shelby Farrell, an OG Cocodona inaugural year finisher.
Right on, right on.
So she will be taking over on the mic. She'll be doing her best to ensure that you don't get us kicked off of the internet. But you all, my lovely viewers, will be in good hands as I hand it over here to Shelby in just a second. So thank you for bearing with us. It's been great to grace the mic once again. And yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in.
Great way to start the day, Matt. I know you've got a bunch of other stuff to do today. And it's going to be fun sitting in with Shelby, and I'm sure I'll see you around these next couple days.
Yeah, definitely.
Matt Feldick getting us going for the first few hours of day 3 here of the Cocodona 250 live stream, brought to you by Mountain Outpost. Thank you all 2,300 plus of you for tuning in. Fantastic to see you all, and thanks as well for weighing in on the chat.
Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. Plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this week and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate. Nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food, feed it real power, feed it spring.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. What an incredible journey this has been. The joy that people experience when they're in the mountains. The personal growth that is obtained through going faster and farther in the mountains. The journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now it is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovation that is going on in this world, in all the areas of the industries, and now they are obtaining things that are incredible. With Ultraspire, we are truly inspired by athletes. And as I reflect back on my years, going from there to now, I am so happy to be a part of this journey.
Oh, all right. Welcome back, everybody. Shelby Farrell, how are you?
Excellent. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks a lot for coming on.
Cocodona week, best week of the year. Wouldn't miss it.
Absolutely. Well, it's great to have you here. We are 51, almost just about 52 hours into our race coverage this week, and I just thought I'd give everybody a quick update on our top 3 or 4 or 5 men and women. Jeff Browning continues to hold on to the lead. He is in that long, windy section between Fort Tuthill and Walnut Canyon, which I want you to talk about in a little while. After him is Geraldos Zapertas and then Arlen Glick, Joe Stringbean McConaughey, and Michael Versteeg. On the women's side, Mika Tews, who's within minutes coming into the Munns Park aid station, followed by Manu Villaseca and Rachel Entriken. I did just get a little bit of an update from Manu's crew and pacer, Brittany Peterson, who commented that she had a little bit longer nap, but went into the night with good energy, allowed her to get into this top 3, and it seems very focused, is listening to her body and taking care of herself. Here we go. Are we at Munns here, Matt? All right. So this is the Munns Park aid station, mile 191. Munns Park aid station 191. And Shelby, tell me a little bit about, I mean, you have experience running this, crewing this, pacing this.
I do. I got to run the inaugural Cocodona 250 in 2021. It's crazy to think that 4 years have gone by. And I've been here every year since. I guess you could call me a Cocodona 250 groupie. I'm proud of that. The second year, I got to pace Joe McConaughey, Sarah O, Brianna Grigsby, and I was also here for work, repping Koros. And then last year, I had the privilege of pacing 80 miles with Sally McRae. That was an incredible, super inspiring experience. So now I'm back on the live stream, crewing a friend for Sedona Canyons 125, and it's only a matter of time before you see my name on this entrance list again.
All right. And so we're getting a good view at the Munns Park aid station, mile 191. So from here, a little bit less than 60 miles to go. We are awaiting the arrival of Mika Tews here. What's it like at this point? You've got 11 miles from here into Kelly Canyon, and then a relatively rough section between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill.
Yeah, honestly, this part is a little bit of a blur for me. I think I hit it in the middle of the night. There's a video of me cracking a Red Bull with a stranger while sitting on a log from this section. So it's a little blurry, but I will say I've experienced that Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon section several times. So I think that might be one of my favorite sections of the course. So you just got to get through these next 2 chunks, and then you're treated to some really flowy trails starting at Fort Tuthill.
17 miles too between aid there. You get a reprieve with your crew at Fort Tuthill, but then a 17-mile stretch, windy, curvy, tricky. We know our lead men are in that section right now. One of the commenters on the chat earlier today was talking a little bit how, like, depending on how your sleep is gone at that point, you can kind of get the sleepies through there.
Yeah, and that was my experience when I ran it in 2021. I was whimper walking from Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon, and I remember sitting on a rock and watching some planes take off when you go by the airport. If I were to do this race again, I would absolutely save my legs for that section because it is beautiful and relatively smooth compared to what these runners have faced already. So I paced Stringbean and Sally in that section as well. So I've seen it 3 times under 3 very different lights, and it's it's exciting. Like you really you can smell the finish line.
Did either of them get the sleepies through there?
Joe got a little overheated.
Oh, he did. Okay.
I think that's an interesting thing when you hit altitude out there. It's hotter than you think it is.
Mm-hmm.
I believe the temperature that year was in the 70s, but we were dousing him with water throughout that section. Sally kind of went into Sally mode and got really quiet and just had to keep doing her thing, one foot in front of the other and choosing strong. So but they both were moving better than me in 2021. So I'm excited for the runners to hit to this point. We're getting there.
Right on. So when, aside from the sleepies and you've got some nice flowy single track, we're focusing on the front of the pack right now, but, we've been kind of going back and forth. Let's go back a little bit to, we've seen maybe a dozen or so, maybe a few more come through Sedona. Let's walk through. This is when Matt was on. There's a water station between Sedona and Schnebly Hill, but this is a big kind of climb up the Kasner climb. Back up onto the Coconino Plateau. Walk us through that section. It seems to be. Everybody talks about these climbs in the early part and Eldon, but this one seems to sort of come at a time where it could really kind of kick you in the teeth.
Yeah, it's a special climb. I got to spend time with Sally on that one last year, and let's see, let me look at this list here. So I had started pacing Sally last year at Deer Pass.
Okay.
So we get to Sedona Posse Grounds Park, and I think she had a burger. It was a quick transition at that aid station, but when you hit Sedona and you start running from that point, it's gorgeous. The red rocks are magically towering in front of you. So that was a fun distraction, kept us in good spirits. However, you hit that water crossing, and if you guys were following the race last year, Sally's feet got pretty beat up, and so that water crossing was weighing on her.
And there's no way to go through it and stay dry.
No, we had a vision of how maybe we could float her across on her back and keep her feet in the air, but it didn't work. It was pretty comical, and
so it was almost like she was even going into it. It was like anticipating it.
She was anticipating the water crossing and definitely worried about what was going to happen to the bandages on her feet once we got through it. So that I can feel.
And then that was
anxiety.
weighing on you. I'm sure. Yeah. It sounds like you're feeling it right now just talking about it.
It was. I felt for her, and then you hit that climb, and so this I think was a memorable part of the race experience for her because she really had to grind out that climb, knowing that every step, the skin that was no longer existing on the back of her heels was just sliding in the back of her shoes. So we took it nice and slow and steady. You hit that water station, which is really a breath of fresh air. You feel like you got somewhere finally.
I think people are wondering about that. Is it just, is it literally like a bunch of water jugs in the middle of the woods, or are there people there?
Yeah, when we got there, it was pretty much just a bunch of water jugs.
It's just a bunch of water jugs on a table.
There might have been a tent. But yeah, it was convenient. We filled up.
But that's it. You're basically just topping off your water and keeping going.
It's still a sign of life, I feel like, and that you're getting somewhere on the course. And then there's some great fire roads from there into Schnebly. So yeah, I think my biggest piece of advice for anybody going after a race like Cocodona, Tahoe, whatever, any big race, is don't obsess over these elevation profiles. Yes, you're going straight up for a bit there in Kasner Canyon, but it's over then, So don't dwell on it.
Yeah.
Just do it.
All right. We are getting reports that Mika is through Munns. Haven't seen her at the static cam here at this aid station. We will see if we get any more reports on that. we have our eyes on the Munns Park aid station. Again, Munns Park is where there's that 11 mile section between Schnebly Hill and Munns Park, kind of rolling, gradually going up. Yep, Brittany, you're right. We're and talking a little bit about feet. Tanya Olson was on, got in touch with me a little bit earlier to give me some tips to relay to folks about foot care, what to do, what not to do. She is incredible when it comes to foot care. We do know that is one of the things that can really crush you at a 200, 100 miler, but especially at a 200 miler. To hear Shelby, to hear your stories of Sally and her foot issues came early. I mean, I remember I was still volunteering at Crown King Mile 37, and she spent a good 25 minutes there dealing with her feet. You knew it was going to be a long race.
Yeah, feet are important. I made some really, for lack of better words, stupid errors my first year at Cocodona. This is really stupid, but you're not thinking when you're doing these races sometimes.
Yeah.
And so I decided to put ice in my socks. My ankles were really sore, and the ice felt amazing until it melted in my shoe and caused some trench foot.
Oh!
So it just anything you can do to prevent pain in the future, do it. Don't put ice in your socks. Never again will I make that mistake. But the sleep deprivation is also going to cause further foot pain, as I'm sure you've experienced. So there's also that compiling of, yes, your feet are getting chewed up in your shoes, but also your body is working real hard to do what it's doing, and everything starts to just hurt a little bit more.
Let's rewind the tape to that first year, the 2021 year. It's infamous particularly in that first part where just because it was new, because it was the first time doing it, and because that section is so remote, did you get to, we've heard about how beautiful it is and how, especially that section through the Bradshaws. Did you, like everybody else, kind of run out of water and, or did you kind of survive that section a little bit better?
I crushed that first section.
Did you?
I did. I think the first 100 miles of Cocodona were amazing for me, and that was up until that point, that was the farthest I'd ever gone. So my race experience going into the inaugural year was 2 50Ks that I did in road shoes, just winging it, a 50 miler, Haviland 100, and then Cocodona.
Wow. All right. So you jumped right in.
So if people are listening to this thinking, I need to do all of these things before I can survive Cocodona, it's not true. It's you just got to believe in yourself.
Yeah. That's a great attitude.
Yeah. So again, I was not looking at the elevation profile going into that race. I didn't psych myself out about any of the climbs, and so I feel like I had a ton of water. The one error that I made was I had more electrolytes than water, electrolyte drink than water.
Yeah.
And so at some point on that climb in the beginning, I got really sick of drinking the electrolyte drink, but it was still liquid and I still was staying hydrated. So, that's just something you need to get over. But I actually shared some water and goldfish with one of the podium finishing women on that climb. So I was really in my
element. You had enough water you could actually share.
I was loving life, and I got to spend some time with Jamil and just kind of cursing him for how the trail kept climbing up and up and up and up. But epic first day. So just
fantastic.
Again, don't overthink it. Jumping
in here is our 5th place male, Michael Versteeg, on the right with his pacer. Talk about this section. We've had now several. Our drone pilot's been going back and forth here, and so we saw Jeff come through here, and Heraldus and Arlen and Joe, and now Michael. Looking at it, it just looks beautiful. It looks like this nice forest road through the pines. In between. This is the section in between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill. Is it as nice and serene and chill as it looks here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
If you let it be. Yeah. I mean, it's all about mindset, right?
I guess as chill and serene as you can be with 202 miles on your legs.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I'm sure Versteeg's chilling. He seems like a pretty laid back guy. Yeah, can you fill me in? Because I've been kind of getting my runner ready for Sedona Canyons 125, so I missed some of what happened yesterday.
Excellent. Yeah, I'll do that. So in the early part of the race, Joe Stringbean McConaughey was in the lead, followed by Jeff, Heraldus, Arlen, and Michael Versteeg. Then overnight, the first night, so while we were off the air between about 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. on Monday night into Tuesday morning. Jeff passed Joe.
Yeah,
And
I think, did I see that Joe missed it?
It was this was interesting, and maybe some people in the chat may not have figured this out. He took a little, or heard about this, he took a little break, and when he started again, he went in the wrong direction on the course.
Yeah.
In the dark.
Yeah, I've done that.
He went, probably, a little bit disoriented.
Yeah.
He went in the wrong direction on the course, so essentially backwards up the course. And who did he run across? Jeff Browning.
That had to have been.
And so he realized at that point he'd gone the wrong direction on the course, obviously, turned around. He and Jeff ran together into Fane Ranch, so around mile 90, where they both, again, this is how the story goes at least, where they both settled into a short nap. Jeff left a little bit early, a little bit before Joe. Apparently, we'll learn more about this when we talk to Jeff after the race, whispering and trying to be quiet, getting out of there, kind of doing a little stealth escape job, and took the lead. And so subsequently from there, he got to Mingus Mountain Camp with a pretty, at that point, maybe about a 10-minute lead, extended it a little bit at Jerome, and kind of the rest of that was sort of played out. Joe has obviously bounced back from that. We were talking that it could have been something that really got to him mentally. Heraldus Sabertus has been sort of steady and strong, and kind of has emerged as sort of the key kind of second place person. Arlen and Joe have flipped spots. So Joe was in third. Arlen jumped into third place overnight last night. And as we saw, Joe in fourth, and now Versteeg in fifth. Last we saw Jeff Garmeyer, who was in sixth. He was leaving the Sedona aid station, and I think it's safe to say was pretty significantly favoring his right leg, and had a fair bit of supportive tape on there and so forth. So have not heard from Jeff Garmeyer yet. And then seventh place overall, at least at last count, was first place woman Mika Thews. So that's the update from here. After Mika, as we've talked about already, two women were very close together leaving Sedona. Both Manu Villaseca and Rachel Entrikin. Rachel had been an early leader as well, but overnight last night took a longer sleep. Some estimate maybe as long as 2-3 hours, which is certainly long for a front runner. And during that sleep time, Mika overtook her into the lead.
Oof, exciting.
Does that summary sound good in the chat? I think I got it all worked out.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I'm excited to see what Jeff Garmeyer does. I think that he is such an incredible individual. Mm-hmm. He's a super talented athlete. He's hilarious. And I'm pretty sure he's being paced by his girlfriend right now, who is also super rad. She has the out and back time on Southern California's iconic Backbone Trail.
Oh, the out and back on the back.
She's the
is that
female.
Allison? Is her name?
Yeah,
we saw Allison. She was definitely pacing him.
Yeah,
on the way out.
She's awesome, but yeah, she's the only female that's done an out and back on that trail, and it's one of my favorite trails. I've played with some FKTs on it myself, so it's cool to see that SoCal connection out there pushing Jeff along.
Yep, some more Garmeyer love in the chat. So Matt, what are we looking at here? This is Fort Tuthill aid station. All right. This is mile 210. This is the large aid station, large sleep station, state fairground or county fairgrounds, rodeo grounds, campground, real popular place for Phoenicians to escape the heat. And coming in here, we do have two runners through here. Yes, 2 runners through here.
Yeah, looks like
We've not had Arlen get here yet, have we?
Arlen's on his way.
Arlen's on his way in.
1.8 miles from Fort Tuthill, and then Joe's about 4.1, according to. Let's see if I refreshed it recently.
Here's Ashley Paulson.
Oh.
I would recognize that hair coming into Sedona. Thanks, John P. I might have embellished a little bit with the comment about the whispering and sneaking out. It was clear that Jeff had a plan for a 20-minute nap, took the 20-minute nap, and moved on. So thanks a lot, John P. for pointing that out. Ashley Polson entering the Sedona Canyons aid station, or Sedona aid station. Sorry, Sedona Canyons is the name of the companion race here, the 125 that started a couple of hours ago.
She looks good, and we know Ashley Paulson has jets, so I'm excited. I mean, I don't know what her race strategy is, but I could see her turning it on.
Yep, and if I'm correct, so we have seen Elsa Jaworski through here. I think this would be, not sure we've seen Kylie Drugan Epic. We have seen Kylie Drugan Epic. So
Elsa, she's a fun one. I got to meet her at Coldwater Rumble this year, and she's just, dancing through her lap. So we catch her on the live stream, that'd be cool, because I just think she's always seems positive and really enjoying herself out there. It's good energy. Yeah,
So again, Ashley Polson rolling into Sedona aid station. This is mile 162.3. Seventh place woman by my count.
That looks right. I do love the conversation on race strategy. Jeff might have said he has 20-minute nap plan, and that's great. But I mean, I've talked to Mike McKnight in the past, and I know that he's played games of turning off his headlamp in the dark.
Oh yeah.
And so there are a lot of fun little tricks, you could say, that are just a part of it and kind of keep it exciting and a good little adrenaline rush for the athlete and the crew too when it does get racy like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not fast anymore, but back when I was faster and was in the hunt with races with Jeff, I mean, he would definitely be the turn the headlamp off, tell your pacer to turn the headlamp off, tell people up the trail not to cheer so you can't hear them that you're coming. Yes. I mean, all the tricks. But great stuff. And yeah, I mean, I suspect he had his nap planned. He took his nap and he got out of there. So here we are, Ashley Polson at Sedona, at her camper. We'll see if she settles into a longer aid station stay or not. Yeah, shout out to Big Pine, absolutely. Early June or mid-June, Big Pine races up here at Fort Tuthill. We just saw the camera on Fort Tuthill a couple of minutes ago. Aravipa puts on a wonderful event up there with a whole bunch of different distances. The Big Pine event's a great opportunity for people who are coming out of the heat to come on up and enjoy the cooler temps in the pines. There's usually a brew festival going on that weekend. There's always music, live music up there. It's good stuff. And usually Aravaipa, gets a big group campsite there in the campground, and it's a lot of fun. So Ashley Paulson, taking care of herself, taking a sit down. Looks like she's got a plate of food, talking to her crew. That's her pacer there with the blue pack on, red shorts.
They have her in the shade. It's a smart team right there.
7th place woman. Yeah, it did look like, you're right, Chris Warden, it did look like Ben Light.
Yeah.
He's unmistakable with that beard. He's got the incredible beard.
I was Ben Light for Halloween once.
Were you really?
There he is.
There he is.
I was pacing Joe Corcione. I had Joe dressed as Mike McKnight and I dressed as Ben Light, and I managed a whole loop of javelina with a fake beard on. So, it's kind of nice. It catches the sweat.
That's excellent. Ultra Crew Hub, thank you. That's Ashley's husband, Matt, in the pink shorts. So Ace Crew there for Ashley. And thank you, Shaw Shooting. Pacer is Sarah Scheme, Ashley's bestie. So kind of an all-star team here, it looks like. I think that would be. You got any pictures on your phone of you as a Ben Light? I'd love to see that.
I bet I could dig that up. I bet it's on Joe Corcione's Instagram. Joe's out there. I should check on how he's doing.
I'm glad you asked. It was maybe about an hour ago. And our chase cam. What's our chase cam's name coming out of Sedona? He's been doing tons of laps. Josh was chasing Joe Corcione down. And it was interesting because Joe was running with his pacer, and they were running really well. And I think Josh got, far enough out that he turned around. And sure enough, Jake Jackson came running right up. So he ran with Jake for a little while. So it looked like, I don't know exactly what's going on at this point, but it looked like Jake and Joe were going to end up sort of being together a little bit there. And that was, again, it was probably... Maybe not as long as an hour ago, maybe 45 minutes ago that they were leaving Sedona. So, and Josh has been doing an incredible job. I suspect this is Josh with the camera right now. But Josh has been, there he thumbs up. Josh has been doing he can hear us. We just can't hear him. Okay. But he's been doing a great job on this coverage. Josh, I know you can hear us. Is it looking like Ashley's just going to take some food and move on, or can you get any of this conversation, or are you trying to give them their space?
I was pretty soon after. Yeah.
Of course, he can't communicate with us, but might be able to get some info to Matt.
Slamming that ketone IQ.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Audio on her. They've been struggling with the audio part, so I don't think so. Yeah.
Thank you.
From any of the cameras. We're doing the thumbs up.
Is it from the camera or?
Hey Josh, this is Matt back on production. We do have Josh's audio now. We're just getting our commentators set up with their earpieces, but we were blessed with the beauty of Ben Light there for a second, which was amazing. The beard is one of the most identifiable things in the sport.
Matt, I think he's the one.
All right, Josh, can you hear me? This is AJW at the studio.
Yeah, I can hear you. If you can hear us.
Yeah, how's Ashley doing?
Ashley, hear you now.
We hear laughing and hellos. But our audio is a little choppy right now.
Yeah, sorry about that. Was just a little choppy audio coming in from Josh. We'll perhaps get him up in a second. Looks like we're bumping over here to Fort Tuthill. A little update, Jeff Browning holding on to that 3-mile lead. Another 7 miles back to Arlen Glick, 3.5 back to Joe McConaughey, and we recently saw Michael Versteeg on that lovely road section, about 2 miles behind Joe Stringbean McConaughey.
Jeff Browning's got to be feeling really good right now. He's a Flagstaff native.
Yeah, he's running home.
So,
He's running home.
I think he knows exactly what's ahead of him. Not to mention he crushed the course last year with Sedona Canyons 125. So he's getting so close.
Yeah.
Here was the
folks, I'm getting some video of Shelby in her Ben Light costume. Is this Javelina?
This is
got to be Javelina.
Joe Corsione's final loop at Javelina. He was rocking low carb runner shades, eating bagels, and and I was committed to keeping my beard on.
That must have been itchy.
It was different.
There it is, complete with the braiding of it.
Yeah.
But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. What an incredible journey this has been. The joy that people experience when they're in the mountains. The personal growth that is obtained through going faster and farther in the mountains.
All right. Good to see everybody again. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins. This is Shelby Farrell, and we are Mountain Outpost coverage of the Cocodona 250. Do we have the, sorry guys, do we have this screen? Okay. There we go. This is a good shot here back to
Fort
Tuthill. Mile 210.6. 2 runners through here. 3 more on the way.
This is a great aid station too. They have an inside area to sleep on some cots, lots of great aid station food. So it'll be interesting to see how runners approach it. Do they come in and take a nap before heading out for their final 40-ish miles, or do they just kind of push on through? We shall see.
Yeah, and to put this in perspective, this aid station, which is mile 210.6, stays open until Friday at 3:30 in the afternoon. We're coming to you on Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
So this, just think about the volunteers at this aid station. The aid station shifts at Cocodona 250 are not necessarily measured in hours, but they're measured in days.
Yes. We love our volunteers. They are heroes. Keeping these runners fed and happy, hopefully.
Yeah. Fed, definitely. Happy, maybe.
So in 2022, Joe McConney took, I believe, about a 7-minute nap here. Sally laid down at this aid station last year for also a very brief moment. What have we seen so far from the lead runners that have gone through here?
We've seen no sleep.
Okay, yeah.
No sleep from either Jeff or Harold. We did get word that that Jeff did get a little sleep. His last sleep was back in Sedona. Not sure if Harry slept there as well, but have not heard anything about sleep. And we know that they're between here and Walnut Canyon right now. If I'm remembering, if memory serves, we have yet to have our third place man come in here. It was Arlen Glick, but I suspect he's probably on his way relatively soon. And want to get absolute confirmation too on Mika Thews coming through Munns Park.
Well, as Trail Gangstas says, no sleep till Flagstaff.
No sleep till Flagstaff.
So, has he premiered his full music video yet? Oh, I can't wait to see it. Oh, man. I know I'm usually on After Dark. I'm trying not to swear or say inappropriate things for our morning crowd right now. It's a challenge. But
yeah, we had a fun After Dark last night, and the world premiere went about as well as could be expected.
Oh, incredible!
And if you're watching out there and you want to rewind the tape and look at the stream from last night, enjoy. We'll leave it at that.
Rory Moynihan, best rapper in Flagstaff.
Yeah,
Air Viper Racing Team member.
He was here in the lounge, and we spent a good hour and a half together, and it's a lot of fun.
I'll definitely be rewinding.
Air Viper After Dark, and I'm sure Chris is going to be back at it tonight. All right, we are looking at Fort Tuthill.
Arlen's got to be close. Where's?
Yeah, Arlen has got to be close, I imagine.
It's been great to see Arlen's family out there supporting him from Ohio. I caught that. Just the content in general around this race. I think I've spent a little bit more time on Instagram in the last 24 hours, but the moments that you can see through Instagram are great. Like they caught the moment that Arlen ran into the aid station and saw his family there, and it's just really special to see that.
Well, it was cool too. What we learned was kind of through back channels that his parents surprised him. He knew his sisters were going to be here, but his parents just showed up and they were there. It was just quite a cool moment.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I think I might be a little stressed out if my mom showed up randomly. It takes a special parent to understand their children doing this.
Oh,
it
absolutely.
Really does.
Oh my gosh, it took my mom years. She was always just asking, why do you do that? Why do you do that? Why do you do that? I finally said, Mom, just show up. Please, just come to one of these things and you'll either get it or you'll never come back.
Yeah.
And she got it. I mean, in her defense, she eventually got it and she enjoyed it. And to this day, she's like, I get it now. Thank you for doing that. But yeah, I think it's a process, I think, because it is difficult at times for people to understand. And I think this is a 250-mile race is a whole different level of understanding. I mean, I spend a lot of time with various, running groups down in Phoenix and so forth, typically, people who run half marathons and marathons, and they're like, what? And then of course they 250 miles, so it is a different deal.
It's a lot to wrap your head around. And I think I've started sending my mom more sunset pictures on training runs just to convey, this is beautiful and this is why I'm out here and you love walking in nature. I just am walking a little faster than you.
Yeah, right.
So she'll come around. But yeah, I often get, after doing a big event, the question is, so you don't need to do it again, right?
Right, yeah.
And unfortunately,
you've checked it off your list, right?
My answer is usually like, well, actually, I do need to do it again.
Yeah, and just as an update for everyone, it looks like kind of during that brief break, we had some tech difficulties here. We had Arlen come through Fort Tuthill already, and we are getting report that String Bean should be into Fort Tuthill momentarily. And yeah, for everyone tuning in, we appreciate you tuning in and bearing with us. And yeah, we love you guys.
And do you know if Arlen is in and out?
He is out of Fort Tuthill.
Wow.
Okay. Wow. So Arlen Glick is through Fort Tuthill, mile 210, and we expect Joe McConaughey shortly. As we remember from back when we had a great Joan shot in this section before, we were guesstimating about 15-20 minutes gap between Arlen and Joe.
Wow, yeah, he flew in right under our
noses.
noses.
right under the radar.
Looks like Joe's about 0.9 out.
Okay.
Give or take, depending on tracking, but
good stuff. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? 210 miles, 40 miles to go. Now you're up at the, on the Coconino Plateau. You do know you have that big slog up Eldon still to come. But you've got a couple, I mean, obviously Arlen has made quick work of this aid station, but if you think of mid or back of the Packers, you're thinking, okay, I've got a big 17-mile section. You said, beautiful, flowy single track, but 17 miles is 17 miles. And then another 13 miles to the Mount Eldon aid station, right? So this is something too that I'm curious on your thoughts of this. I mean, transitioning, for me, just not having done a 200-miler myself, the mindset transition of going from a race where 10 miles between aid stations is a lot, right? I mean, I think of Hard Rock probably has distances like that, to routine sort of 17, and where you're talking about doing those at maybe 3 miles an hour, right? Is there, so you take that 17 miles, even a front packer is going to maybe take 4 hours to do that, right? So what's are you even thinking about that? Or is it just like, I'm going to, because Arlen was probably there just a few minutes and he knows he's not going to see him again now for at least 17 miles.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully by this point in the race, he's used to having some big gaps away from his buddies.
I guess that's true, yeah.
But I think, thinking back to pacing Joe and Sally through this section, it felt like my duty to keep an eye on the leaderboard, keep an eye on their pace, and really try to encourage them to just focus on doing their thing. Try not to look at your phone. There's not much service through that section. There's barely any. And so if you're a runner who's anxiously checking the leaderboard or worried about something ahead of you, you're now wasting time pulling out your phone, refreshing it, and not getting anywhere because you have no signal. So I think it's really important, probably throughout the entire race with pacers, but definitely when we're getting to these critical moments at the end, to trust your pacer, trust your plan, and just get into focus mode and do it.
Right on. And so you were saying, though, because Matt was saying this similarly, because of the airport, no drones up here. You're saying not much, you're kind of in and out of these canyons or these low areas, not much service on your cell phone or anything like that. So, So really, Ashley Polson, this was a quick aid station stop. Here is Josh leaving Sedona with Ashley. That was a quick stop. We just saw her eating food. She obviously didn't sleep there. And she is moving. 7th place woman.
Yeah, nice turnaround. She must have grabbed some crystals from the aid station and got a little power up. They did when a couple years ago. I think they had them last year too. These aid station volunteers had set up like these little dishes of crystals with their meanings. So if you're listening to this and your runner hasn't gone through Sedona, make sure you pick a crystal out for them. It's really important. Their race could depend on it.
Really? So they're doing the full Sedona thing then.
They really are. Yeah.
Sucking these people into the vortex.
Yeah. I definitely could pull up pictures of that too. I remember when we hit this aid station with Brianna Grigsby, I snuck some crystals into her pack.
I love it. Well, I mean, Ashley is such a kind of fun-loving, good-natured person. Hey, Josh, I know you can hear us. Does Ashley have some crystals on her? Can you ask her? Give us a thumbs up.
I don't hear them.
Yeah, I don't know. But I love it. Ashley Polson heading out. Looks like Josh is chatting with. Oh, a crystal in her mouth.
Well, hopefully not, but yeah.
This is Ashley Polson leaving Sedona Aid Station with our man on the ground, Josh. He's putting in the miles today.
She looks chipper. I'm curious on her one pole strategy right now. It looks like she has the second pole in the back of her pack. Poles are great, but they do get really annoying.
Yeah. I know Josh can pick up the chat, so maybe when he finishes this run out with Ashley, he can give us a little update in the chat. I know he was able to tell us, for example, that Eliza LaPierre fired him when he was running out with her. I also want to make sure that we allow time. Shelby, a friend in the chat, is eager to hear about how your injury recovery is going. So after we see Ashley move out of here, we'll hear a little bit more about that.
Yeah, Ultra Crew Hub letting us know too that Ashley has been all over the place so far this year, and just she's on a roll. So
well, this is true. Look at that Boston Marathon. Flew to London to do the marathon over there, and is now her. And by the way, those were just a couple of weeks ago, mid-April.
She smashed, jackpot ultras.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, those ketone IQs. I mean, I'm a fan. I've used them for races before.
Have you? Yep.
I do really think they help keep you alert. Didn't replace caffeine for me, of course, but it's a nice touch. And there's about 70 calories in one of those shots, so it adds towards your calorie count, which can be very helpful when eating gets hard.
Just a very if attitude and optimism, look, she's still just chit-chatting with Josh. If attitude and optimism gets you down the trail, she's got it in spades. We don't even have the audio, and you can tell that.
I love this comment. A new age dentist fills cavities with healing crystals. Hashtag Sedona.
I love it.
I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, you can see those rocks peeking out behind the trees. I mean, she's in for a treat when she gets back on these trails. I think that's something to note, too, is just the way the landscape changes throughout this course. Mm-hmm. It's rejuvenating.
Yeah.
You can really kind of get in your head and be like, all right, this is truly a new day. It looks totally different right now than it did yesterday.
Right. Oh, and you can literally think that way. Like here, oh my gosh, here I am all in the midst of these red rocks.
Yeah.
Last night I was in the midst of all these pine trees or all this kind of wide open meadow area.
Cow
At the beginning
pasture
I was in the middle of all these cacti. Yeah.
Yeah, it helps with the passage of time, I think, having that constant change of scenery. Sounds like we have Joe McConaughey rolling into Fort Tuthill right now.
So that would be fourth place male into mile 210. Pretty good time between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill.
Question: how far off is he from his paces? Well, it was a different course, so
It's hard.
compare.
It's hard to compare to the 2 years ago race. So here we go.
Here we go.
A camera on Joe McConaughey coming in to Fort Tuthill, giving a hug.
I'm not sure who makes up Joe's team this year, but from what I saw in 2022, they are dialed.
Oh, I'm sure.
I mean, like, they know what type of, you name it, goldfish he likes. You know, just little things that it really helps when your crew knows that about you. It saves you the energy of having to explain, oh no, I don't want that bomb right now. I want this bomb, you know, like little things. They're able to read them like a book. So I'm sure he's going to come in here. Oh, and his wife is crew chief this year. Oh, that's exciting. That's exciting. So yeah, I'm sure they're going to do a quick little turnaround with him and get him on his way.
So Shelby, Jason Gerhardt's asking about your injury and how recovery is going. I know I was surprised to see you come in with a boot on your foot. How you doing?
Oh, Jason Gerhardt. You know, he's my husband, who's also the...
Oh, hey, Jason.
He's the new race director for Air Vibe Colorado. So if anybody's feeling inspired after this to run a race in Colorado, go harass Jason in the chat.
There you go. There's more to this than... but how is the injury recovery going?
The injury's slow and steady. So I broke my foot during Black Canyon 100K, probably around mile 6, and decided to keep running. So I finished the race. Maybe not the smartest decision running 50 plus miles on a broken foot, but you know, you just don't know until you know. And when you've experienced running 250 mile plus races, you know that your feet hurt sometimes. And it was just kind of on that cusp of, does this hurt enough to stop? And the conclusion I came to at Bumblebee Ranch was no, I was going to keep going. So, bones, unfortunately, do take a long time to heal, and I had a goal of avoiding surgery because who wants metal in your little tiny foot bones?
Yeah.
So,
So what is the prognosis? When will you, do you have any idea?
I think if I had to be real with myself at this point, because that's kind of what you have to do when you're injured, I'm learning, it's probably at least another 2 months in the boot. But I have some big plans to get a mountain bike. I will be, so that should get me out on the trails a little sooner. Jason's an avid cyclist, so I'll be in good hands. And then, I don't know, I get to start planning my comeback. And I think it's 2025 is going to be an exciting year for old Shelby Farrell.
And so how many races is Jeff directing up there in Colorado? All of them?
Jason,
sorry.
Pretty much all of them. They just acquired a few more with another race director, David. So they're going to be tag teaming a few, but it's an exciting list of races. The next one is actually coming up. It's the weekend of the...
Must be Ram Party.
Yeah,
that's
18th,
a great one.
19th.
Yeah.
So he would have been here this week if he didn't have a race that he needed to order porta potties and shuttles for coming up. But yeah, Ram Party looks pretty sweet. Have you spent time in those parts?
No, not yet. Not yet, but I have several athletes doing Ram Party because the timing's perfect for people running Western States. Like one last 50 miler or 50K or something and get a little bit of altitude. Sometimes it can be hot, but not super hot. So I and it's just, very well run and well organized and a cool course. So yeah, I think it's a great race to get people to do. Here's Joe McConaughey getting to his van. Fourth place man into Fort Tuthill, mile 210. We received word that Arlen Glick got through here about, we're guessing about 10, 12 minutes ago. He's going to, we've seen this a couple of times. He's going to get a little, they're going to pull out a little, one of those hypervolts, I think.
Nice. You know, it's a little bit of pampering goes a long way out here. We were calling them spa treatments. My last big multi-day attempt, I was going after the long trail fastest known time, and I ultimately did have to pull the plug about 20-ish miles from the finish.
Oh my goodness, that's close.
Yeah, a big storm and a really close bout of hypothermia. It was one of those sections. There was a 20-mile section with no crew and pacers, and it can get dangerous when you're moving slow and the elements hit you. But my point is, the little spa treatments are great. You know, just being handed a wet wipe, that's a spa treatment when you're in the middle of a 200-plus mile race. It can be really just, I don't know, a little burst of fresh, happy energy. So hopefully that's what Joe feels when he's done getting his calves rubbed out here, or quads.
I imagine with 210 miles on there too, he's got to be you want to be firm, but also gentle. Again, Joe McConaughey in the Fort Tuthill aid station. Yeah, Jonathan Mulberry commenting on the long trail. You know, back east, folks will be like, well, you know, there's AT miles and then there's long trail miles. I mean, those miles come hard. I remember talking to Carl Meltzer about it. It's like, yeah, 3 miles an hour is good speed on the long trail.
It's an epic trail. And I got to give a shout out to Eliza LaPierre. She's a Vermont local, and I know she's gone after the long trail FKT several times. So if anybody knows grit, it's Eliza. Because just training on that terrain and also dealing with the brutal Vermont weather year round. I mean, this past summer was wet as heck.
Oh yeah.
It'll make you a tougher runner. So I'm really rooting for Eliza out there. I know she has what it takes to keep storming this course. And Jason asked if I was going to return to the long trail. The answer is yes. It's going to happen. It was supposed to happen this summer, but with a broken foot, we're going to have to push that back a little bit. But there is a film coming out about my glorious DNF on the long trail presented by Adidas Terex that will start premiering this summer, and you can kind of live through what 250 miles of the long trail is like through
What's
that
the film going to be called? Does it have a title yet?
Oh my gosh, I actually don't know what they're calling it yet. Shelby dying on the long trail, part 1. No, just kidding. No, but it's a great film. It was put together by Drew Darby and Tyler McCain. I know Drew's out here filming for Aravaipa right now. Super talented guys, and I think it really shows a lot of different sides of what it takes to do these events. It's a team sport, so you'll see just the people that I was able to pull together for that adventure were very special. You'll see highs and lows and just a lot of key learnings along the way. So if you're not learning, then what are you doing?
That's right, exactly. Billy Simpson chiming in with one of the toughest ultra runners I know, native Vermonter Sue Johnston, multi-time Hard Rock finisher. Thanks, Billy, for weighing in on that. Sue is amazing. She's done, among other things, all the 4,000s in the Adirondacks and everything else. So good stuff. And thanks everybody for sharing of yourselves in the chat while we watch Joe McConaughey getting his body worked on at mile 210, the Fort Tuthill aid station.
I love this comment. Always rooting for Eliza or anyone from a state West Coast runners can't find on a map. Gotta love the East Coasters, man. They don't get enough credit out there. Those trails are just straight up and down, rocks, mud, roots, you name it. When I lived in Vermont, I went to college in Vermont, and that was really what inspired me to go after the long trail. Mm-hmm. My first trail races were on Jay Peak, which is the beginning of the long trail essentially, and I was afraid that I didn't like trail running.
Right, well.
It was hard. I didn't, and again, I think I mentioned earlier, my first trail races, I was wearing road shoes, so you learn as you go, and I moved out west, found the SoCal trails, which are essentially the hero snow of trail running out there.
Yep. It's the Utah snow of trail.
And was able to, kind of gradually learn how to run technical terrain. But if you live on the East Coast, you're running that every day,
Yeah,
So
absolutely. Yep, the 12 years. I mean, I was born and raised in the East Coast, spent some time in the West, but those 12 years I was back in Virginia, and a lot of the rocks and roots and ruts of that state are pretty, they're legit.
Virginia is beautiful.
It's actually hard to train for a West Coast race out there. Everybody says, oh, it's hard to train for a West Coast race because there aren't long climbs and descents. You can find long climbs and descents, especially in Virginia. What's harder is you can't find the smooth stuff. There's so much that's not smooth that I often had to just do dirt and gravel roads because that's more like what the California trails are like.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Sedona 125 update. As we mentioned, we will try when the opportunity allows, when we get drone footage or static cam footage on the ground to give you some updates on the Sedona 125. But again, our focus at this point is on the Cocodona 250. Here we are at Fort Tuthill, mile 210.5, and this is Joe McConaughey at his van getting some work done. I think that's a good friend of Aravipa, Rob Martin. Chris Warden might confirm that in the white hoodie.
Yeah, Joe's his coach.
That's right. Yeah. I can tell by the way he's standing too. Not to mention he has the biggest calves in the state. He really does. It's insane. They are huge. Yeah. Rob Martin. His coach is Joe McConaughey. Rob, go ahead.
It's got to be exciting for these coaches that are out there running with athletes also running. So I know Joe McConaughey coached Joe Corcione for this race. And actually my friend who's doing Sedona Canyons 125 has been getting coached by Jeff Browning. So I'm like, girl, you are prepared as you're ever going to be. You picked the right man for the job.
Looks like Joe is up. Jonathan Mulberry commenting on the Virginia section of the AT, and particularly the Priest and Three Ridges. Absolutely. You climb the Priest, and then you come back down, and you climb Three Ridges, and you've got 7,500 feet of vertical. So nobody can tell you that there's no long climbs and descents on the AT section through Virginia. In fact, for my 50th birthday, I didn't do that section. For my 50th birthday, I decided to do the 107-mile section of the AT that traverses Shenandoah National Park, which was a great little fun adventure. And my friend Brian Powell came out to pace me for half of it, and my whole family was out there. It was just a blast. So I encourage people, if you haven't been back east and haven't explored the trails, particularly in Virginia, but a lot of the areas back east, check them out. Well worth your time.
We got Choose Strong podcast in the chat. Shout out Sally McCrae. I wonder if she's missing it this year. Sally, if you can hear me, do you have FOMO?
Yeah, Sally, have your feet gotten better yet?
Oh.
Has the skin grown back?
Oh, hi, Eddie. Oh, it's just Eddie. Just kidding. Eddie's amazing.
Oh, he's an awesome dude. All right, just summarizing a little bit here as we are just past the 53-hour mark. By the way, here's the Fort Tuthill, the indoor section of the Fort Tuthill aid station. No, I was not tempted to break John Anderson's FKT. I was taking it easy, just a nice 30 hours on that section. But we now have 4 men through the aid station at Fort Tuthill, mile 210.6. In first place, Jeff Browning, who is now holding on to about a 3-mile lead over Geraldus Subertus. Actually a little bit smaller than that, 2.2-mile lead. Geraldus has about a 6-mile lead on Arlen Glick. And as I mentioned, Joe McConaughey just through Fort Tuthill, the 4th man through. We expect next into Fort Tuthill, Michael Versteeg. We also know further down the course that Mika Thews is the first woman through Munns Park, mile 191, and she's currently en route to Kelly Canyon. And in second and third place are Manu Villaseca and Rachel Entrekin, and moving well, both of them.
Yeah, Rachel is right around Mike McKnight right now. You gotta wonder what type of conversations they're having out there. Are they in silent soldier mode?
Mm-hmm.
Or
yeah, it's true.
I love seeing Finn from the Single Track podcast out there too. The content his team's been putting out is exceptional, and it's neat to see somebody who's usually kind of just behind a mic.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Out there living it.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, request for an update on Versteeg. We do know that Versteeg's running in 5th place, and he is en route to Fort Tuthill. We saw him in the drone shot leaving Kelly Canyon. So we would expect him into Fort Tuthill within the next, I'm just going to ballpark 30 minutes. But yeah, Finn Melanson, he was on our team here last year, and this year he's out running, so great to see. He did a nice build-up with a couple of burly 100Ks in Utah to get ready for this. So last word we heard, he had not even slept, at least until Sedona, which is pretty cool.
That's impressive. I wonder if he hallucinated at all
Yeah,
up until that point.
Yeah, exactly.
It's coming. It's coming.
Long way to go without sleep. This is the indoor aid station section of the Fort Tuthill aid station. A little further down the women's field, I've covered the top 3. In 4th place, Eliza LaPierre. In 5th place, Kylie Drugan-Epic. In 6th place, Elsa Jaworski. And as we just recently saw, heading out of Sedona with our man on the ground, Josh, Ashley Polson.
Ashley looked like she was on a hunt too.
She did. She looked like she was on a hunt for sure, and we would expect Carrie Henderson shortly, if she's not in already, into the Sedona aid station, which is what we're looking at right now. The tent at the Sedona aid station, mile 162.
Do you know how many 4-year Cocodona runners we have out there this year?
I think Chris Warden does know the 5 4-timers that are out here.
There's
6 4-timers that are out here. Fire it into the chat for us.
I know Jose Souza's one of them. He's a San Diego legend. I met him the first year, and he can't get enough of this race.
Yeah.
So
and I'm pretty sure Jeff Garmeyer is on his 4th also.
Yeah, Jeff is too.
But Chris will get us straightened out.
Oh yeah, Jose's right behind Ashley Paulson, so he probably just went through Sedona, or is about to.
All right, there's that cheerful sunflower dress again. Love that. Alex Myers' prediction on how the men's and women's race will finish. I don't know. I think it's still up in the air. I think Manu is still running really well, and Rachel, both of them could potentially reel in Mika. We don't, I think there's still a lot of trail out there, and similarly, I think Heraldus is not that far behind Jeff. We're a little bit of faltering, and even Arlen, who seemed to make really quick work of the Fort Tuthill aid station, could reel in one or both of those guys. But you'd have to put your money on Jeff Browning and Mika Thuse at this point. But wow, I mean, it's still, for a 250-mile race, this is definitely close.
I think we're going to have an exciting finish.
I think we are too.
And that finish is set up for some.
Yeah.
If you can click it into that next gear, yeah, I could see some sub 7 minute miles from these guys.
Absolutely. You never know. You get the moment. You get the adrenaline pumping, for sure.
And yeah, the crazy thing is you have one guy who can bust out sub 7, and then the other guy is kind of stuck holding their 11, 12 minute pace, and now there's a serious race.
Mm-hmm.
So it's exciting. What's our time estimate if they were to continue going at this pace? When do we expect to see our first finisher roll in?
We are definitely thinking sub 60 for the men's.
Okay.
You know, when you think about they are in this section right now.
Yeah.
Right? So let's just take a, you know, if you going off the tracker, you know, so Jeff's got 224 miles, 223 miles, so he's got another 27 miles to go. It's 10:30 in the morning, you know, so I could see somewhere in the 58, 59 range, especially as, you know, they hit the screaming downhill of Eldon if they've got the legs going. I think for Mika and Manu and Rachel, could we see 67, 68? I mean, I certainly think we're going to see under 70 for the women.
Yeah.
And really likely under 60 for the men. But that's just total guesstimating. You know,
Yeah.
As you know, you've been in there. The sleepy birds can come. The you know, doing something stupid might come. The making a mistake with their feet or their nutrition. Getting a little wacky just because it's that's what happens when you haven't slipped in a long time. Lots still can happen.
It's true. I don't know.
Speaking of that, we've talked a lot in the broadcast so far about sleep. And I'd be curious, I mean, you finished within 20 miles of the long trail, of attempting an FKT on the long trail. You know, we're talking, you were out there 4 days, I would guess, or close to 4 days. How much did you sleep? And well, I guess part one, how much did you sleep? Part two, how much did you plan what you were going to do for sleep, and how much just kind of happened?
Yeah, this has been an interesting experiment for me because going into Cocodona in 2021, I had zero sleep strategy. It was like I didn't know how to plan for it because I had never done anything like that before. And so what ended up happening that year was I ran until about 27 hours. And then
so 27 hours without sleep.
The wheels started to fall off.
Did they? Okay.
And so my husband forced me to sleep, which is sort of a common theme. So after that experience, and you know, 27 hours hit, and I think I probably laid down for 3 hours, which now looking back is a long time compared to what these runners are doing. I had to keep kind of doing these longer sleeps to stay mentally functioning. I didn't want to repeat that with my next 200 plus mile adventure, which was the Speed Project Solo. In 2022, I ran from the Santa Monica Pier to Las Vegas, which is about 290 miles. And the cool thing about that race is it's totally choose your own adventure. There's no aid stations. So I had a Subaru with a rooftop tent following me for that whole mission through crazy, bumpy power line roads, you name it. And my plan for that was to move forward for 10 hours and then to stop for 2 hours. And in those 2 hours, I would eat for 15 minutes, get into comfy clothes, try to lay down for an hour-ish, and then wake up, eat, get ready to go. And that worked really well for me.
Really? 10 and 2.
10 and 2.
10 and 2, 10 and 2, 10 and 2.
There was a couple instances where I ended up winning that year for females, and it was a race in the last mile.
Really?
And it was that exact description of the other woman was just, she was teetering out. She was walking, and I finished with a 650 mile or something.
Really?
Totally out of my mind. Yeah, it was If I could redo that, and hopefully I will one day during a race. I mean, most epic experience. So that sleep strategy really worked. I still had legs at the end, and I think that will continue to be my goal in future 200 plus
Were
mile
you
endeavors.
able? I mean, that does seem like a short period of time. Did you have to work to fall asleep, or when your body got into that rhythm, would it just be like, okay, like your body, you get messages, you send message, I'm changing my clothes, I'm eating some food, I'm getting in this quiet place, I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, I think, with Cocodona, it was impossible to fall asleep that first year trying to do this. You had, your sinuses were messed up from running in the dust. So as soon as you laid down, you started coughing. And so I did a lot with the speed project to mitigate those problems. I wore a buff the entire time. I was taking sleepy time tea leading into those sleeps. So I just kind of like you said, trying to prepare my body to wind down. And I'm sure some of them were still a little bit tossing and turning and fighting it, but I do think it was much more successful than Cocodona.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I want to get to the long trail in a second, but we remember our friend Jeff, who's our man on the ground with the camera.
Yeah.
And he did, and we saw him running out with Ashley Polson. He's giving us a little bit of an update here. She actually has a crystal in her teeth.
Oh,
that's
real.
what she was pointing to. She has a crystal in her teeth. Her favorite color is glitter. And we were talking about her running the Boston Marathon in London. She has been home for 20 hours total in the last 4 weeks.
Wow. Go
Thank you,
Ashley.
Jeff. Thank you for that update. Josh. Thank you for that update. Josh is our man on the ground who's been doing lots of back and forth, leaving the Sedona aid station. So, Josh, I know it's taken me a little while to get to that update, but thank you for that. That's great news, and we knew you were having some kind of fun conversation there with Ashley, and now we know that you were.
That kind of makes me want to get a cavity.
Yeah,
I want a crystal in my teeth. What? I don't know how you charge it though. I guess you have to fall asleep with your mouth open in the sun.
You're getting a 6:50 last mile. Dang, Shelby.
It was fun. The final strip into Vegas, I had my watch going, but then I started a Strava just to keep myself motivated. And the last 24 miles were averaged an 8:20, 30 something pace. So it was faster than I had ran in days. And anything can happen in these races is what that story tells me and should tell you guys is the woman ahead of me did not expect me to come and catch up to her.
Let's see if we can identify this runner. We'll see if anybody on are they? Look like they might have been emptying their stomach.
Oh, here we go. Who is it?
Is that a Cocodona number? It looks like it might be a Sedona Canyons number, which I think was sort of purplish.
Yeah. I'm really excited for these Sedona Canyons runners. They have maybe the best half of the course.
Yes, and beautiful weather. Beautiful temperatures. And so making a turn here.
Amazing marking on that course.
Yes, indeed.
Shout out to Air Vipa staff for your incredible trail marking skills. I saw those wrong way ribbons.
And then this looks like they're along the highway a little bit.
On the way here, I thought I saw a drone. I was like, I wonder if that's
Right?
Oh, I'm just losing my mind. But yeah, to get back into the sleep conversation, the long trail,
So now you've experimented with this 10 and 2.
Yeah. So
obviously, you're probably not going to be able to do that at the long trail.
Right.
So how did you translate? So you had your negative experience at Cocodona. You had obviously a positive experience at the Santa Monica Pier to Las Vegas Speed Project. How did you plan it out and execute it in Vermont?
I really tried to mimic that 10 and 2 as close as I could with where our trail crossings were. I think I probably should have started taking dirt naps a little bit earlier with that one.
Okay.
Because there were probably stretches that I pushed to an aid station when maybe just that little quick nap could
Jumping in, sorry to interrupt. Michael Versteeg. Looks like coming into Tuthill, either with a follow cam. We're thinking this might be a follow cam or a very low drone. Yeah, a follow cam with Michael Versteeg, 4th place. So he's. I bet you Joe McConaughey got out of here maybe 20 minutes ago. So Michael Versteeg, 4th place male, along with his pacer. On the dirt and gravel road coming into Fort Tuthill. All right, so you've got the strategy, and now you're out at the long trail.
Yeah. So I think dirt nap sooner would have been a good call for that. By the end, I was very sleep deprived. There's some scary video.
Or they're like you sort of.
Yeah. And so I think one of the biggest lessons from that race was, in the beginning saying, oh, you have so much time. And then at the end realizing that time, what is time? Where did time go? Why did I decide to try to pop a blister in the middle of a trail with an earring back and a Red Bull tag?
Sorry, I got to correct this. 5th place. Everybody, thanks for pointing it out in the chat. 5th place male. 5th place male is Michael Versteeg, not 4th. Jeff Browning, Geraldo Subertus, Arlen Glick, Joe McConaughey, and now Michael Versteeg. So 5th place male. I stand corrected.
Thank you all for keeping us honest here. There's a really good smell in the room of some toast, so it's a little distracting. Just kidding. But yeah, I guess back to the long trail to conclude that saga. It's be mindful of time is the lesson there, and I think had I had a little bit more time in the end, there's a good chance that FKT would have been mine. But I hit a point where we got torrentially rained on, and I was starting to have that effect when you're running and darkness is closing in, like you're blacking out. You're literally falling asleep while walking. And unfortunately, I was soaking wet. So moving that slow, trying to take a dirt nap when you're in that deprived of a state, it got dangerous. And so that's when we had to
pull the plug,
make the ultimate decision to end at a good old Goddard shelter, which apparently is known for creepy paranormal activity. So they call it the Bennington Triangle. So I don't know, maybe I got Bennington triangled out of there, but I look forward to going back and
giving it another shot,
putting all of these learnings to the test. I wrote a really, really long blog about it. It took a while to process, and so I eventually dumped my feelings out onto some paper. So if you like reading about ultra suffering, my website's shelbzf.com. SHELBZZF, because 2 Z's are more fun. And you can read the whole story and hopefully learn a little bit from reading it.
Love it. Here we have Michael Versteeg. This is great. We've got a follow cam of Michael, 5th place male, rolling into the Fort Tuthill aid station, as we've been talking about throughout the last hour or so. This is a large complex with an old army barracks, with fairgrounds, with a rodeo ground, with a large campground, plenty of parking. Probably the largest sort of complex that runners come into in the entire event. And this is Michael Versteeg, former winner of the event. There's our static cam.
Flota spokesman. I wonder how many cans of Flota he's consumed during this run.
And Spear has a fantastic Spirit pack. I think he might have switched to his smaller pack, but Last night he had this large Spirit pack that looked like it had kind of a patchwork design on it. It was super cool.
I saw that. It looked cool. It looked
Yeah.
like he also had put it around his waist at one point, which was kind of neat. I wonder, I mean, when you're running stuff like this, when you have all that stuff on your back, it can feel really nice getting the pack off.
Just to get it off, yeah.
I noticed that he had kind of tied it around his waist, and I'd never seen that with a pack. Very clever. And here
All right, he's coming into the aid station. That's good stuff.
It's so great seeing him back out here, crushing it after.
There you go. Satisfy Pack. Thank you, Brock. That's the company, and Satisfy is the sponsor of the Fane Ranch aid station.
Yeah.
Really cool. Had these really nice couches set up, and it was pretty cool.
Good, yeah. Yeah, at least another like 30-ish minutes at least. 35.
If you're cool, then I'm just gonna pack my stuff and go take a shower, and then I'll pop in with you.
Here's Michael Versteeg at his van.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, when you need to go. Michael Versteeg at his van with his crew. Question about the shoes. Norda, is he wearing the Nordas the whole time?
The Norda 002.
Norda 002. Zach tells us. Yeah, as Corinne pointed out last night, it's like a $450 pack combined with $7,000 shoes, designer shirt. I'm just kidding. It is.
Don't be dramatic, AJW. It's $430.
How much are the Nordas?
Also pricey.
Okay. They're in the Speedland category.
For being a dirtbag, he's dressed up.
Yeah.
It's a couture dirt bag.
Couture dirt bag.
Right.
I love it. Love it.
Or dirt bag couture.
What he saves in mortgage payments, he makes up in packs and shoes. But yeah, notes in the chat. Yeah, he did look kind of fresh, bopping in there, and it's just kind of looks like he's doing a little bit of footwork.
Runway Kripika.
I love it.
I'm a van girl. We went full-time van life last year, so it's been over a year doing the van thing. And let me tell you, it makes crewing these races so much easier.
I bet.
Minus situations where, I don't think my husband would want to drive it down to Crown King Saloon. That road's a little bumpy.
That's a rough road.
I heard Mingus had some mud this year, but other than that, having your home on wheels for these races is pretty lovely.
All right, Michael Versteeg, our fifth place man, taking care of his feet in the Fort Tuthill aid station, mile 210. Our team here now is busy looking up the prices of all of Versteeg's kit. Somebody'll tabulate the total value of Versteeg's setup.
I mean, you got to start adding up what each gel packet costs too. Then
Yeah, and probably a case of Flota.
Yeah. It does add up, and I think that that's something we should be grateful for.
Absolutely.
We always say, "Oh, you need to run. It's just a pair of shoes," but when you're running day after day after day, it's a couple changes of clothes, a ton of food, gas money, all the things. It adds up. So thank you to all of the sponsors and brands that are willing to support runners out here. The sport needs that.
Yeah, we understand that Jeff Browning is within a couple of miles of Walnut Canyon. We're going to be keeping tabs on the splits going through Walnut Canyon, mile 227.8. Which will be the next time we have our leader hit an aid station. And from there, there's just one more shot, the Mount Eldon aid station, where our colleague Pete Mortimer is posted up with his meat aid station, with his brisket and his steaks and his sausage and everything else. He was on the broadcast yesterday. I think he'll be back for a little bit later on, but that was great stuff.
Oh man, Pete's Meats are
yes, absolutely.
the jam. When I got to pace Sarah Ostaszewski, I was able to have a piece of Pete's Meats, and you can smell them as you approach that aid station, and super, super cool seeing Pete Mortimer out there kind of, just being a part of the community.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, he was he left here last night and he was just going to go home for a little while and then get the grill going. He was going to prepare a whole bunch of different stuff for the aid station up there, and then get up and get set up and be there all the way through Saturday, probably early Saturday morning.
I love
it's
it.
just a little bit less than 10 miles to the finish from there. But they, from here, they've just got Walnut Canyon and the Pete's Meats aid station, and that's it. We should change the name.
No,
they
it's
changed
so
the name
fun
to
to
the
say.
early one to Frozen Grapes. We have Frozen Grapes at the beginning and Pete's Meats at the end.
It's too fun to say. We can't change it.
Yeah.
I think I took a PBR from Pete at that aid station in 2021. I think that was my highest high of the race, was hitting the top of Eldon, and there's a picture that Air Vipa's used kind of all over everything. It's me. It's me at the sunset on Eldon. And I was just happy out of my mind.
Love it.
I saw one of the Air Vipa commenters that I know, and it just everything was coming together that, hey, you are almost done with this 257-mile journey that year. We had some extra miles.
Oh yeah, first year would say you got your money's worth in year one in more ways than one.
But yeah, that's a high. That is a high cresting Eldon.
We are here in Flagstaff, Arizona. This is the coverage of the Cocodona 250 presented by Mountain Outpost. I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins with Shelby Farrell. Shelby's telling me all kinds of stories about her sleep deprivation and her experiences at this course, and it's so great to have you alongside. How are you experiencing this so far from this side of the desk? What do you think? What are some of the takeaways so far from the race for you?
Whew. I mean, what a strong field. And just, okay, this is a cheesy takeaway. I love marketing. Mm-hmm. When I'm not running, I'm a marketing professional. And I just think that the content created around this race is incredible, between the live stream, between runners with individual film crews cranking out reels, so we can really see some individual stories shining through on social media. I think it's a new era for trail running media. And I mean, the sport is growing. We've seen that.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen next, but it's an exciting time to be a trail runner.
So highlight some of those. I know you mentioned Finn Melanson and the single track, and his crew has put some stuff out in real time. We've had Tony Hill putting some stuff out here for Mountain Outpost and Aravaipa. Any others that have popped up on your Instagram feed so far?
Yeah, those mini episodes that I think Tony was putting
Aren't
together.
those amazing?
Those are really great.
Yeah.
And I think Liz Canty has a pretty cool team out there. I've seen some really well put together reels on her Instagram as well. Who else? I don't know. It's an exciting time to scroll Instagram.
It is. It is. So yeah, lots of fun content being created out there. And you're right, it is a new era, an exciting era in the sport. And a race like this, of course, we get a whole week to produce content. So there's plenty of opportunity to do so.
I think the brands that are going to be successful moving forward are the ones that are contributing to these experiences and community. So thank you, Satisfy or Fane Ranch Aid Station's incredible. And I think they also did a partnership with Hydra Pack at Bib Pickup where they were cleaning bottles.
Oh, really?
What
That's cool.
An epic service
Yeah.
is that? I mean, so just more creative marketing around these events gets me quite excited.
We're getting Caleb Stevens. I know we spoke about him a little bit earlier. Caleb Stevens is putting out some good content. Matt points that out in the chat. And a great shout out about the Cocodona Chronicles that have been cool too. We'll probably put a few more of those up on this broadcast as well. Those have been great little addition to the race coverage this year.
Yeah, it just kind of helps get a little bit deeper on what's going on out there. What are the conversations between crew and pacers look like? And there's a lot of facets to make this happen from the event side, but also the individual runner crew side. These crews are working hard. They're not sleeping. They're probably not eating enough, which is ironic because they're probably telling their runner to eat more and then they're missing meals because they're worried about their runner. And it's a lot of energy out.
Yeah, and I mean it's an entire week of their lives. I mean, sure, it's an entire week of the runner's life, but in a way, the runner kind of gets the easy job, and these crews. So they're just in the left-hand side. You're seeing that what Corinne and I were calling the patchwork pack. It went out of sight for a second, but we'll see him put it on in a minute.
Yeah, it's a cool looking pack.
It is a cool looking pack. Looks like he had a lighter pack coming in here, but now, of course, with the big 17-mile section, there it is. There's a good shot of the pack.
Yeah. Is Versteeg a father? Whose child is this?
It's a good question. If anybody knows in the chat, if that's Versteeg's kid.
I would love it if there was a cat in there or something. I'm surprised.
All right.
Versteeg's
it is baby
daughter.
Versteeg.
Rumor has it he's going to bring her with him to the finish. Just kidding.
That Satisfy pack has room for a kid. No wonder it's $430. We are trying to find Jeff Browning, as I mentioned, within 2 miles, probably a mile now, of Walnut Canyon Aid Station. Mile 227.8. And those decimal points matter at this stage of the race.
They really do.
0.8's a lot further than 0.2.
I can't wait to hear from Heraldas. I don't know him.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear from him too.
But just it seems like he's been so steady and determined.
All right, we've got a drone on Jeff Browning en route to Walnut Canyon Aid Station. And he's moving.
Look at how flowy that is.
That is, you are right. That is flowy. Jeff Browning, race leader, 53 minutes and 45 seconds. Coming into Walnut Canyon. Again, Walnut Canyon Aid Station when he arrives, 2:27.84. We will have Liam taking our splits here for us so we can get some as accurate information as we can, given the somewhat challenging nature of the locale. But this is Jeff Browning. He's been leading the race since the overnight hours of Monday into Tuesday. After has been well documented now, he came upon early race leader Joe McConaughey going the wrong direction on the course. Joe proceeded to turn around. Joe and Jeff ran into the Fain Ranch aid station together. Both took a short nap there. Jeff's was a little bit shorter than Joe's, and Jeff departed about 10 or 15 minutes before Joe, and has proceeded to open up a lead from there. So from about mile 98 until right now, 227.8. Jeff Browning's been in the lead. We're bouncing back quickly to Michael Versteeg at Fort Tuthill.
Have we seen Versteeg in sandals yet this year?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay.
He's been in those Nordas. He looks good.
Yeah.
That was, I think, all things considered, not a super long aid station stop. Probably, let's call it 12 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, it felt maybe a smidge faster than string beans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, we're not, Matthew Thatcher, we are not sleeping on Arlen. He is a definite closer. Of course, he's trying to close on the closer. I don't think in recent ultra running history there's been a closer quite like Jeff Browning. But here again, this is the drone shot of Jeff and his pacer, and it looks like a couple follow cams or... Yeah, Logan, Jeff and Arlen have trained together for much of the last month. Arlen came out here in early April and took part in the organized training run, and then just been out exploring the course section by section. Yeah, Shaw shooting. Talk about what the rest of the course looks like for these athletes. Let's see Jeff come on in here to Walnut Canyon, and then Shelby, who's run the race and paced it twice, can kind of walk us through what what amounts to basically the last 20, let's call it 23 miles from Walnut Canyon to the finish looks like. But we'd like to keep this going for a second, and then we'll loop back on that. But thanks for that question. Yeah, probably good to know. Obviously, we know about that final climb up Eldon, but in terms of Shelby nailed it when she said, "Look how flowy this section is." I mean, and it doesn't. This has that buttery Flagstaff Trail look to it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, because you think about the descent from Mingus into Jerome, and when you look on a map, you're like, oh, sweet, I'm running downhill. But I'm sure if you were tuning in whenever these runners did that yesterday, it's not this.
No, I mean, and you're right. We had I'm pointing to Shelby this deep. We had a really good drone footage kind of like this. And there's, well, I'm sure you know this, that kind of double track, rutted out sort of section before it gets to the final sort of smooth road to Jerome. Mm-hmm. And you could just see, even the front runners were just kind of picking their way through it. It was steep. It was that kind of jam into the front of your shoes steepness.
Yeah.
And you were not making fast time through there.
No. And you know, that first year, just looking at the course vaguely, you think, oh, that'll be a speedy section, but every step is kind of like, why?
Right.
And these rolly baby head rocks. And so I think I had a great conversation with Pam Reed after the 2021 Cocodona, and she was the one that really said, gosh, I wish I saved my legs for Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon, because wasn't that just beautiful?
That sounds like Pam.
Yeah.
I had a great run with Pam a month ago when we did that training run. She is just
cool.
the best. Here we have Michael Versteeg and his pacer leaving Fort Tuthill in 5th place on that nice smooth section there before eventually crossing the road onto the other side of 17 eventually, and bringing up that big 17-mile section through there. And as you said, we were switching back and forth. We'll probably see it in a second to Jeff Browning coming into.
Well, that girl has legs.
Versteeg getting dropped by someone from the NAU track team.
Yeah, we have some chat about McKnight. Any scoop on how he's doing?
You know, he's running well each time we've seen him. He seemed to be moving along. First of all, the front guys are going considerably faster, and he seemed to be when we had coverage of him, he seemed to be running his race and didn't seem panicked. Didn't seem like there was any sort of crisis event or anything like that. So maybe just having a little bit less than typical McKnight race, but I mean, nonetheless, I can't imagine he's gonna fade away. He's just running his race.
Yeah.
All right. This looks like Jeff Browning into Walnut Canyon. That's his crew vehicle. I'm gonna just ping George and see if I can get an update from him when he leaves.
Walnut Canyon. Now that's a bumpy one to drive into. I know the Sedona Canyons runners have a shuttle to it this year, but you're out there.
So this is great. The drone is staying up there on above. Walnut Canyon. Mile 227.8. Race leader Jeff Browning. So 50, this would be easy to remember, 53.53 or 53.52-ish.
And it looks like he's about 3 hours ahead of what the predicted runner time was. Yeah.
Where it would be 1:56 p.m. and it's 10:56 p.m. Right? So it is. Yep, right about 3 hours ahead of the predicted front runner time published by the race organizers. And with 23 miles from here. Derek Lytle has been doing some footage here. Dylan Harris, I suspect they're both down there.
Is the plan is Aravaipa putting out a film on the men's race? Is that what I heard? Are we
sounds like it. I just got the nod from Corinne, who's in the know.
That's gonna be cool to rewatch.
That will be good to rewatch.
Get the ground angles.
So again, we are looking at Jeff Browning from our real nice clear drone shot. Jeff Browning in Walnut Canyon, mile 227.8. He only has one aid station after this. He's got a 13, it's almost exactly 13 miles. Just a brisk little half marathon to Mount Eldon by Cotulla aid station. We affectionately call it Pete's Meats aid station, where Pete Mortimer and his team are set up. And those from Cotulla, local Flagstaff company, great company, Cotulla, Micro Spikes, Gators. They put on a winter event every year, the Cotulla Hill Climb in the snow at Snow Bowl.
And this is his last crewed aid station, too. So this is...
That's right. No crew up at Mount Eldon, right?
No crew at Eldon. So this is it. This is it.
You know, if he has any specific nutrition needs, if he has any specific gear needs, Looks like poles are being added. I have not seen Jeff use poles yet today. It doesn't mean he hasn't, of course. But as you can see, George is just popping his poles into his pack right now. Probably thinking of that last climb. And it's 5:53:56, so approximately 4 minutes again on this aid station stop.
So epic. Yeah, I would say that Eldon climb and maybe that Kasner climb would be the two areas that poles could definitely come in handy. When I ran Cocodona, it was the first time I ever used poles, and I fell in love with them.
Did you?
I did.
So you didn't even train with them. You literally used them for the first time in the race?
Maybe 2 training runs with them. There's a funny video.
Were your shoulders just totally sore after?
You know, I'm a runner that takes care of my upper body, so
you were
I was
okay.
okay. I was okay. But I didn't want to part with them. You know, they became a part of me. I think if I were to do this race again, though, I'd be very strategic with when I use them because, I mean, like we've seen this morning, there are sections where clearly it's quite runnable, and I think fiddling and fidgeting with poles could, you know, just kind of take your mind out of the game for a little bit.
All right, so let's do it, Shelby. We were asked a little while ago about setting up the last 23 miles for our viewers. Here we're seeing, nice smooth road. Looks like, Jeff's walking out of here, collecting himself, probably digesting whatever food he just had. What do they face as they leave this aid station and make their way towards the base of Eldon and then to the finish?
Yeah, what an incredible section. You really do get to ease into it like you see here. I paced Sarah Ostaszewski on this section in 2022. I believe she was 3rd place female that year.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And we had a huge goal to create an enormous gap between her and 4th place, and we were successful. And I think we were successful in that because we took this first chunk where you're kind of rolling around to the base of Eldon, smart and swift.
Mm-hmm. And does it stay pretty smooth? I mean, we're looking at the smooth road right now, but does it stay in that sort of buttery single track theme, or does it?
From what I recall, yes. There was nothing alarming until you start your Eldon climb.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nice that you're not just thrown into this Eldon climb, Right. He's definitely warmed up at this point. But the Eldon climb, it's rocky. It's one foot in front of the other. It's, again, my theme this morning, I guess, has been not overthinking it.
Mm-hmm.
And just trusting that you're going to get to the top eventually. And I think what is super cool is I actually learned who Jeff Browning was when I was doing my Eldon climb in 2021. He was on a training run just out there. And my pacer was like, that's Bronco Billy. That's him. And so I was like, okay, who's that? And my pacer gave me the full lowdown, and I was starstruck. So I think that Jeff is going into this probably having climbed Eldon 6 billion times. He knows exactly what he's getting into. This is just his home stretch right now, like literally his home stretch.
Yeah.
And then the downhill, after you hit Pete's Meats and enjoy some brisket and maybe a PBR, we'll see if Browning does that today, you get this nice flowy downhill. And I recall both from pacing Sarah O on it and my own run, just kind of finding some light there.
Yeah.
I think I pulled up the live stream on like Instagram Live or whatever and was like, let's do it. And of course, there's no service, so it was not that cool. But it's very exciting when you hit that downhill and know that you're going to cruise on some pavement all the way into Heritage Square.
Yeah, it's got to be just you hit the summit of that climb, and yes, it's gonna hurt. I mean, descents always hurt that late in a race, but man.
But who cares
Yeah,
at that
exactly.
point, right? It's like, okay, just now's the time to just trash your legs, send it. You see the buffalo and is it Buffalo Park?
Yeah, Buffalo Park, exactly.
And
yeah.
I don't know, there's something exciting about passing the buffalo, and make sure you say hi to it, and keep on cruising past, what's that liquor store that you run
Beaver
by?
Liquor. It's Beaver Liquors, right, Chris?
Yeah, Beaver
Street Liquors. Beaver Street Liquors.
You just start seeing these iconic
Yeah,
landmarks
yeah.
as you're getting closer to your finish line, and it's impossible to not get really excited.
So there you have it. We've got, you've got some smooth, it's sort of like the prelude to the final climb, some smooth to gently rolling stuff. A little bit of techie here and there, then the climb proper, top out at that climb, and then get down, have that sort of gravitational pull of the city of Flagstaff, bring you in to the finish. This is Carrie. This is Walnut Canyon. So this is Jeff Browning, race leader, leaving Walnut Canyon, and the Walnut Canyon aid station. We cannot have any drone footage in between Fort Tuthill until that last mile or so before Walnut Canyon, due to the close proximity to the airport.
And somebody asked, can Geraldus still catch up? And I think the answer is absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Anything can happen. Geraldus can still catch up. Arlen can still catch Geraldus. Any number of things can happen.
Oh, come on, Jeff Garmeyer. I love seeing Jeff die and then climb back from the dead. And it seems like he didn't die as hard this year. He's in it, though. He's in it.
So just to summarize, this is Jeff Browning, our first place runner, first runner through Walnut Canyon aid station, mile 227.8. 4 other runners on the men's side have made it through Fort Tuthill aid station at 210.6 miles. In order, they are Geraldus Subertas, approximately 4 miles back of Jeff, then Arlen Glick, another 4.5 miles back of Geraldus, then Joe McConaughey, another 6 miles back of Arlen, and then Michael Versteeg, who we most recently saw as he was making his way out of Fort Tuthill. 4 hours, does that note say 4 hours flat? Jeff did that section?
It does look like it says
4 hours. So we did. We've got our crack team of researchers here. Jeff Browning did that 18-mile section from Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon in 4 hours flat. We are going to keep tabs on Harry and Arlen's times through there as well, just to give you a comparison, kind of a micro comparison of that tricky section, of course, where we don't have any real access, where they, as you mentioned, you'd go down into some canyon stuff, some curvy trails, some places where there's just you kind of just get in there, and there you are. Yes, it does look like Bronco has a pacer with him. We saw that for the first time on the section between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill. Not sure who the pacer is, but
John G chimed in. Jeff's had 21 minutes of sleep. That's impressive. He doesn't need to sleep. He's got tiger blood.
Absolutely. Okay, let me take care of this request for summary of the women's top 10. That's an excellent question. And this is a good time to do that while we see the Sedona aid station here, the canopy area. So in the lead, continuing in the women's lead, is Mika Thews, and she is at last sighting 7th place overall. In second place, Manu Villaseca. And we heard from her crew and pacer Brittany Peterson that she was taking care of herself and moving well. and planning to just keep forging through and hopefully make it without any more sleep. In third place, Rachel Entrikin. Who was an early leader, took a little bit more lengthy sleep over the night last night. In fourth place, Eliza LaPierre, running this race for, I believe, the third time. Fourth place, Eliza LaPierre. In fifth place, Kylie Drugan Epic in fifth place, woman. Sixth place, always fun to be around, Elsa Jaworski in sixth place. In seventh place, also fun to be around, where we got a little bit of extra time with her, with our friend Josh on the ground in Sedona, Ashley Paulson. In eighth place, Carrie Henderson. Ninth place, Emily Kratz. And rounding out the women's top 10, Stephanie Rosebaugh. So that's your women's top 10. They're spread out over about a 28-mile piece of the course, so it's a pretty spread out field, as you would expect in any 250-mile race. Again, this is looking back into the Sedona aid station. Yeah, Unique Space Solutions. We will endeavor to show you other runners. Yes, we are focusing on the front runners currently, but here we are, for example, at the Sedona aid station, where Josh has been all day and doing a fantastic job, and we'll pick up video on any runner that comes through here. We'll try and usually tries to zoom in and get a bib number so that we can give a little shout out. And let me remind you too, we're on the air until Saturday morning. Chris Warden and I will be sitting right here where we are now, broadcasting each and every finisher, as you just heard Shelby talk about that triumphant run by Beaver Street Liquors and down, making that famous turn onto, what's the name of the street, Chris? Left on Birch. And Chris is over on the other side of the room. So, so we will be bringing you coverage of all of the 250-mile finishers. We'll have chase cams, runner cams out there as much as we can. We'll also try to provide coverage of some of the 125 runners and the Eldon Crest 38 runners as time and resources allow. Please keep in mind that we both have a limited amount of equipment in terms of drones and cameras, as well as a limited number of volunteers who are willing and able to be out there during the work week, doing filming and commentating and everything else that a broadcast like this entails. So we will continue to provide as full coverage as we possibly can. Bella M. Sullum, thank you. Jeff's pacer is Kevin Walker.
I have a fun update from a friend who I believe is listening right now. While on course, she's at mile 132.7, heading to Dead Horse. Alexa Hasman, she's a coach for Uphill Athlete, and she's currently being paced by another great coach, Alyssa Clark, who I could see Alyssa Clark running this race one day. But I was told that I'm not going to use this word right because it's a new word that I just learned. Bitchelante is the word that's being tossed around in our chat, and according to a definition on a mug, it is a member of a self-appointed group of bitches who are mean to people who deserve it. So it sounds like Alexa is about to get maybe some tough love, and they're going to get fierce out there as they continue to storm the Cocodona 250 course. Keep it going, ladies. Keep it going.
Okay, my friend George Plemerity, who is crewing Jeff Browning, gave me an update. He came in looking a little rough. But George is an honest guy. He was flowing though. He was in and out in 4 minutes. Ate food, drank some Coke, grabbed his calories, and took off running. George and the crew are going to stay and wait for Geraldo's to come through, and he's going to let us know both the split time and how he looked. Also, if anybody in the chat knows, or anybody in the team, George at Walnut Canyon is asking if there's a fire somewhere. Apparently, there's there we go. Okay, prescribed burn. We've heard from our team.
Check your WhatsApp. The Cocodona group one.
Okay. There we go. Thank you very much. So, there is a prescribed burn that is where there is some smoke, and I know some folks on the course have been alarmed by that, but no worries. Prescribed burn. Let me tell George that.
Yeah, I actually saw the sign on the way here. There were some signs on the highway that said RX burn, and took me a second to be like, oh, fires, forest control. Someone said, that's just the smoke trail behind Bronco as he rocks it in. Facts.
So he's... Oh, that's old. So yeah, George is going to give us a little bit of intel on the ground as he's going to hang out at the Walnut Canyon aid station to see Geraldo's come through. See if Josh can get a bib number. Maybe it's on her pack. Josh has been in there in Sedona all morning, getting some great close-up footage of what's going on. Do you have any, Shelby? Do you have any people on the ground with Garmire that you can reach out to, or you're just a Garmire fan?
I'm just a Garmire fan.
I mean, Allison probably has her phone with her, but I suspect she
I could probably
might not. I suspect she
shoot
might
her
not
a
be
DM.
responding to it. Just got a text message from a legendary running store manager down in Phoenix. So locals, this is good stuff that even at the Runner's Den, the legendary running store, in Phoenix, Arizona, they're not getting any work done either, as they're all glued to the live stream like the rest of you. So if you want to go get some shoes, today's probably not the day to do it. Good stuff. Foot cam.
Yeah,
That's true. You could sit and watch.
try on all the shoes.
Try on all
Why
the
not?
shoes and watch the coverage.
Ha ha.
Exactly.
Featured coverage. Good one, Chris. Oh man, well I'm probably gonna scoot out of here soon. I have a runner that I'm gonna need to catch at Sedona Posse Fairgrounds. I didn't tell her I was going on the live stream right after she started her race because I didn't want her to worry about me missing her.
She's one of the
her stops.
she's one of the 125ers.
She's a 125er.
All
She has a goal of going sub 38 hours, so she has a really dialed plan. I know she's got it. So,
Well, do us a favor, and if you get there and Josh is still there, say hi and tell him how much we appreciate all he's doing. He's doing an incredible job giving us this close-up footage all through the day.
absolutely, yeah. And I'll be
This
back.
has been great. This has been great to get your inside course knowledge, hear about your sleep plans and your executing and your unfortunate foot situation
Stupid broken
and
fifth
van life
metatarsal.
and all that stuff. But
Yeah, and I'll be back. When will I be back? Thursday. I figured I'd come hang out here while I'm waiting for her to finish. So
do that.
Yeah,
For
I'll
sure.
be back Thursday night and Friday morning. So I'll have to think of some more stories to
Yeah,
share.
and it gets pretty different here at night.
It's my favorite. It's my favorite time. Chugging some Red Bulls and just rambling on the live stream about nonsense. It's the best. So I look forward to being back for it. But if you follow me, ShelbZF on Instagram, SHELBZZF, I'll be posting about my friend's 125-mile race later today. So can
All right.
get some scoop on those guys out there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Awesome, Shelby.
Thank you.
And Mercedes throwing $2 more into the kitty for she said she's just gonna go broke this week.
What is happening?
Foot picks and glick picks.
Oh. Somebody's got to start an Instagram for Arlen Glick.
Yeah.
Like, that's got to happen.
Arlen Glick's tan. Maybe that would be the meme.
Like, does Arlen Glick spray tan?
Arlen Glick's tan.
Glowing out there.
Oh, yes. We want to start a GoFundMe for Mercedes to get about 6 or 7 Twitter burner accounts. I'm voting for Mercedes, Ford, Dodge, Toyota, Honda. Oh, Mercedes Mead. I like that idea. That's very good.
He's very proud of the rides part. And rides.
See, yes, thank you, Shelby. Lots of love in the chat for Shelby. Doing a fantastic job, doing quadruple duty here as she's going to head out and help her run her out in the 125.
Yeah, I got really sad for a moment. I thought that I wasn't going to be here this year.
Another shot from a still cam down at Sedona. Mead Sadie's. I like that one. And by the way, whoever blocked AJW's hangover, thank you. There's a cheerful runner here. See if we can get a bib number. I know Josh is probably trying, but I bet you it's attached to his pack. He's poking around looking for that bib number. This is Andy Jones Wilkins, 54 hours and 20 minutes into the Cocodona 250, brought to you.
122, AJW. Mario Scalus. 122 is the bib number.
122, Mario Scalus. Scalusi, thank you very much. Oh, there we go. Good job, Mario, doing a little foot care. Looks like his daughter, perhaps.
We'll see how fast Harold gets the thing, because there's only 40 minutes between them at Tuthill.
And that climb, I mean.
Here, Josh is heading out.
Oh, yeah, I'll see.
It either is moving.
We have a person in a tutu.
I think it's like still 30 plus minutes at Eldon, like the aid station before it, and then we can call it.
So we can call it when somebody's at the top of Elton.
Maybe you're not.
And
I would say
I'm
like,
still run backwards.
I think he gets to Eldon first.
Last year I wanted to do that so bad, like run out and hang out at Eldon and cheer on runners.
Yeah.
Seems like
And the trail comes in and because
bib number of this runner must be on their pack. This is again in Sedona. Bib number 28. Thank you, Josh. This is Stephanie Rosebaugh. Stephanie Rosebaugh. 10th place woman. Or thinking, let's see, Ashley 7th, Carrie 8th, Emily 9th. Stephanie Rosebaugh 10th. So rounding out the top 10 women. Stephanie Rosebaugh is in the Sedona aid station right now, mile 162.3. Just a quick summary of the top 10 women again and top 10 men. Mika Thews in first place. Manuela Manu Villaseca in second. Rachel Entrikin in third. Kylie Drugan Epic in fourth. Elsa Jaworski in fifth. Scratch that. Eliza LaPierre in fourth. Kylie Drugan Epic in fifth. Elsa Jaworski in sixth. Ashley Polson in seventh. Carrie Henderson in eighth. Emily Kratz in ninth. And Stephanie Rosebaugh, who we're seeing right here, doing some cooling, in 10th place. For the men, first man, Jeff Browning, has gone through Walnut Canyon Aid Station. Jeff Browning, second place, Geraldos Sabertas, third place, Arlen Glick, fourth place, Joe McConaughey, fifth place, Michael Versteeg. All five of those runners are now through for Tuthill at mile 210. Sixth place, Jeff Garmeyer. Seventh place, John Van Guns. Eighth place, Matt Smith. And ninth place, the People's Champion, Kevin Goldberg, followed very shortly by Finn Melanson in 11th. Bonus, Finn Melanson. Good shot here. Josh has given us a quick view of the Sedona aid station. Looks very bougie, actually. Not surprising for a aid station in Sedona, Arizona. Thank you, Josh. Really appreciate Josh's coverage here all day in this aid station. So the 10th woman is in the aid station right now. A quick back of the envelope. There are about 30 runners now through, a little bit more, 40 runners through, with Stephanie Rosebaugh hitting this. Remember, 250 started. So we're still talking about just the first 20% of the field to give you an idea of how big this event is and how spread out it is. This aid station doesn't close down until tomorrow at 12:15. So a full 25 hours from now. I've got a little bit more information. I've got more information on Jeff's sleep strategy so far from George Plomarity. He did have the approximately 30 minutes at Fain Ranch, and he did have another 30 minutes at Schnebly. And remember, Schnebly is at 179.5. So again, George Plomarity, Jeff's crew. Jeff has slept for approximately an hour with 2 30-minute sleeps, one at Fain Ranch and the other at Schnebly. Thank you, George, as always, a.k.a. Surf Monkey. If you don't know George Plomarity, you're missing out. He is one of the most optimistic, happy, joyful people you'll ever meet. I've known him for years, and he's just a fantastic guy. Hope to see you, George, up at that race I'm not allowed to talk about next month in California. Chris Niu, my next race, I am going back to run a 100-mile race for the first time since 2021 when I ran Bighorn, and I'm going to run the Javelina 100 at the end of October. So as my tune-up for Javelina 100, I'm going to do both the Hotfoot Hamster 12-hour race coming up on June 1st and the Jack Rabbit Jubilee on August 23rd, as well as a little do-it-yourself training camp that will culminate with the hangover runs out at McDowell. You know what? I might have called you Chris, and sorry about that, but Chris is across the room and we talk about all the times. What costume am I wearing? Well, you'll have to come and find out. My hope is to finish in sub 24 and then join Chris in the broadcast booth for the last 6 hours. Hopefully we can have another year where we have the booth right next to the course. There's Mercedes again. She'd like to propose a new mead flavor, Mead Sadies. Let's make it happen, people. My main rivals at Javelina. I have two, my right hip and my left hip. But thanks for asking. It's fun to be back to running again. I'm going to try and get out for a run today, actually. We'll see. I still have to write my column for Friday's I Run Far, so I know Megan and Esther, my editors, are sitting waiting for it. I know what it's going to be about, but I still need to write it. Here we are at the Sedona aid station, where our man on the ground, Josh, has been keeping us posted. There you go. Chris Warden. Last time I ran Javelina, I did get on the podium. Yes, it was in the Pleistocene era. But if you want, you can dig up a YouTube of it. I think it was one of Jamil Curry's very first YouTube videos from the 2007 Javelina 100. Back in those days, it was a 6.5 loop course, just the Pemberton Trail, repeated 6 times, and then the 7th loop, we just cut off on the Tonto Tank Trail to make it an even 100. And this kid from Phoenix paced me named James Bonet. Some of you probably heard of him. He went on to bigger and better things, coaching, among other people, Jim Walmsley. But I figure if I can finish in 24, I can sit with Chris for 6 hours and we can talk about all the emotions that go into the final hours of Javelina. I think they are different than the final hours here, of course, but I think the final hours of any long, sustained ultra have a certain amount of just joy and passion and emotion. And frankly, nobody brings that emotion out more, in my opinion, in the live stream space than my buddy Chris Warden. He can talk through the experience of those runners that have been out there for a long, long time better than most. Cocodona 250 brought to you by Mountain Outpost, 54 and a half hours in. Again, we're not even halfway through our coverage. It's a 125-hour race. After 2 6-hour breaks over the past 2 days, we took a 6-hour break overnight on Monday, a 6-hour break overnight last night. We are going straight through. We've got a team of producers here in the Airbnb in downtown Flagstaff. We've got a team of commentators. We've got snacks, beverages, researchers. It's really an incredible operation, by the way. You should see it. And we really enjoy bringing this coverage of the Cocodona 250 with you. It's fun. Oh yeah, Mercedes reminded me we even have milk. Yeah, you did hear right. You also heard, Chris, you probably heard the story of James Bonet passing me at the Whiskey Row Marathon like I was standing still at mile 22, and he was 12 years old. A milk run, now that would be gross. I think I'd rather do a mead run or a beer run before I did a milk run. Let's see if Josh can get that bib number for us. That gentleman, it looks like there's a 2. There's a 288 or 26. Vaughn Jones. Vaughn Jones in the aid station. Thank you, Josh. So we have Mario Scalcucci, who's right there. Mario Scalcucci with what looks like his daughter and significant other. We have Stephanie Rosebaugh. We know 10th place woman is in the aid station. And now we've put eyes on Vaughn Jones there in the white hoodie. Staring off into the wild blue yonder, it appears. Probably trying to plot out his next move. Cameron asking when we expect the elites to finish. We're guessing. I'm just gonna put it out there that I think Jeff Browning, were he to hold on to his lead, will finish in under 60 hours. Right now we're closing in on the 55-hour mark. So somewhere around 2 p.m. would that be? Let's see. No, it's almost noon, right? So somewhere around 5 p.m. Oh, Matt's correcting me. Sorry, it's Vasile or Vasile. Vasile? Is Vasile on the camera in Sedona, not Josh? Has Josh moved on to a different aid station, or is he off for the day? Okay. All right. We have Heraldus Subertus on his way into Walnut Canyon. He's about 40 minutes behind Jeff Browning. Jeff Browning, well, we should stand corrected because he's not in the aid station yet. Jeff left the aid station on the race clock at 53:56. 53:56. Jeff left the aid station. Our current clock has us at 54:36. But again, I needed to correct myself. Heraldus is not in the aid station yet. This is that area where we can. Yeah, now I'm reading my WhatsApp messages and. So Vasile is now in Sedona. Thank you, Vasile. Again, a nice drone shot here. Heraldus Subertus on the run into Walnut Canyon. Second place, yes, from Alaska. And not just anywhere in Alaska, Haines, Alaska, where you can only go in two directions, into the ocean or straight uphill. I've been to Haines. It's a fantastic place. A little bit quirky. I'll give it that. A little bit quirky, like a lot of the Southeast Alaska towns. But fascinating place and fantastic. You climb up the mountain and you're about 3,000 feet above the ocean. You look down to the west of the ocean. You look to the east and you're in this kind of moonscape. You get above tree line and at about 4,000 feet. It's incredible. So that's where Heraldus is from. And he's closing in on Walnut Canyon Aid Station. Oh, hey, Corinne.
Oh, hey.
How are you?
Get my printout because I need to. Yeah, I need to use these for a few minutes.
What am I gonna do?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
If you tuned in last night, you know that I was ribbing my partner Corinne here for printing out all of these wonderful sheets with the aid stations and the elevation profile. And whatever that one is, and
food, the most important, the food.
I've been referring to them constantly.
Yeah. So I am going to head out on a run and try to intercept some of our race leaders potentially as they're coming down, and on course. So if I can do that, I will be logging on and we'll try to get a little bit of field coverage of potentially Jeff Browning or Harry, whoever I can intercept. And if that's the case, would love to provide some footage of, on course at the end of this race.
Do you want to just put it into the
so I'll let our producers know
right.
exactly if I find somebody out there, and hopefully we can bring you some amazing on-course footage.
Oh,
and
that would be great.
I also have to get a run in, so I'm going to do that.
There you go.
All right.
Corinne Chalvoy, everybody. But she'll be back on the mic later, of course. But she's going to go out there, as you heard, and try and catch some runners on the way in, and if so, she'll give us some intel. We again are getting this fantastic drone shot of Heraldus Subertus coming in towards Walnut Canyon. So again, people were asking about the finishing times, thinking the leaders would probably finish about 5 p.m. Arizona time, also known as Mountain Standard Time. And women's leaders probably 5-6 hours after that. Geraldo Subertus closing in on the Walnut Canyon aid station spot, which is mile 227.8. Yes, indeed. Walnut Canyon is the last area where you can have a crew. They know better than to allow crews to go up to Pete's Meats aid station. So no one's allowed up there, except maybe Mercedes if she's bringing up some supplies. Corinne might be on her way up there. Geraldus Subertus. Really lovely kind of double track trail here that Geraldus is traversing through the scattered ponderosa pines. Coconino Plateau, home to the nation's largest ponderosa pine forest. Those are those trees that if you put your nose right up to them and sniff, they smell like vanilla. So if you... Oh, goodness. It smells like vanilla. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. You probably haven't even heard of Jeff Rose's adrenal gland either. Here they are rolling in. And go ahead and just Google Jeff Rose's adrenal gland or tune into last night's episode of Aravaipa After Dark for some entertainment from Chris Warden. Geraldus Subertus. Yeah, Scott, I will do a little I'll do a little 125 250 course analysis once we see Geraldus through Walnut Canyon and I get my intel from when I get my intel from George on the ground, who's Jeff Browning's crew, who is going to wait to just get a quick bit of intel from him. Yep, there you go. Aid Station Fireball's done some research. Yep. Western States Sweatpants. There you go. Aid Station Garbage Can. Blow Up Arch. Come on now, people. I was trying to educate you last night. So here we are at the Walnut Canyon Aid Station. 54:45 elapsed. Geraldus Subertus, second runner into the aid station. First was Jeff Browning through here approximately 50 minutes ago. Even Matt Feldick says it smells like butterscotch. No, it smells like vanilla. Jeez. People. Oh, he even posted a video of it. You can't get a smell out of a video. This is fascinating. Liam has caught up with the splits. So get this to give you a sense of this race. Here we're seeing a close up here from our drone shot of Heraldus. Jeff Browning did the 18-mile section from Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon in 4 hours flat, 4 hours and 0 minutes. Heraldus, 4 hours and 4 minutes. 4 hours versus 4 hours and 4 minutes. So they're moving in very close proximity to one another. But Heraldus did lose 4 minutes. This was after gaining a fair bit of time on the previous segment. Now, we know that many of you have been watching on the tracker Arlen Glick, and we are going to get his split as well to see how he has moved the 18-mile stretch from Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon.
Arlen just pinged. He's a little over 4 miles out.
Okay, so we've got a 4-mile warning from Arlen. So I guess Heraldus is maybe over at the aid station area. Here we are back at Sedona.
Generationally solid, Chris. Hot take. Generationally solid.
Vasile is our cameraman on the ground here. He's taking over for Josh, who's going to be back in a little while, but also. All right, so we've got a camera on the ground. We're trying to locate it. Okay. Oh, wait. I think he told us in the. Sorry, folks. Matt said he was in Kelly Canyon. 2 miles out from Kelly Canyon and couldn't find Garmeyer, so circling back for Mika. So this is Matt. I wonder if this is Matt Feldick, we think. Get a thumb. At Kelly Canyon?
Kelly Canyon as of 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, okay. There's Matt. Matt Feldick in the area around Kelly Canyon. That's good stuff.
Garmeyer's 5 minutes, I'm sorry, not 5 minutes, 5 miles from Tuthill.
Okay. But you're thinking that Mika has come through Kelly Canyon.
I'm showing her tracker is at Kelly Canyon.
Okay.
As of 4 minutes ago at that aid station.
Okay. All right, this is on the ground at Sedona, mile 162. As we're let me take a moment here to walk everybody through, because I know several of you have asked in the chat. Let me take a moment here to walk you through the differences between the Cocodona 250 and the Sedona Canyon's 125, because I think, as most people know, due to some Forest Service regulations with respect to the Mexican spotted owl and some other sensitive ecosystems in the area, the permits that were issued to the race were limited. They limited the number of runners passing through the most sensitive of the areas. So bear with me here, because there are quite a few differences. The first one is at mile 10, where perhaps most of the runners have gone through already. Leaving the Dead Horse aid station at mile 10, the course is diverted to city streets in the town of Cottonwood for about 5 miles. At the Schnebly Hill aid station, this is perhaps the most significant change. At the Schnebly Hill aid stations, runners will be stopped at mile 55 and shuttled a few miles down the road to the Munns Park aid station, where they continue on the course. Continuous shuttles are run, and they're also allowed to get a ride from their crew. The way this is working is the runners get to Schnebly. They make themselves, they take advantage of the resources at the aid station. When they're ready to leave, their race time is stopped. They get on the shuttle. They drive the 9 miles to the Munns Park aid station. They get out and they start their race again. That is the Schnebly Munns shuttle. The Kelly Canyon trails, the course has been moved off dirt roads and onto a single track section, which actually adds miles to the course that are an attempt to that are part of the making up miles that they lose with the Schnebly Munns shuttle. The distance between Munns Park and Kelly Canyon, therefore, is increased. In Fort Tuthill, where we've seen footage several times today, there are some great single track sections that are added, again, to make up for the miles lost with the Schnebly Munns shuttle. So the distance between Kelly Canyon and Fort Tuthill has also increased. In Walnut Canyon, the course has rerouted slightly away from the rim of the canyon. On the rim of the canyon is a particularly sensitive area. And lastly, for Mount Eldon, the course no longer, again for the 125 and the 38, the course no longer goes up and over Mount Eldon. Only the 250 goes up and over Mount Eldon. Instead, a single track will take you north along the base of Mount Eldon to a new aid station called Sandy Seep. Sandy Seep will only be an aid station in the 125 and the 38. And then south around Eldon, again making up a few more of the lost miles due to the Schnebly Munns shuttle, where it joins up with the original course leading into Buffalo Park and follows the standard traditional end of the Cocodona 250 into Heritage Square. So I know that's a lot. It was really either do that or consider canceling the two events. And of course, nobody wanted to do that. And so these changes, by the way, all these changes were made roughly 5 weeks before the race. And these changes have allowed all three events to proceed. So far, the 125 runners have done that diversion into the city streets in Cottonwood, and probably in the next few hours, that shuttling process will take place from Schnebly to Munns Park. Thanks a lot that was a lot, I know, and thanks a lot for listening. We are back still above the Walnut Canyon aid station. That blue truck with some people in the back or out the back is Geraldus Subertus, still in the aid station. Second place male in Walnut Canyon. It's a Mexican spotted owl. I remember when I first heard this adjustment was going to take place, I did a did a little bit of research on the Mexican spotted owl. It's actually quite a fascinating animal. I'm not going to bore you with it right now, but if you're killing time, you can do a little research on the Mexican spotted owl. The red truck, that's George Plumerity, who's been giving me some beta. That's him standing on that on the back of the truck there, and Jeff's wife there in the black going into the back of the truck. Jeff's crew was waiting around for Geraldus just to get a ballpark idea what the timing is. It looks like Geraldus is not in a hurry to leave the aid station at this point. Here we are back at Sedona. Bib number, I know Vasile can get it for us in a second. He almost got it, but it got blocked inadvertently, I'm sure. $192.
Troy said that they're in the aid tent and they got something from Jeff's crew.
Okay. This is Geraldus's group. Okay. $192 is Jim Smith into Sedona. Jim Smith is into Sedona. Question in the chat about do they have milk in the shuttle? Yes, we're going to have Mercedes shuttle that up there right now. Prize money for the finishers. Good one. Fame and glory. And a belt buckle. I think there's a belt buckle. Copper belt buckle at the Copper State. Look at Mercedes bringing the wisdom. I love this. Yeah. Jim Smith, Phoenix native, absolutely. Phoenix local. Okay, do we have Geraldus leaving? Okay, so he's heading out. It was about a 10-minute aid station stop. Thank you, Randy. Randy's on the ground there with Vasile and Sedona. So we will try, those of you who are looking for runners heading into and out of Sedona, we've got a team on the ground there. We're going to try to get bib numbers to the best of our ability. We just had Jim Smith, so just to, if you're, just give a ballpark idea of the runners that are around Jim. As we see Geraldus departing the aid station. At Walnut Canyon, mile 227.8. Last aid station is Mount Eldon by Cotulla. Pete's Meats aid station. No crew allowed up there, just Pete and his meats at mile 240.8. We see George Cyrus in the Sedona aid station. George Cyrus is in there. Keep an eye out for Ben Chisholm, the older of the two Chisholm boys. Brody went through several hours ago, and Mom Jenny is en route. But keep an eye out for Ben Chisholm. He was in the same ballpark as Jim Smith, bib 239. Chad Bruce may be coming in shortly. Brian Bondi. And looks like Vasile's looking for a bib number here as well. They're doing the check. 28. That's Stephanie Rosebaugh. Oh, she's leaving. She must be leaving because I know she's. They have to check out also. Maybe show them their mandatory gear. And back to Geraldus. 122 is in there. Thank you very much. Mario Scalcucci. Oh, we've seen him before. He's taking his time. No offense, but hopefully he's getting a lot of food. So in the aid station, Mario Scalcucci, George Cyrus, Jim Smith, Andrew Reedinger, all in the aid station at Sedona, mile 162.3. Here's our drone pilot taking a look at Geraldus Subertus, the pride of Haines, Alaska, heading out for his final 23 miles. Real good shot of Geraldus with 5 hours on the clock. Could potentially be one of two runners who runs under 60 hours here at the 2024 Cocodona 250 as we're hitting the noon hour here in Arizona. Been at it for 55 hours. It's getting to be lunchtime. I wonder what Mercedes is going to bring me. I probably shouldn't have said that. Great team on the ground at Sedona. So here, leaving Walnut Canyon, Geraldus Subertus. I know, Francis, we've heard I hear you on Kelly Canyon. Our producer, Matt Feldick, is out there with just a gimbal, kind of going back and forth, trying to get some footage. So we will see if we can get Matt up and running. I know he was out there trying to track down Jeff Garmeyer, and if anybody else was out there. No, Ashley Paulson left the Sedona aid station probably an hour and a half ago while we were on with Shelby. This is 10th place woman, Stephanie Rosebaugh. Thank you so much. Ask and ye shall receive, everybody. If we could get the in studio camera up for a second while Stephanie moves out of here. We've got a nice Danzizen Dairy glass bottle of milk here to celebrate when I win the Indy 500 in a couple of weeks. It's even been poured in a glass, and not just any glass, but even over of just a few short days of getting to know one another. Mercedes gets me, so she's given me a Superman glass, and of course a can of Flota. So let's see, do we dare mix them together? Okay, here we go. It has like a White Russian look to it, and it's bubbling. It's not bubbling. That's the good news. But here we go. Whole milk, vitamin D milk, chased with a little Flota. The pause that refreshes. Might have to add a couple miles to my... But cheers, Mercedes. Cheers, everybody in the chat. Thanks for joining us. And I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins. I might die soon. Okay, let's get back to business here. Bib number 239. We're getting this. Thank you, Randy. Bib number 239. This is Ben Chisholm, one of the two Chisholm brothers, along with his brother Cody, and he's apparently looking around for his crew, and has apparently given up and is going to go find Mercedes for some milk and Flota. I mean, who wouldn't? Mercedes, get over there quick. But yeah, there goes Ben Chisholm, 18 years old, by the way. 18 years old. Flota Julius. Let's see what else we've got here. A run Russian mixer. Yeah, the time split, Khalil Fuller, time split between Jeff Browning and Jeff Browning's departure and Geraldo's departure was right about 50 minutes, a 50-minute gap between the two. I mean, what's going on? I don't know what's going on with this live stream. Last night, I wasn't rapping. What was I doing? I was beatboxing, or whatever that's called, beatboxing, and now I'm drinking milky Flota. So hey, we'll do what we do what we do here for the customers and all of you tuning in on Mountain Outpost. And if you like what we do here, throw a little money in the kitty so that Mercedes can go buy more of this stuff. Yeah, Ben is one of the kids who did the AZT. You remember last year they hiked the AZT, finished hiking the AZT, and promptly did the Eldon Crest 38 miler. You know, Suzanne, it tasted like flat Coke mixed with milk. If someone's in the sound of my voice and you can just bring me a small box of Lucky Charms, my day would be made. Yeah, Ben, Brody is a year younger than Ben, and Brody did leave, I would say, got to be almost 2.5 hours ago now. It was before Shelby joined us, so maybe even more than 2 hours ago. Yeah, the tracker is showing Brody at about mile 180. So both of the Chisholm brothers are in and out, or I think Ben is still in the aid station and waiting for Mom Jenny, who at last sighting was maybe an hour and a half or so in arrears of Ben. These guys look happy. They're going through their mandatory gear, so I do think this is what we're getting. Yeah, I think I got him. Eric Paramount with a $5 donation for the Milky Flota. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric. $5. We can live to fight another day. Yeah, 168. I think we called him out already. Yeah, Andrew Reedinger. This is Andrew Reedinger. And I think they are doing a gear check as the runners leave Sedona. Because here they are all taking their stuff out and showing the volunteers and then stuffing it back in their packs, which is what we do here.
What is going on, everybody? For those of you within the sound of my voice, it's the smooth, easy.
Yeah, it is Jenny. Yep, Jenny Chisholm is the mother of Ben and Brody.
What is going on, everybody?
Hey, Zach, how are you?
Good. I leave for a few minutes, and what do we got? Whole milk and Flota sitting on the table. Like, I can't leave you kids alone for 2 minutes. This is ridiculous.
Well, you know, we are an equal opportunity live stream.
Well, I love it. So catch me up, AJW. What's been going on? Where's Jeff?
Well, let's do a quick summary. So we have two runners through, two athletes through Walnut Canyon, the penultimate aid station, the last crew accessed aid station at 227.8. Jeff Browning got through here at 54:56 elapsed, so he's been out of here now about an hour and 15 minutes. And we just saw Geraldo Sabertas leave about 10 minutes ago, let's call it. So it's about a 50 minute lead that Jeff has on Geraldus. The next runner we expect to see in men's field is Arlen Glick, who is in third place. Fourth place, also on his way here between Fort Tuthill and Walnut Canyon, is Joe Stringbean McConaughey. And fifth place, we know through Fort Tuthill, is Michael Versteeg. We don't know about Jeff Garmeyer. We haven't seen him through Fort Tuthill yet. But we're assuming he's in sixth place. John Van Guns in seventh. Matt Smith in eighth. Kevin Goldberg in ninth. I might be counting this wrong. Hang on. Versteeg fifth. Garmeyer sixth. John Van Guns seventh. Matt Smith eighth. Kevin Goldberg ninth. Finn Melanson 10th.
Finn has moved his way up. You love to see it. I definitely wouldn't mind getting a little Glick pick. This afternoon, it'd be great to see him out on the course. We've seen a lot of Jeff Browning. He's, with the whole milk thing. I'm going to give him the new nickname, Jeff Cowning. Harry S. Jeff Browning's got a nice Harry S. right behind him that seems to be chasing him down a little bit.
Arlen
So.
Glilk.
Yep. We got a nice little some Arlen Glick, Joe, Michael Versteeg, Garmeyer. I mean, we've got literally just a who's who there, and then we've got Mika Theus just chasing him down, giving us a really great showing for the women.
Indeed. We also got word, whose second place woman comfortably now is Manu Villaseca, as we received word that Rachel and Trekken took a good couple hours at Kelly Canyon.
Yeah, and then I would imagine Eliza Lapierre is making her way down course as well.
Yep, followed by Kylie Drugan Epic. Elsa Jaworski, I know someone you know
well.
Ashley Polson, we had a great, Josh had a great conversation with Ashley in 7th place as she was leaving the Sedona aid station, which you see here on the screen right here. You know, she has a crystal embedded in her tooth. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, no, it's absolutely awesome. I'm jazzed to see Elsa doing so well. You know, I've coached the girl through the last she's half a year now, and she's a talented athlete. I'm really excited to see what she puts together today. She's not just talented, not just, got a ton of miles in her legs every single week, but she runs and has so much fun doing it and is just, dancing and cheering the entire time. So it's something that I absolutely love to see. So if we could ever get eyes on her, I would definitely love to see it. Let's talk a little bit about Mike Milk Knight. Definitely not having the day that he wanted to have. Still not in a bad place. I mean, by no means is this throwing shade at Mike whatsoever. But, I know his goal coming into it was going to be to kind of get up on that podium again.
Yeah, he's not getting the day he wants, but he's getting the day he gets.
Yep, you get what you get, and you don't throw a fit.
Yeah, and he's moving. I mean, we saw him through here several hours ago. So he's gonna just plod on. We also saw Jake Jackson. He had a nice pass of Joe Corcione leaving Sedona. Josh was able to run with them for a little while.
I believe this is Walnut Canyon.
All right, so here's a static cam or a handheld static cam at Walnut Canyon, mile 227.8.
Man, it looks like we are just killing it with this coverage, and it sounds like
Arlen is just over 2 miles from
we are going to be going nonstop from now until Saturday.
Until the
just
final
just
finisher.
before noon. Yeah. No, that's what we're anticipating there. We're getting a lot of love in the chat for Women of the Wasatch, their very own representative, Elsa Jaworski. That's right, ladies. Sound off. You've got a great one in her. We love to see her coming in. I was out on course, watching on course and seeing just the way she comes into aid stations with so much energy, dancing, having fun. Then you can see the miles on her face, but she's just all go. That girl's got no quit in her. So let's give her some love, y'all.
Got reached out by Gregory Larkin, whose coworker is in 9th place. Emily Kratz. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Emily Kratz, women's 9th place, bib number 31.
Browning has got less than 20 miles to go. He's moving at 4.2 miles an hour, so he's got roughly a little 15, just a slight hair faster than a 15-minute mile going on. So it'll be exciting to see him come through. I had a conversation with him, and he had this tells you exactly who Jeff Browning is. I asked him what time he thinks he'd finish, and he goes, I think I'm capable of a 62:19. Like it wasn't like I think I could do 62 hours. That's what I'm shooting for, etc. It's what's your goal time? 62:19. Yeah. So that tells you exactly how well thought out Jeff is, and sounds like he is executing pretty much as well as could be expected here at the Cocodona 250.
We've got a great team on the ground. Josh has been there all day, but he's been replaced by Vasile and Randy. Good to see you guys out there helping us out at the Sedona aid station. Kevin Goldberg weighing in the chat, and he apparently is crying. It happens to the best of us. So good luck with that. You should try drinking milk and Flota. That'll make you cry. But this shot,
This is I'm trying to find Jeff here.
trying to get it. All right. Sedona aid station. Zach's fixing the table. Zach's fixing the table.
Mika is now just under 6 miles from Tuthill.
All right.
And last I heard, Mika was didn't want cameras on her in the aid station, so we're trying to respect that as much as possible. You know, folks, we love to bring you the best action we possibly can, but our first priority always will be the runners that are on the course. We're telling their story. We're sharing their journey with the world, so we will respect them 100% all the way through. So if there is a desire that they have a little bit of space, and I could imagine so. Like, I get it. I've been, in some pretty... Either I don't want to show my hand to my competitions, so like I would want things to be kept quiet, or you're in a really pretty raw emotional state. You don't want people like showcasing that to the world. Maybe you're at a low. We got Bryce, our very own Poncho Bryce, there walking around with his monster quads. You can't miss those legs for sure. But we're gonna respect that for Mika. You don't have to be on camera just because we got cameras out there.
Yeah, that's for sure. You can make those requests. That is the unmistakable group of Arlen's crew. His parents, his sisters.
Arlen's darlings over there.
Mm-hmm.
Glick's chicks.
And the Walnut Canyon aid station. Think how long this one is open. The absolute cutoff time here is Friday, 9:30 p.m. Friday, 9:30 p.m. By the way, we're coming to you at around a little bit after noon on Wednesday. Yes, indeed. Back in Sedona. And still probably 70 runners through here. Still plenty to come through. Cutoff here in Sedona is all the way on tomorrow at 12:15. So about 24 more hours here in Sedona. And Brody Chisholm fan noting the move up to 17th place for Brody. He really had a lot of spring in his step leaving this aid station. Sedona has a little bit of everything with burgers all through the day and into the evening, scrambled eggs in the morning, tofu, bacon, pancakes. Fantastic aid station. Looks like a nice little spot there. Looks like they're checking mandatory gear as well as the runners are departing. Thank you all for tuning in. Cocodona 250 brought to you by Mountain Outpost. Back over to Walnut Canyon.
We should have second place women here.
Is this Munns?
Yeah, we should have, I believe it's Manuela Villaseca, and she should be in there in the next.
We're going to keep an eye out here at Munns for Manu Villaseca. She's our second place female. We are hoping to see her shortly. I might step off and let Jam Jam come onto the cam here in a little bit.
Just checking in with Manuela's crew to see if I can get any beta from her.
Welcome, everybody, to Outhouse News. I am your host, Jam Jam. We've got a lot of fun things happening here out on the Cocodona 250 course, where Jeff Browning is putting on an absolute show, completely decimating the rest of the course. Harolda Subertus putting in a great second place performance here today so far. We'll see if the pride of Ohio, Arlen Glick, can make his way to the finish line and possibly catch him. Crazier things have happened here in Arizona.
Jam Jam, how's your day going? Have you slept yet?
It's been pretty good so far. I've really enjoyed my opportunity being out on the course, saying hi to all these fantastic runners.
You thinking of doing the race again one year? I know you did it back in 2021, but it's...
Absolutely not. There would be no reason for me to do this again. That really would make you have such a shitty week. We've got a cool, crisp 62 degrees out on the course. It is sunny there, clear skies. We're anticipating the temperatures to get a little bit more warm. The temps are temping.
Got 288 leaving Sedona. Alex Crans, C-R-A-N-S, Alex Crans, sporting a nice button-down shirt.
Alex Crans, you are having a shitty week. Keep it up. We love to see it.
So I was wondering, there's been a lot of conversation lately about this new 300-mile race that's going down in southern Arizona next year. So are you thinking? I know you're all about being inclusive at Aravaipa. Are you thinking of adding a longer distance option next year here at Cocodona? Maybe running all the way to the Utah border?
Absolutely not. There is only one monster here in Arizona, and it would be the Muggian monster. So we are going to leave it at that.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for the donation in the chat, JW. Am I related to you? It's nice to have Jam back in the booth.
Wouldn't trade it for the world. This is one of the greatest weeks to have a shitty week.
All right. Leaving Sedona.
It's got the absolute best hat on course today. Love that straw hat. Next to orange hat guy. Pepe was his last name. Can't remember his first name, but hope he's still out there crushing it.
All right. We're back now at Walnut Canyon. We've had 2 runners through here. We expect our next one to be Arlen Glick, so we can satisfy Mercedes with a Glick pick.
See, Arlen's Darlin's out in the background there, white shirts. Well, before that van pulled up. I mean, you're at an ultra running event with this many vans that are making the trek from northern Phoenix all the way up to Flagstaff, Arizona.
Yep. And these vans are getting a workout. Back at Sedona. Jen going through some instructions. I imagine things get busier now over the next 12 hours in Sedona as the sort of front pack gives way to the mid pack.
Garmeyer should be about 3 miles from Tuthill.
All right, that's good. Thanks a lot. Garmeyer, we just got word, is heading out about 3 miles away from Fort Tuthill.
Brian Pepe, that was our orange hat guy's name. Thank you in the chat. Showing him some love. Absolutely love it.
And Ben Chisholm, the 18-year-old, brother of Brody Chisholm, the 17-year-old, is getting ready to leave Sedona Aid Station. Really impressive. Those guys did the AZT, they did the Eldon Crest, and now they're doing Cocodona.
Absolutely. Definitely not strangers to multi-day adventures.
I just take a quick peek and see where Mom Jenny is. Haven't checked up on her in a bit. Folks asking about Callie Vinson as through 121 miles. So she's on her way towards Jerome. Zachary Bates a couple miles behind her.
So this photo here, this is Tuthill Aid Station, where we anticipate that our one and only LT Gray, Jeff Garmeyer, making his way on in. We'll see if we can't get eyes on him when he comes in there. Again, for those of you that are just joining us, I am Zach Marion here at the Cocodona 250, presented by Mountain Outpost, joined by my wonderful co-host, Mr. AJW, needs no introduction, the voice that carries probably to the finish line from here at the Airbnb. So absolutely, just a recognizable character and voice here in the sport.
Thank you. It's great to be here. We're having a blast. We're going to be here for the duration, as we've said. Jenny Chisholm, just want to circle back on that. As I mentioned, mother of Ben and Brody is through mile 155. So she's
Atta girl.
She's at that water stop approximately kind of halfway between Deer Pass Trailhead and Sedona. So I suspect our team on the ground at Sedona will find her. Bib number 202. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, as we're kind of coming into these final days, our hope is to kind of park it at some of these aid stations so we can have like a constant view on course from here on out. And we've had, with such limited resources in terms of manpower and ability to get equipment from place to place and kind of chasing the front of the pack. This race we got a Shortney's viewing there. This race kind of gets pretty spread out. Our men's leader is sitting at, close to mile 240 on his way to the finish. And then we've got, our middle of the pack is almost 100 miles behind.
Yeah.
So the good news is that as we've dispersed our gear and equipment amongst the course, that we are able to kind of park it here, leave it in neutral at these aid stations, so we should be able to get a lot more action through the middle of the pack. And obviously the front of the pack is kind of who we're chasing right now, because it is the race. We're here to showcase the race and treat all equals. So the front of the pack is where the action is at now. And over the next couple days after our top 3 men finish and our top 3 women finish, we'll be able to pick it up and showcase the middle of the pack and the back of the pack all the way until our final finisher Saturday afternoon. We are going to bring them in. My hope is that everybody who is watching, everybody who is listening to my voice, our goal and our hope is to make sure that you cheer them on and you bring them, send thoughts and prayers, do whatever you possibly can to get them to that finish line, because we want to celebrate the journey and adventure that is the Cocodona 250 and absolutely just celebrate, that finish line.
Colin Fallon there in the green shorts. Just on the other side of the table of Colin Fallon is Brian Bondi. And here with the blue hoodie, we switched away from him. There in the blue hoodie is Ben Chisholm, bib number 239, the 18-year-old brother of Brody Chisholm and son of Jenny Chisholm. Jenny's about 5 miles behind Ben. So you guys got to wait up for Mom when you get over here. But one of the great stories of this year's race, the Chisholm family, Brody, Ben, and Mom Jenny.
We've got eyes on Arlen Glick. Here is your Glick pick, ladies and gentlemen. Making his way into Walnut Creek. Still moving so incredibly well. Like, no joke, the dude is moving fantastic for just about any late stage of any race, but let alone towards the final miles of a 250-mile race. I'm jealous. I wish I looked like that 80% through just about any distance of race.
From George, Bronco Billy's main crewman, they did get some eyes on Heraldus and did note that he was feeling a little rough, not surprisingly, cramping a bit in the heat, as an Alaskan might do down here in Arizona, but sort of rallied himself. Got quite a bit of aid from the aid station, as well as some stuff from Jeff's crew, and they're on their way. So it was the gap that George had was about an hour between the two. And here's Arlen, and he is still, as we've seen now, this is the third runner we've seen come in. He's still got 3 or 4 minutes to hit the aid station. So he'll be about 40 minutes back of Heraldus when all's said and done. It'll be interesting to see how quickly he gets out of this Walnut Canyon aid station.
Get in, get taken care of, get out of there. No reason to waste time. At this point, something I remind myself of at this stage of a race is every step is going to hurt. So you might as well make the most of it. And the only thing that's going to make it stop is getting to the finish line, really. So, I'm sure he's got that, forward momentum, that forward push, and wants to get the best out of himself. Probably believes he can still chase down a nice Harry S in front of him. don't we all like a good hairy S in front of us on a course to chase down? So that's where he's going. Looks like he's got a runner out there kind of running into the aid station, maybe putting in that cheeseburger order. I mean, let's hear it from the chat room. What would you, at this point in a race, if you could have anything in an aid station, what would you want? What would be your, not just like your favorite aid station food, but dream aid station food? For me, it'd be a cinnamon roll. If you could give me a nice, gooey cinnamon roll, just dripping with all that delicious cinnamon goodness on the inside, I can tell you that's what I'd go for every time.
Pizza. Just a big old greasy slice of New York style pizza.
New York style. I'm a little disappointed.
Indeed.
A little disappointed.
New York. I'm a New Yorker. You can tell that. You don't get a loud voice like this growing up in some back country place. So yeah, New York style pizza. There's a slice place right across the street from the Madison Square Garden where the Knicks are playing. By the way, having a great run in the playoffs so far. And I would have one of those and just gut it down in about 3 bites.
At this point, I think that raw milk is going to have to be on the menu at every single aid station. The Cocodona 250, as we'd like to call it now. It's all about the raw milk out there. Tacos, pickles, olives, pizza. Pizza's a pretty popular one. Got some good pizza. I don't know, man. If I'm going to pick like any kind of fast food, Taco Bell might be it. Like a nice bean burrito from Taco Bell.
Yeah.
One of my favorite people to follow out here in Flagstaff, Tommy Pusey, used to post about how he'd run 20-mile days. He'd run 10 miles out from his house down here through Flagstaff, out to a Del Taco, pick up a bean burrito, eat it, and then run 10 miles back home. That was kind of his training regimen. And, if anyone knows him, heck yeah, that's exactly what I would expect from him. A Bojangles Cajun filet biscuit.
Ooh, wow.
Interesting. Man, we are getting a lot of fun, ridiculous answers in here, but also some good ones. Lasagna. We've actually had that on the menu here at one of the aid stations here yesterday.
Yeah. Lasagna was at, where was it? It was at Mingus Mountain Camp.
There you go. There you go. I wonder if they still have some. Yeah. Milk with a shot of whiskey. I mean, nothing makes the milk go down like a shot of whiskey.
Except for maybe some Flota.
That's like a milk with a shot of whiskey. You're like an odd Russian is what you are.
Yep.
A brown Russian. Ice cream. You know what? I've run into aid stations. This is funny because I don't know that I'd ever want to drink milk at an aid station or running, but I have definitely craved like banana or strawberry milkshakes.
I was going to say milkshake, 100%.
Oh, man. But that's usually like a post run. That's like after I've done the work that I want to have that, not necessarily during or in the middle of it. I got the absolute best answer here. A Slurpee.
Yes.
Give me a Slurpee.
Yes, I'm with you.
If Aravaipa could get a partnership with 7-Eleven and put Slurpee machines at aid stations, they would be the most popular race series in the country. I can guarantee it. You just put my head under one of those things and just turn it on until I get a brain freeze. Ooh, Wendy's Frosty. Not bad. Kodiak pancakes. Shout out to the Salt Lake City company. Park City company technically, but from Utah, Kodiak cakes. Those are pretty good. I've had those in aid stations.
DJ Keen, we're exactly talking about the same place on 7th Avenue, Manhattan. Totally right. $3, 2 slices of cheese and a soda. That's the one. I don't even know the name, but I know where it is. Some deep dish, Lou Malnati's deep dish.
A salty Slurpee? Ooh, like we get like a.
No, that's maybe not a bad call.
Maybe just throw like a margarita machine out there.
Yeah, it's kind of like the salt on the watermelon type deal.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Someone said the other day to dip your watermelon in pickle juice.
Ooh, I haven't done that.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
That seems like a bad mashup. Watermelon and salt. Yeah. Now that, yes.
It's not far off from your watermelon salt that everybody appreciates, right? Like that's a pretty standard fare at aid stations, but I don't. It's like the same for a lot of things where like I can eat them separately, but I don't want to combine them.
Question for Jam Jam about that. Someone once saw a video of you eating a donut right before a long run.
Nothing quite goes down like a good donut before some long runs.
Yeah. I like peanut butter and bacon. It's a good combo.
Peanut butter, bacon, that's
cheese curds
quite the
and
thing.
mayo.
We were talking the other day about how poutine would be such
Oh, yeah.
an amazing aid station fare. Speaking of aid stations, we've got Arlen Glick making his way into our aid station there at Walnut Creek.
All right, 55-42.
Making some good
on the
work
clock.
out there.
55-42 on the
I'm willing to bet it's Dylan Harris behind him or near him.
Yeah. Yep.
At least
Bri-
that's the
and
crew for
Bryce.
sure. Bryce doing the Lord's work out there, putting in the miles. This is what it takes, ladies and gents, for those of you who want to enjoy these broadcasts. They ain't free. They take more than a financial commitment. They take a man-hour commitment. We've got so many volunteers out on the course, Bryce being one of them, putting in an incredible amount of miles. We've also got Shad Burkholz, who just crushes these broadcasts and brings out, I think he literally has signed up for like 20 plus hours of runner cam duties here over the next week. So
I think Matt and Chris told me one of these Cocodonas, he logged what, 60 miles, 50 miles. Maybe it's wrong, but
alone on the streets of Flagstaff between Buffalo Park.
how many miles? 85 miles. 85 miles back and forth, Buffalo Park and the finish.
Oh, 100%. I absolutely believe it. I ran cameras for Western States the very first year they did it, and between doing the escarpment and then making up to the top 10 women through Forest Hill, making trips up and down Forest Hill, that's a lot of trips up and down Forest Hill. And when you've got
it's like a mile and a half each time.
And when you've got to chase down
both ways.
when you've got to chase down or at least follow Kyle Pietari, who was faster than Jim Walmsley down Forest Hill, that's a job. So let's show some love to all of our cam volunteers here. If you want to buy them a pizza, please donate $1. We can send some food out to them and get them some Slurpees. But here we go. We got eyes on Arlen Glick having a seat there in the chair while Arlen's darlings are taking care of him. A sweet note for those who are just joining us and have not been watching throughout the evening yesterday. Arlen's family traveled out from Ohio, his parents, who he didn't anticipate being out here, and we got to see the reaction of them surprising him at one of the aid stations, which was just, you could just see he always has a smile on his face. So are we shocked we saw a smile? Absolutely not. But, he was just like absolutely elated to see them. And I could imagine the kind of like energy boost that's going to give you for sure.
Oh, look at that.
So we've got some awesome news brought to you by Mr. Aid Station Fireball himself. Jeff split from Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon, that 18-mile section. For Jeff Browning was 4 hours flat on the dot. For Harry Suberitis, he is at 4 hours and 4 minutes, so just slightly slower. Arlen, though, if you could guess it, was 3 hours and 27 minutes. He made up over a half hour on Jeff Browning, our men's race leader here, just in this 18-mile split. So if we take that into play here and we do the math, train leaves aid station 1 going this speed, train leaves aid station 2 leaving this speed. When are they going to collide? When are they going to catch each other? I think we have a potential to see a Arlen Glick catching our men's second place. I don't want to say it's impossible to catch Jeff Browning at this point because so much can happen in a race, but if all things stay true, I think he's run out of real estate to catch Jeff if they maintain what they're doing now. But if they maintain what they're doing now, there's a high probability he will catch Haroldus Subertus.
Yeah, I think so. I think especially given that little report we got from George about Harry having some cramping issues. Might be a long haul. Arlen is taking his time here, though. Probably smart. He doesn't see his crew again until the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's take the time you need to at this point to make sure you get what you need to get, and you get dialed in for this next section, this next adventure out there, because you do still have 24 miles. This is not like a minimal amount of distance and or time. This is a section of beastly proportions, to say the least. Not to mention that climb up and over Mount Eldon here.
Yeah, Shelby did a fantastic job doing a segment on this as Jeff was leaving, doing great description of the sort of the tricky nature of the course profile doesn't do it justice. It does, of course, the final climb up and down Eldon do that justice, but the sort of rolling, winding, twisting section that they take before the base of Eldon is tricky, is deceptively.
I want to see Arlen Glick catch Harry on the climb up to Eldon, to where we have a downhill. Speaking of Harry, here we go, moving away. He's moving pretty dang well.
He's moving well.
Maybe he heard Arlen is coming up behind him. That's a Harry S on the move right there.
Crossing the tracks.
Mr. Harry S on the move. Up and over those tracks. This is our second place male. Eyes on Heroldus Subertus out of Alaska. Moving well, putting some distance on his... that's his pacer out in front of him. Pacer's making him work. Just like,
yeah,
hey,
sure is.
Head down, let's go.
Extending the rubber band, if you will.
Pull him along, string him along, man. You better keep him moving, because based on what we're seeing here, there's a probability that you might have an encounter with Arlen, which I'm sure would be an absolute pleasure, because he is a wonderful human being. But what a lot of people do not know about Arlen Glick is he's quite the hunter.
Oh yeah, fierce closer.
He is not just a hunter in races, but he just in life he loves to. He's a big hunter.
Loves to hunt. Oh yeah.
He's a big hunter. That's how he considers that kind of supplying his own meat sources out there, protein sources. So he's a big hunter, both metaphorically and literally. So he knows what it takes to get out there, chase someone down, really play the long game. So maybe Arlen's in hunting mode.
There we go. They're veering off this main road. Some questions in the chat about ETA projected finishing times. I mean, I continue to think sub 60 is going to win it, and potentially sub 59. You know, we're closing in on 56.
I don't know, that climb up and over Eldon. That's going to take some time.
Yeah.
That's going to really slow things down.
You don't think sub 60?
I mean, I wouldn't put anything past Jeff Browning. I absolutely do not want to bet against that man, because he has made me eat shoes more than once. So, yeah,
I think if you look at the split 8-station Fireball gave us recently, and if Arlen can hold something close to that pace, at least to the base of the climb, and has some downhill legs, which I assume he will, I think he could reel in Harry. I think we could have one, potentially two, under 60.
If there's two things that Arlen has, it's a smile, and the dude's got legs.
Yes, he does have legs. And a tan.
And a tan.
Those
One heck of a
whites.
tan.
My goodness. My goodness.
Calm it down there, AJW.
This looks like a little different angle. Or is this Harry? Oh, they've just got... That's right. Okay, this was...
Yep, they've gotten onto that single track section. So crossing the highway there, getting over the train tracks. and then now making their way onto the single track around the outside of Flagstaff, heading towards the one and only Eldon, Mount Eldon. That is going to be one heck of a fun climb. In fact, there's a little fun thing. If you are making your way down to Flagstaff, or I should say up to Flagstaff, crewing or pacing or any of the above, following a runner up here, Pizzacletta is doing an awesome deal where if you are on top of Mount Eldon at 8 a.m. in the morning, the owner of Pizzacletta will be handing out free pizzas to anybody who is standing on top of Mount Eldon throughout the rest of the week at 8 a.m. As he makes his way up there himself every day to hand those out. So
Caleb is such a good dude.
Caleb is such a freaking stud. In fact, he hooked us up with some delicious Pizzacletta last night. They've got pizza. Also, we had some delicious salads and some of the best gelato you will ever have in your life.
Let me just jump in here, Zach, just for a second. Huge thank you to the original Ultra Runner podcast, Scotty Sando. Thanks a lot for the $10 donation. Really appreciate it. To the Cam Operated Pizza Fund, and also Christine Benjamin, $4.99 donation. Thank you so much. I know it doesn't seem like much, but as Zach has mentioned, these broadcasts do not come free. Feeding everybody, making sure we have the most up-to-date equipment. We were talking when we got off the air last night about, the constant work that Zach and Matt and Jamil and the team have to do in terms of making sure they have the most up-to-date equipment. They have the way to work on the operation of the equipment, make sure it's durable, make sure they have what it takes to go to these remote locations and produce operations like this. So thank you so much for those donations. We really, really appreciate it, and I can promise you they are going to go to good use.
Yeah, we're definitely going to get some pizzas out there to Walnut Creek to feed Bryce Brooks's thighs.
Yeah,
they could use some.
We should just inject it right in.
Right in. The dude could probably use some calories. We've seen him making trips the last couple of days, following leaders in and out of aid stations, getting all that amazing content that you can go find out on Mountain Outpost, our Instagram handle, or Aero Viper Running, or Cocodona 250. Check out all three of those Instagram handles. That will be some of the just amazing content that's been going out.
Nice drone shot. So this is Harry into this little woodsy section. So again, he's just come off the paved road. He and his pacer are on this single track bit. And you can see their objective in the distance.
All right, for those of you who are just joining us, we've got eyes on the course right now. This is Heroldus Subertus, our second place male runner. His pacer out there is being so kind to open and close the gates. That's kind of like an awesome trail running etiquette right there.
It's great etiquette.
When we are out there doing getting permits and asking people if we can go through their land, if it's cattle grazing land, or open grazing land, or even private property where people want their gates, open and closed to make sure that they're not getting feral animals on or off their property. So that's huge. Don't just ever pass a gate and leave it open. Love seeing the trail etiquette there.
Another wonderful donation, Gravy Kev. Thank you for your $10. Really appreciate it. Helps a lot. Thank you so much, Gravy Kev. A question about the pizza mead combination. Well, I mean, you'd have to ask Mercedes, but she doesn't remember. Lucas Bradley, thank you so much. $50 donation in the
Whoa,
queue.
Lucas,
thank you.
Sending
really
some love
it.
Lucas's way. Clap.
Thank
we
you
will give
so
you
much. We really appreciate that.
A golf clap.
Really
Thank you,
appreciate
Lucas.
it.
Absolutely fantastic. We love it. Thank you.
Yeah, Kazarian Kazar, we hear you. We are up at the top right now, but trust us, as Chris has pointed out repeatedly, we are not even halfway through our coverage. So all of those runners that are toiling back there, I mean, there are the aid station at Fain Ranch, which is mile 97, closed at 8:30 this morning. Mingus Mountain Camp, 109.2.
Linda,
Closed right about now. Okay, there are still runners between Mingus Mountain Camp, a full 110 miles behind the runners we're watching right now. So for sure, we are going to do our best to bring as many runners to you as we can as the day and night proceeds, and in addition, we've got a crew at Sedona. We're getting bib numbers there. I know we've got this drone shot right now, but we're getting bib numbers of that mid pack, which is making their way through Sedona.
And kind of as Shelby mentioned earlier, how runnable this last section is, and kind of you're rolling through that terrain you saw on that previous shot as Heroldus was making his way through. We are going to bop on back down to this aid station here where we're catching the middle and back of the packers. And also a shout out to our aid station crew who is just doing the Lord's work at making sure that these runners have everything that they need. Nathan Hanneman 50. Whoa, y'all are amazing. We're gonna get some pizzas out to these crew. We're fed. We're gonna be fed this week. Y'all, we can eat. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to all you guys throwing in some donations right now. This is gonna get all of our live stream team fed for the week. I think that's gonna cover AJW and myself our coffee bill.
Our coffee bill is
from here on out because we've got one thing going on from here to the finish. We are not cutting the stream. The last 2 nights we've cut the stream while a little bit of the action in the front of the pack has played out. But right now it is from this morning when we signed on at around 5 o'clock. We are not going off again until Saturday afternoon when our final finisher comes in. So we're gonna be doing it. This is pizza for everybody. We'll get us some more pizzicletta tonight. Maybe another fantastic place to go as you guys are all making your way up here. If you can hear my voice and you're watching this live stream and you're making your way up to Flagstaff, give Caleb Schiff and Pizzicletta a stop. Stop by the store, grab some pizza. I promise you it'll be the best stuff that you have up here in Flagstaff.
Bib number 611 is in the Sedona aid station right about the 50K mark of the 125 miler. So that's Garrett Nelson, just a little bit under 30 miles, 29.4, and he is in the aid, first place, a 125 runner. In addition, a couple more runners that are in Sedona, thanks to Randy getting us the info. Let me just get these numbers for you real quick. Bib number 29, Jason Hefner. Jason Hefner, welcome to Sedona. And bib number 184, Eli Waby. And there's 406, another Sedona Canyons runner. 406, another who's completed that first 29 miles. And that looks like it's Eddie Healy. So we have Garrett Nelson and Eddie Healy in the 125 into Sedona. And number 29, Mr. Weeby. This aid station, as I've mentioned, stays open all the way until about this time, a little bit before this time, about 23 more hours. This aid station is open.
All right, we've got a few shout-outs. Mr. Gravy Kev for throwing a donation out there. Lucas Bradley, obviously, we've given you some love. Thank you so much. We've got Linda Strawn, Brittany Dawn, Nathan Henneman, Gator 35, Mary S, Cassandra 813, and Z's Fark. I think I'm gonna try that.
Fark, I'll go with that.
Awesome, amazing. Thank you so much, Andrea Finnessy, April Hamlin, Stephanie Estridge, Benchmand, Jenna Jolly, 270, Team Dirt and Vert. I love you all. Thank you so much. You guys have been absolutely fantastic.
That's fantastic. Thank you all. Do we know if Manu is in yet?
Yeah, we're keeping an eye out to see if we can get Manu, who you see on the screen right there, Martin Schneekloff.
Oh yeah, he's a veteran. He just did the Southern States 200 last month. He's a Huntsville, Alabama German. He's known by Ultra Kraut in the world of the interwebs.
That makes sense given the last name.
Yeah.
Ultra Kraut, you are having yourself a shitty week.
So bends through.
Yeah, so for those who are keeping track or want to know what's going on right now, we've got Mr. Jeff Browning himself, Bronco Billy. Jeff Counting is what I'm calling him now after watching him chug raw milk at every aid station. He has about 13, 14 miles left. He's got to make his way up and over Eldon and then that descent all the way into Flagstaff to Heritage Square, where we are going to have our finish line up there. AZ Ultra, thank you so much. Aid Station Fireball is doing the absolute most behind the scenes to make sure everything's going well. We love him. If you don't follow him on Instagram at Aid Station Fireball, go give him some love. Thank you so much for giving us the stats and providing all sorts of tomfoolery behind the scenes.
Some more action in the aid station. A couple of more 125ers coming through.
And let's not neglect what's going on in the ladies' race. Mika Thews making quick work of her week here at Cocodona 250. She is looking like she's rocking a... Sorry, I'm just updating my computer right here. About a minute ago, we saw her at mile 208. So she is making her way to Fort Tuthill, so we should have eyes on her.
We should have eyes on her there shortly.
And she's got 2.3 miles to get there, so I would shortly is a relative. But yeah, if she's moving at roughly 4 miles an hour, then yeah, we should anticipate her to be there in just about half an hour. So we're gonna keep eyes there so we can get some eyeballs, and we can bring y'all the women's leader, Mika Thews. She's no stranger to the 200-mile distance. 200-plus mile distance. She's been racking up podium finishes, if not outright wins, at some of the best races around the country here at Cocodona 250. She is our women's leader. She is being chased down by Manu Villaseca, who's out there doing some amazing work. She is consistently and slowly moved her way up through the top 5 women, doing a great job out there. Rachel Interken has been taking longer rest breaks, but in between rest breaks, she is running the fastest from point to point. So she's doing a lot of great work. I mean, with still so much distance to be covered for the women's race at 190 miles and 186 miles respectively for second and third place in the women's field, with Mika Thews in a commanding 8-mile lead, which at these paces is going to be over an hour lead.
Eddie Healy in the 125, leaving Sedona. And we have been seeing this, a mandatory gear check.
Yeah, this has been, for runner safety, obviously, they've got to do the mandatory gear check. Berger, not part of the mandatory gear check, but I believe that Patty Curry out there is making sure that these runners are extremely well fed, and nobody is going to go hungry out on that course. That is for dang sure.
$56 hours on the clock. Sedona Aid Station.
Kimmy Jin. Yes, we've had Mike Milk Knight out there chugging milk on course during races. I mean, he set us trend because we have seen Finn Melanson out there doing it. We've seen Jeff Browning chugging milk out there. The raw milk, it's the real deal. It's the raw deal.
Zach, check out our generosity from Glenn and Alex. Thank you so much, Glenn. $100.
Good
Thank you
night.
so much, and Alex, appreciate it, from Poland.
A little love for the Run with Ribs crew over there. So Flagstaff is home to a number of characters. One of them being Tommy Rivers or Ribs Pusey. He's got so much love. He is just a beloved character, not only in our sport, but in the health and fitness industry, working over there with iFit, who is also one of Ashley Paulson's sponsors, and also who I've had the pleasure of doing some work with as one of their trainers. Tommy is, I've known Tommy for a long time, and there are few better people here in this world than Tommy Rivs Pusey. So, Glenn, we love you. Thank you so much.
Back here at Walnut Canyon, I'm sure Bryce is still there, likely awaiting the arrival of fourth place male Joe Stringbean McConaughey, and approximately 20 minutes behind him, leaving for Tuthill, was Michael Versteeg. Suspect they will be
also some love out to Alex. Thank you for donating there.
And take a look, Jam. A mountain outhouse.
That is our outhouse news.
Have a shitty week.
Think we're going to see Jam pop out of there any minute.
That's a great. Right on.
That is a top. Good. That is Eldon. That's Eldon up there.
So it really is a mountain outhouse.
It is a mountain outhouse. Pete's Meats is probably right around the corner. I guarantee that's why we have a porta potty out there.
Pete's Meats goes straight to the outhouse. Thank you, Ken. $20. Appreciate it.
We apologize. We have a very unruly set over here. If you heard that in the background, just absolutely lacking all professionalism here at Mountain Outpost.
And it only gets worse. It's only Wednesday.
We haven't even really busted out too many drinks just yet. So bear with us or come join us. Let's have some fun. If you want things to get really loose, go ahead and donate to the Whiskey Fund. Things can get a little crazy if that gets up there. But thank you all. We love you. We have literally quite literally the best community, the best chat room in all of the business. So you guys, every single one of you, big love.
And a steady flow of over 2,500 viewers throughout the day on a random Wednesday in May. We know we're having a profound impact on your work productivity. Jeff Garmeyer citing
El Tigre. That Achilles ain't going to stop him. That's for dang sure. You see that hitch in that right leg, just kind of peg-legging it.
That was last night.
That was the very first night. The very first night at Whiskey Row.
I can't keep track of the nights.
Whiskey Row. We had him getting taped up with some Leuco tape on the ankle there. Now, obviously, I don't think that KT tape or a kind of an elastic tape is going to do much there, but Leuco tape can do quite a bit. It can really kind of help support that Achilles, make sure that at least it's not getting overstretched on that dorsiflexion.
What do you think, Zach? If you're him, wouldn't maybe poles be a good call?
I don't want to tell him what to do because he's much further in this race than I am.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there. He knows what he's doing. But if it were me, I'd absolutely have some poles to
take a little weight off it.
Yep.
Just to get a little propulsion as you're sort of towing off that right foot. I don't know. Again, I agree. I don't want to tell him what to do. He's run further than I've ever run in my life, but it just seems like it would be the kind of thing that could be just lessen the damage, I suppose.
Man, I do got to say that we've got, to finish up that thought on the best chat room in the community, in the trail running and ultra community. Y'all keep it lively, you keep it fun, you keep it lighthearted, but do me a favor, please keep it respectful. Let's be kind out there. All of these runners are doing just kind of the absolute most out there to bring you the entertainment. And there are a few things that I will not tolerate y'all come to this. Y'all can say what you want. You can say whatever you want about me. You can say whatever you want about Mountain Outpost. But please respect my runners, respect my commentators, respect my field reporters. That is a demand, absolutely a demand. So let's be kind. Let's be
I'd
kind,
also
y'all.
say I want to jump into and add the infrastructure with which we have to work. We're not going to necessarily bring you Olympic caliber footage and coverage, but if you think about this sport 5 years ago and you think about what Zach and Matt and Jamil are doing here and the entire team of drone pilots and field reporters and everybody else, it's otherworldly. So healthy debate if you want to argue over, cushioned shoes or minimal shoes or poles or no poles or milk or no milk or protein or keto or veggie or vegan, go right ahead. But let's keep it respectful.
Opinions are fantastic. I love them. Let's share them. That's what we're here for. That's what we have the chat for. One thing about this platform that we love that we're absolutely not walking away from is the fact that we have this chat room. That's why we are keeping it here, because we love this part of the community, and we want you to be involved with this as much as possible. So yeah, it is definitely opinions are welcome. We love them. Share them. Criticisms, could do without them. Not everyone needs them. Triggered, possibly. But I've seen some comments in the chats that just got no business being there. But our community handles it fantastically. Big love, everybody.
Christopher St. Jean, a 125er in Sedona. Welcome, Christopher. 37 miles in the books. Hope I said that correctly. Christopher St. Jean.
So for those of you who are just joining us, we've got eyes on Mr. Jeff Garmeyer, El Tigre, one of the John G athletes. Shout out to John G. They've been killing it in the chat, supporting us all week in cheering on some of their runners. Another one of their runners, Mika Thews, who is our women's leader at this point with a pretty commanding lead at 8 miles from where we're standing now, but there is still 40 miles left for her to go, 40 plus miles left for her to go. A lot can happen, over that amount of time. Think about how long a 50-mile race takes, let alone starting it with 200 miles on your legs. So a lot of things can happen, but right now she's got a pretty commanding lead with Manu Villaseca chasing her down behind her. And then we have in third place, Rachel Intrican. So on the men's side, we've got Jeff Browning also with a fairly sizable lead on Heroldis Subertis, who's doing a great job at maintaining whatever effort Jeff is putting down. Heroldis, or Harry, is doing a great job with that. But the all eyes right now and the attention is going to Arlen Glick, who is at each major aid station clicking off a half hour on those in front of him, if not more. So Arlen Glick is, at this point, if where he's improving on the day and where Heroldis is continuing to do what he's doing, if they maintain their efforts and they maintain what they've been doing, averaging the last handful of aid stations, we might have two runners, our two podium spots, second and third, meet each other on the climb up Mount Eldon. Which would just be fantastic. I mean, that is just chef's kiss cinema right there. That's what I live for, ladies and gents.
Get that follow cam ready. I know that our colleague Corinne is heading out there, so hopefully she got her. She put on her comfy shoes. This is Jeff Garmeyer. This is the dirt road heading into Fort Tuthill Aid Station, mile 210.6.
Let's talk a little bit about kind of the strategies that have been in play and kind of what's unfolded throughout the week. We've had Mr. Jeff Browning running a very standard Jeff Browning-esque race where he's going to sit back there. He's going to run his best race in the later miles, the back half of the course. As always, it doesn't matter how long the race is. He's going to have a better back half comparative to the field than his first half. So he came in here doing some pretty solid work, keeping himself in the top 10. But it wasn't until overnight on our very first night on Monday night where String Bean Joe McConaughey absolutely shredded apart the competition in the course to gain over an hour lead in the first day. But unfortunately got turned around in the Dells going around the lake there in a beautiful, beautiful section of Arizona. Unfortunately got turned around and started going backwards on the course, thinking that he was continuing to move forward until he bumped into Jeff Browning, who they moved into the next aid station together at Fain Ranch, where they both decided to take a rest, which was part of their game plan, talking to each of them individually. They wanted to take 20-minute rest, 20 to 30-minute rests. Mr. Jeff Browning pulled an absolute college Tinder-esque style move in the middle of the night and just snuck out of there 10 minutes before Joe McConaughey woke up and, decided to put the hammer on him there. So I could only imagine that Joe is just feeling a little discouraged, a little frustrated, like all that work to just literally start from scratch the next morning. You had an hour lead, and now the race literally is just starting over in that next morning. So
here's Jeff Garmeyer coming into the 8 at Fort Tuthill, mile 210.5. We also have, I think my team on the ground will get this to us in a second, in Sedona. I know several people are interested in seeing how Caleb Stevens is doing. He is closing in on the Sedona aid station. He's one of the fellows who Shelby talked about as delivering some really cool kind of cutting edge content in the socials around this event. Ornery Mule Racing Michelle Hartwig and Hennepin 100, who's in town. Good friend of Aravaipa, comes out here, escapes the chill of the upper Midwest from time to time to indulge herself in Aravaipa events, and is a good friend of our friend and colleague Chris Warden.
Mike McKnight, he's 25 to 30 minutes up on his splits from last year.
Just to put things into perspective here, as we're talking about the race unfolding, we've had kind of a slew of athletes on the men's side up front, all coming in with incredible backgrounds, incredible potential on the course. Jeff Browning making a huge dent on the course record. I think at this point it's pretty safe to say that he will establish a course record as long as he finishes and continues to just lean forward throughout the rest of the day. Behind him, we've got Geraldo Subertis and Arlen Glick, both also well under course record splits. Speaking of that course record, it was set last year by Mike McKnight, Mr. Mike Milk Knight at this point, who is 25 minutes ahead of his splits from last year. But in the overall list of runners, he's not even close to that podium. So it just tells you the amount of talent that has showed up here this year. Also, we got blessed with some fairly cool temps on the first day. There's been a light breeze going on, a cool breeze. So I think that the runners have been really enjoying that. It's been helping them move forward quite a bit.
We're in Sedona now. It looks like Zach Bitter.
That is Mr. Zach Bitter, an ultra athlete.
Helping out his runner.
Former Phoenician, doing some great coaching there, helping his runner get to that finish line.
All right, got word from my good friend Brittany Peterson, who is helping out Manuel Vinaseca. She is reporting that she's into Munns, feeling good and prepping with a little bit of sleep to tackle the final 100K. So this is second place woman Manuela Villaseca into Munns Park, mile 191.
Thank you, Tara Scott.
Brittany's going to take her, by the way, pace her the next 20 miles.
Love seeing Brittany out there getting back at it after a couple surgeries and some time off. Brittany Peterson, a former podium spot there at Western States 100, fantastic coach as well.
Amazing that race was. I know I'm not allowed to talk about it, but that 2019 race between Claire and Brittany that I mean, Claire, in order for Claire to separate herself from Brittany, she had to throw down what is still the fastest split from Pointed Rocks to the finish. Faster even than Courtney in her 15:29 this past year. So that was fun. And it is, you're right, it is great that Brittany is back. It's fun to see her here at the Cocodona 250 helping out.
Brett Valentine, thank you so much. We're going to
coaches.
cover as many as we can out there. We've
Brian Kennedy.
We've talked a little bit about how this race has been unfolding and so many of these fantastic runners. Now, yes, we are keeping a lot of eyes near the front of the race because that is where the action is. But as soon as, pretty much at this point, really, where we've kind of spread out our resources and we're able to hang out at some aid stations a little bit longer, we're trying to bring you as much coverage and action as we can. I mean, yeah, it would be awesome to watch, Jeff Browning come in and win the race, but we don't necessarily need a drone on him making his way the entire way. So we're going to bring you some coverage from everybody else. But let's focus on the women's race a little bit. I think there's been some fun shakeups there. Mika Thews put on an absolute clinic on that first day, only to wake up and have Rachel Intrican put down an incredible split over her in the middle of the night, as Mika decided to take a nap and, took that first night a little more on the chill side. Rachel Intrican just threw down a surge at that point, trying to make a move. And then we've had Manu Villasaka, just absolutely crushing it out there, consistently moving forward throughout the entirety of the race. She didn't start off on the podium, but I have a very strong suspicion she's going to end on the podium based off how she's moving, and she's being conservative and running really, really well. So our top three females are going to be Mika Thews, Manu Villasaka, and then Rachel Intrican. So behind them chasing, because there can still be so much time to be had on this course, where
we've got
a lot of things can happen
here, as it was a little group. We have Eliza LaPierre, who struggled with some stomach issues when she was in this aid station at Sedona. Kylie Drugan Epic, that's fifth place. Elsa Jaworski,
my girl Elsa, making
Ashley
good work out on the course.
Ashley Polson, seventh, did a fantastic job. Wonderfully positive attitude. Carrie Henderson, eighth. Emily Kratz, ninth. And Stephanie Rosebaugh, who we saw about 45 minutes ago, leaving Sedona, rounding out the women's top 10.
So yeah, absolutely. Just again, and for those who are not looking at the top 10 overall list right now, Mika Thews is seventh overall for the race. So she is in the top 10 overall, with Manu Villasaka is not too far off the top 10. She's currently chasing down Troy Allen, Damon Chavez, and Finn Melanson of the Run Single Track podcast.
Trying to get a number on this 125 runner. Getting a nice massage. Well, I know our cameraman's trying to do it too.
I don't know that I would want to even be touched right now.
500?
610? Is that 610 right there?
I can't tell. I'm going to take a look.
Michael Greer. Yeah, that is 610. It's Michael Greer.
Yeah, 610. Michael Greer, one of our 125 runners in the Sedona aid station. And good camera work here from our team on the ground. All right, more from Brittany out at Munns Park from Manuela Villaseca. She's up from her brief nap. It was about 15, 20 minutes. She's having a bite to eat, and she and Brittany will be heading out. Here we are at Munns. Hopefully we could get eyeballs on them. Might be out at their crew vehicle. But she's going to get a quick snack, Manuela is, and be out on her way to Kelly Canyon. Wow. That's a good split from Kelly Canyon. That's good stuff. So Mika is imminent into Fort Tuthill.
Imminent. This isn't a UTMB tracker.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. What's the UTMB tracker?
Never heard of that company.
They have a tracker? Detroit style pizza. Tell more, Tim. Is it like Cincinnati style chili with spaghetti in it?
Oh man, Detroit style pizza is the absolute best.
All right, what do we got?
Ooh, we got our very own Corinne Chalvoy out on course.
Right.
She's on mute.
So she's out there just crushing it.
Can you guys hear me?
Can we have
Yes.
audio plugged in?
Hey.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, Corinne. What's the headset? I can hear you. What's up, girl?
Hey. Yeah. I'm just getting to the top of Eldon.
So we got a live check-in from the top of Eldon right now. What's it feeling like outside?
Yeah, it is really nice temperatures, breezy, nice cool breeze. Of course, we're at like 9,000 feet, but yeah, it's nice up here. There's almost no snow on the road.
Oh, that's fantastic in terms of speed for the course, but not fantastic in terms of dust on the course.
Yeah. Well, it's not too dusty. You can see, let's see. I'm just checking in here on my text. Yeah, I'll try to record some clips. So I'm going to go try to find Jeff. I don't know how quickly he'll be moving on that other side, but it's awesome up here.
Yeah, Jeff is he's almost to the base of Mount Eldon. So depending on where you are on the course, Jeff is just about to the base where he's going to make his way up. That was our very own Corinne Chalvoy. She got out of the booth. I'm jealous. She got to get out of here and go for a run. But in true professional journalism standards, she took her phone with her to make sure that she could check in and give us an update. So thank you so much, Corinne, for that.
It's our team on the ground at the Sedona aid station. Once again, this is the trail what they head out of the aid station on. We see a runner coming down, one of the 125ers.
And just a heads up for those who are wanting to get eyes on our first place female Mika Thews. She has requested that we do not have follow cams on her. She doesn't mind the drone so much, but we are going to try to respect that as much as possible. Again, we are here to serve as the advocates for the runners and to showcase their story. And if they don't want part of that shown, that's totally fine with us. We will still tell the story, but we'll give them the space that they request. So she is on her way in. Let's see how she feels about that. Let's see where she's at right now.
Kabuki Snyder, thank you so much for your $50 donation. We very much appreciate it, Kabuki. Thank you. Caleb Stevens is in Sedona.
Another really fun thing about the course right now is that we have the Sedona 125 going on. So the runners, you're going to see other runners along the course who probably look a little bit more sprightly than our 250ers. Mm-hmm. But they are going to be out on the course doing, some pretty aggressive work, cutting through these aid stations rather quickly. So again, we've got 2 races going on right now. We've got the Cocodona 250, the Sedona 125, started this morning at 8 a.m. So there's eyes on Jeff Garmeyer getting taped up, getting taken care of.
Chris Thornley, who was on our broadcast last night on Late Show, is there giving him a little encouragement.
Probably also giving him a little lube.
Eric, I'm in for I think another hour or so, and then back for most of the day and night tomorrow, and all night Friday into Saturday. So thanks for asking.
Zach's mic is probably way louder because I'm talking straight into the mic, so I apologize.
And I probably should talk into the mic, but
we're just shocked that AJW's voice isn't carrying over to my mic. Is really what it's all about. We got to tone him down every once in a while, otherwise he blows out the speakers, and like our audio team doesn't love it. So
yeah, you got to imagine. I mean, I've grown up pretty much being told that I'm too loud. So
it still doesn't listen.
If you can't hear me, it's maybe a good thing.
So a little update on some of our crowd favorites. Again, Jeff Browning in the lead, Geraldo Subertis in second, Arlen Glick in third, Joe McConaughey in fourth, and Michael Versteeg in fifth. Behind him is Mika Thews. She is in sixth overall, having passed Jeff Garmire. He's in and out of that aid station, kind of taking his time there at Fort Tuthill. So yeah, she passed him, so she's moved into sixth overall. She was one of our women's favorites. Jeff Garmire, one of our men's notable athletes out there. Finn Melanson. He's moving along out there. Kevin Goldberg, he's in the chat probably, so he can tell you how he's doing. Manu Villaseca, our second place female, is just ahead of Mike Milk Knight, our raw milk chugging former champion and course record holder on the course. Again, he is at mile 191 right now, roughly 25 minutes ahead of his split from last year. And again, he is the former course record holder. So, and he's ahead of where he was when he set the course record. So that tells you how fast this course is this year. Other great athletes out there. Let's not forget about Rachel Intrikin, women's third place currently, being chased down by Eliza LaPierre, who's suffering some tummy issues. We got Joe Corcione out there on the course. We got Jake Jackson, Brian Pape, our orange hat guy. For those of you who want to know who our orange hat guy was, or OHG, who we dubbed in the first section of the first few hours of the first day, that is Brian Pape. Elza Jaworski, shout out to my girl Elza, number 66, one of Salt Lake City's finest, representing women of the Wasatch. Shout out to you ladies out there, creating a fantastic community up in Salt Lake City, Utah. We've got so many amazing athletes. We've got Callie Vincent making her way all the way up to Flagstaff from northern Phoenix, Arizona.
I suspect, we were just getting that road section. I suspect we were going to get eyes on Arlen relatively soon. That was the same spot where we saw Harry S. Maybe 30 minutes ago. We've got a team on that one. This is back at the Sedona aid station, where we've got a couple folks on the ground as well as this static cam.
Also, if you're looking for information on any runner in particular, we have pinned the live tracking at the top of the chat there. Just go ahead and click on that Mountain Outpost pinned link, and that will take you to our live tracking where you can see the GPS coordinates of each and every single one of our runners out there. We've got a question, AJW. You and I, we've got a combined, significant amount of years here of trail and ultra running, so we've made some mistakes. Made some decisions that we probably regretted afterwards. Will Dodd is asking, what is the most regrettable aid station food choice? I'll let you go first.
Okay, I'll go first because this one's really easy for me. It was mile 83 of the Angeles Crest 100, back when I was much, much, much younger. And if you know Angeles Crest a little bit, you know that you roll into the idle hour aid station at mile 83. It's after you've gone on a big climb up to Mount Wilson Toll Road and then hammering downhill, and you're getting ready to embark on the Sam Merrill climb. So you need to fuel up quite a bit, and so. Jumping in. Yeah, I do think, Linda, that's Caleb in the white bucket hat there, Caleb Stevens. Now he's being blocked by that other person, but that's Caleb Stevens, I think. But they had everything there, and you had to fuel up. And I did sort of the classic look at the aid station offerings and take what looks good. So I grabbed a cup of ramen noodles and broth and 4 chicken McNuggets and washed them down with Mountain Dew and promptly puked it all up all over the aid station table. My pacer at the time was Craig Thornley, now current race director of Western States. He was like, well, that was a donor rejection.
Yeah, it's one of those
and
things
we
where
started all over.
you do so much work to get the calories down, and then they disappear, and you're just kind of like staring at it, like just realizing how much work went into putting that down into your mouth and chewing and swallowing. And it was just like
all to waste.
Like, that was like, we've seen it a couple times when we've caught some of our runners here in aid stations, just like putting 110% of their effort into actually trying to eat and put calories down. That's a challenge, man. It is definitely not.
Hang
not
on just
easy.
a second. If aid station, can you confirm that Sandy Seep is now an aid station for this race, for the 250? Okay, I just don't have it on my most recent chart, so it might be. We're going to check on that. Thank you for. I know it is part of the 125 and 38 as I reviewed all of those course changes a little while ago, but. Let Liam check on that. I'm not sure it is, because the 250 is going up and over Eldon, and Sandy, and the 125 and 38 are going around it.
Okay, so I'm going to share my most regrettable aid station food that I've ever had. So this was my very first 100-mile race, Leadville 100, 2013. I had zero idea what I was doing. I just had heard that these things were happening. I thought, this is kind of cool. Let's do it. I worked at a running store at the time who was full of a bunch of like collegiate road runners. And then myself, who's just a former fat kid who, found running and enjoyed it. So we're out here trying to piece this together. I've heard this was back when blogs were a thing.
Oh yeah, those were the
right?
days, the blog old days.
Yeah, and I mean, arguably that's how Anton became who Anton was. But I read on all these different blogs and all these different, like resources of like, oh, this is what I did. This was really successful. This is what I did. This was really successful. And I had read in one that, yeah, you definitely want some caffeine that'll help keep you awake. So Red Bull, like calories, sugar, and caffeine. What more could you possibly want? I also read from somebody else that you need to make sure you get, a good amount of calories and fat and protein and all of that they were drinking Ensure at some aid stations, a meal replacement.
Yeah.
So here comes Zach into mile 25, outward bound, back when we actually had to run the road. I get into outward bound. I have my crew is sitting there with an open bottle of Ensure, vanilla Ensure, and Red Bull. And without thinking, I like drink the Ensure, and I'm like talking to my crew, grab the Red Bull, chug the entire Red Bull, and then I go blitzing down the road at Leadville 100. And I don't think I made it more than maybe a quarter mile before all of that was just back out on the road. That is Ensure or any meal replacement and Red Bull do not mix.
Marissa, again, I'm glad you brought up the blog thing. I missed the blog old days. It obviously took a lot more effort than these days, just a little Instagram caption or whatever. It was the best of days. And yeah, for sure, people like us, Scott Dunlap, Anton Krupicka, my good friend Craig Thornley, and Conduct the Juices. Go ahead and Google that one. Still a fantastic blog with incredible archive data on there. Conduct the Juices, Craig Thornley.
Yeah, Will Dodd, that was absolutely a huge mistake on my end. A mistake I have yet to repeat, and I probably will never repeat again, just considering I automatically dry heave when I look at Ensure anymore.
Oh, yeah. But for a handful of years, Ensure was the thing.
I mean, we did a lot of crazy things back in the day, right? One thing I will definitely say I thought was going to be something that I would regret. When I was running URay 100, I ran into like mile 72, 75 aid station out there. And And my crew like had asked me beforehand. They're like, what sounds good? I'm like, man, pizza sounds really good. If you guys could find some pizza, I'd love that. And I knew I wasn't going to see him for a handful of hours. So I catch him at night and I'm like, hey, do you guys like, what food do you have? Like I'm starving. I definitely want something more. And I always do Pop-Tarts at aid stations. 'Cause it's just a classic. But I run to the aid station and they had pizza and I wolfed this pizza. There were 2 slices of it and I wolfed this pizza down. And I was like, man, that was amazing. Where'd you guys get it? And they wouldn't tell me where the pizza came from.
Oh, really?
And I was like, okay, sure, whatever. They went into a bar and they asked these like, hey, can we get some pizza? They pulled a box out of the garbage can that was sitting on top that had 2 slices of pizza left in it. They said, oh, we just threw this away. If he wants that, he can take this. So they're in the middle of Ouray, Colorado, middle of nowhere, find a bar, ask for food, and they give them leftover pizza that had been thrown in the trash. They didn't tell me that until afterwards. Probably they could have told me during, and I probably would have eaten it anyway. But man, I will say that was one that I thought I would regret, but was one of the best barbecue chicken pizzas I've ever had.
And one of the great curmudgeons of all time, hard rock legend Billy Simpson, of course, weighs in. And sure was the bomb. Yep, Billy, and I'm sure you probably still drink it. Thanks for following along, Billy. Really, we enjoy your levity in the chat. Obviously, enjoy all that you do for the sport, and hope all is well with you on whatever adventure you're on, because I'm sure it's a good one.
Speaking of trash food, I do have to plug this because this is one of my favorite experiences ever. My partner Katie and I just recently ran a marathon together. I know, crazy. Sometimes we do road things, but she wanted to run it, and she had, some pretty lofty goals qualifying for Boston. We trained her up for it. I was like, "Yeah, girl, you got this." She was ready to have a fantastic day out at the Ventura Marathon. She's an ultra runner herself, so she trains a lot with the high carb super fuels from scratch. So she was ready to run her entire marathon with a handheld full of 400 plus calories of scratch super fuel. Problem was she went into not the aid station, at the start line. She went to the porta potty and put her water bottle down, and it disappeared when she was on her way out. She couldn't find it, and so she totally had forgotten about it. Started the race. Was going, got a couple miles down the road and was like, crap, I don't have my calories. My whole race is now going to go to crap because my calories are gone. Didn't know what to do. Made her way back to the start line. The way the course had a little 7-mile loop back to the start line, and then you went off in a different direction. So she got there and she asked, like, hey, did anyone see a water bottle? And someone brought up an empty water bottle, her empty water bottle. I was like, yeah, I dumped it out for you. Here you go. So she's like, crap, what am I going to do? Keeps going, keeps running like the boss that she is. In the middle of the race, a couple miles down the road, she spots some street trash food in front of her. Someone had dropped an open package of Cliff Blocks, and she just mid-stride scooped them up off the ground, and she used those Cliff Blocks to get herself to a hefty little almost hour PR in the marathon, running a 3:13. Couldn't be more proud of her, but
I love it.
I'm most proud of her picking up some street food and using that to get herself to that is ingenuity at its finest.
Absolutely.
Right there.
Absolutely. They just random Cliff Blocks that happen to be dropped and saved your. Oh, look at this donut game here at Sedona.
Speaking of
shirt, just put that one down.
I would crush donuts in an ultra. That would probably be one of my most favorite things to see at an aid station. But speaking of ultras, we've still got a race on our hands. Bronco Billy, Mr. Jeff Browning, is at the base of Eldon right now, making his climb up Eldon. This is his final climb of the day. It is not an easy climb. That is for absolute certainty. He's got a couple thousand feet of vert to go, and he's got to make his way up to the top of Mount Eldon, where that is the high point of the course. It is the high point of the day. It is our high point of our very last climb, where he gets to make his way down to the finish line here in Flagstaff, Arizona.
Okay, we are showing Harold about 1.5 miles back of Jeff. One thought on that could be that obviously Jeff slows as he begins to climb. Another thought on that is that Harold is just hammering. I mean, we did see him on this road section, and then on the single track that heads towards that objective right there, which is Mount Eldon. We're keeping our eyes on it because we could have, I don't know about a catch, but stranger things have happened. Fortunately, we do have our friend Corinne Shalvoy, friend and colleague up there. She was when she tuned in to us, she was just short of the summit of Eldon, so she's probably going to drop down the other side, may run into Jeff himself. But we will definitely keep an eye on that. Yes, Harry is still on the flat section before the climb, and Jeff is on the climb.
It is absolutely still a race, ladies and gentlemen. Arlen Glick is definitely not going to be chasing down Heroldus Subertus based on the mileage splits here. But Heroldus Subertus, or Harry S., is chasing down Jeff Browning as Jeff makes that climb up Mount Eldon. Now, let's not let the mileage split fool you and the time and distance between that, because Heroldus is also going to slow down as he hits the base of Eldon, and it's going to, that whatever time split that is, it's still time that Jeff has ahead of him. I think they're going to be relatively similar in paces going up and down the climb. Really, at this point, it's who's got the legs to make that final descent, leaving Pete's Meats aid station. Whoever has the legs there is, and I said this yesterday, and I stand by it 100%. Whoever hits Eldon with the stronger legs is going to win this race between the top three men. And it sounds like it's going to be Harold.
I know. Are we just eyeballs on Arlen? Blue shirt. Remember, that blue shirt did look familiar.
We're keeping eyes out there. Can't quite tell who it is. We don't want to give you any misinformation. We're going to go back to the aid stations there.
A collegiate classmate of Heroldus, Nico, is commenting that he's the toughest guy he knows, Harry. So, also got word from Brittany Peterson that she and Manuela are on the move, leaving Munns Park on their way to Kelly Canyon. Mika's got a large lead, but anything's possible.
I would absolutely love if Jeff is being chased by Harry S. on his way down into Flagstaff, and it turns into a sprint finish. Come on, ladies and gents, what would make you more excited than getting to the end of a 250-mile race and having to absolutely redline it to the finish line? I don't want to do it, but I would love to see it.
I'd love to see it. Yeah. Hey, I want to mention that we did double check it. Sandy Seep is an aid station on the flanks of Eldon, and it's only for the 125 and the 38. So I know some people are looking at the tracker and seeing, did Heroldus skip the aid station, or did they run right by the aid station? No, the Sandy Seep aid station is only an aid station for the 125. Pete's Meats aid station, aka the Mount Eldon by Cotulla, is only for the 250. So no aid station skipping is going on. A couple of bucket hats. Hard to tell here.
This is back near Sedona.
Okay. So this is back further up the course, near the Sedona aid station.
This is our last drone. I got another drone. Oh, here we go. Just picked up Arlen.
Okay, right. You recall maybe 40 or so minutes ago we saw Heroldus and his pacer on this road section. It's only about a half a mile or so. They cross the road. Here they're doing it right now. Here they're doing it right now. And,
playing a great game of Frogger.
Getting on to, yeah. Getting onto the trail, and this section that then traverses all the way to the base of Eldon.
I'm not grateful for having size 11.5 feet very often, but whenever I hit a cattle grade, man, that is like dreamy to have big feet and just step right over them.
I'm
and not
happy
have to worry
about my
it.
11.5s too in that context, for sure. Palmer Prod. Yeah, Jeff had a pacer a couple times during the race, and I think he has one right now. Didn't have one earlier, though. This is Arlen Glick, as seen by our drone pilot up above, heading towards the base of Eldon. Third place male.
Yeah, we've got a Glick pick on the screen there. That is Arlen Glick making his way on that road. He's going to hit that single track that moves around, kind of takes you on that road. Like once you cross the railroad tracks there, and you can get on the other side of that highway, that you then make your way to Mount Eldon, which is your final climb of the day, which that is where Jeff Browning has just started the climb. He's made a little bit of work on that climb, and then he's got Harolda Subertus, who is just an absolute beast of a man out there, really pushing forward, trying to make that catch. Currently moving just about twice as fast as Jeff Browning. So he's going to cut that lead down distance-wise significantly, but they both have a pretty strong climb here. So just to give you a recap of what's going on here, we have our men's leader, Jeff Browning, making the final ascent up Mount Eldon before he descends down to the finish line. We've got Harolda Subertus in second place, chasing him only a short mile and a half back, which doesn't sound like a lot, but or it sounds like a lot, but it really is not a lot of distance. That can get swallowed up pretty dang quickly. But we've got Arlen Glick, who you're seeing on the screen here, in third place, 5 miles back off of them, with Joe McConaughey, a decent chunk of distance behind them. So that is going to, and Michael Versteeg chasing Joe McConaughey down. So those are your top 5 men: Jeff Browning, Harolda Subertus, Arlen Glick, Joe McConaughey, and Michael Versteeg. On the women's side of things, we've got Mika Thews, who has been requesting that we give her a little bit of space throughout aid stations and keep the cameras off of her. So if you're wondering why we are not focusing on our women's leader right now, it is by request. But she has a fairly commanding lead, and she is 7th overall right now in the standings, with being chased down by Manu Villaseca, who has moved her way up into second place, with Rachel Intrican behind her by less than a mile. So it is a real women's race there for second and third. But behind those ladies, we do have Liza LaPierre making her way up the course, and Kylie Drugan-Epic, which is an epic last name. And so that's going to be our top 5 ladies. Right now,
Before we do, I got to sign off.
Go for it.
I want to just thank everybody. I've been here since 5 this morning. You will see me again tomorrow morning at 4. I have loved this time here together. It's fantastic. I know that Zach and Mercedes will take us through the exciting men's finish and possibly the women's finish as well. But thanks all for tuning in. It's been a blast. I'm AJW. I'm going to go out for a little run here in this beautiful weather, and see y'all in the morning.
See if you can go chase down Jeff. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We are going to switch streams. If you stay here, it will automatically jump into the new stream. If not, come find us on Mountain Outpost, our YouTube channel, where we will continue with day 3, stream 2, and we will see you guys there.
See ya.